They will also be a formidable side in that section. We move to Group B, which I believe is the toughest section in the out of the two. We've got Serbia, Montenegro, the current world champions. They'll be playing against the New Zealanders in the game today. The other team's Italy. The Italians have played the New Zealand side at the Olympics in 2000 in Sydney and beat them. Let's move to the New Zealand side now, Daniel.
Well, as far as I see it, the feed's coming in from Turkey, so we don't know exactly what the starting five is, but I'm a betting man, and I'm willing to go with Paul Henare at point guard. Phil Jones will be the off guard. We got Dylan Boucher, small forward, Pedro Cameron at power forward, and either Ed Book or Tony Rampton at center. Tony Rampton is hey man, we're glad to have him back.
Yeah, we look at the team from there was a game played yesterday where Yugoslavia beat Turkey, and it was quite a tight game, and the New Zealanders are going to have a tough game today.
Yeah, well, they're just jumping off into the deep end right off the bat. I mean, this team here, Serbia and Montenegro, they've got 8 or 9 players with NBA experience. They don't have Vlade Divac, who played all those years for the Lakers and now playing for the Sacramento Kings, I believe. They don't have a couple other players, but at the end of the day, it is such a basketball machine, this little country. The younger players just keep on coming right on through.
Let's look at the Tall Blacks. Pedro Cameron, one of the top 5 players in the world. He has got an injury. How important is he going to be for today's game?
Well, anywhere from 6 to 8 feet within the basket, you want to take up as much space as humanly possible, and that is vertical as well as horizontal. You want to go both ways. And with these big bodies, Mike Homick, Miles Pierce, and Pedro Cameron, they'll be able to clear out a lot of these tall trees.
Okay, let's go to Istanbul. We've got the teams on the courts. Let's go to the game. I think we've got photos with the New Zealand side, and the starting 5 for the Yugoslavian side has now stepped onto the court.
Right, just a point of interest. We're looking at, we got this 18-year-old absolute basketball prodigy we'll be able to see today. His name is Kosta Perovic, okay? He is 2.16 meters tall, and just to give you an example, Tony Rampton is 2.14 meters tall. So he's 18 years old, he's a big kid, and NBA scouts are going to be everywhere. Here we go for the tip-off now. It's the Tall Blacks. Paul Henare with Winnie Tana, Ed Book, and Phil Jones. And here we go. Serbia, Montenegro will take the first call on offense. And it looks like a pretty tight defense here. Phil Jones is all over the pockets of the Serbia-Montenegro players. And we have Rakonovic now with the ball. And, yep, looks like a tight defense. It went out, and we're going to get some, I believe, Serbia-Montenegro.
Very important that the Tall Blacks start the game physically tough on the defense to let the Yugoslavians know that they're going to be in for a huge game today.
Yeah, they got to make a statement on both sides of the court, defensively as well as offensively. Here's a three-pointer now going up, and that's good. I believe that is Stojankovic. He is the three-point soothsayer here for Serbia-Montenegro. And here come the Tall Blacks with Paul Henare now, working it over to Boucher. Boucher looking inside now. There's a lot of big bodies inside. Jones now. Jones is going on the outside of the key, trying to work something inside. We got Boucher from the corner, putting it up. Good! Dylan Boucher, what do you think of that?
That was a great shot, but it's actually Ed Book, brother.
Oh, Ed Book, I checked that. Ed Book is in the game, and he's on the score sheets. Now here comes Serbia-Montenegro. They're going to work things around outside. Man, there's some big bodies inside. Oh, somebody was on mark there, so they're going to get 2 more points there. Early days here for the Tall Blacks. Henare now bringing the ball up for the Tall Blacks. Gets it into Pedro. Pedro maintains possession. Pops it in there to Winnie Tana. Gets it over to Book. Where's that Jones? Check that. Jones with the ball now. Back to Pedro. They're playing a little bit back and forth there, those two. Wow. Trying to go through the paint. Gets the ball stripped. Serbia-Montenegro all alone. And that's going to be an easy 2.
That was tough defense from the Yugoslavian side. The New Zealand side are looking to run the triangle offense and finding it quite tough to get the entry into the post.
Yeah, they're going to find a little bit of continuity in their game early. Ed Book's getting the ball stripped from him. And I don't know if he should be the guy having the ball there that far out that early. Ed Book's got to be handling the ball a bit better than that against these guys. They are the #1 team in the world. Okay, here comes Henare now. Behind the back dribble. Comes across half court. And he is bothered by the Serbian Montenegros. Sets a pick. Pedro setting a pick in the paint amongst the trees. Pedro putting up. And I believe we might have a foul on the play.
That was a nice basket. Pedro set the top pick for Paul Henare, then rolled off and then got the ball to the middle. New Zealand look a little bit shaky at the start of the game, which is expected, especially being their first tournament overseas. And against the current champions, but they're going to have to settle down now and get back into the game.
Yeah, it's early days. They got plenty of time to regroup, so it's a good thing. Pero's going to be at the line now, popping them on down.
Now, Pero, mate, he's a huge player. He's going to have to lead by example, especially at the start of this game, to get everybody into the game.
Now, if you notice on his left hand, I still see his fingers taped, so maybe those doesn't look like those fingers have bothered him, but hey, he hits those free throws, and we got the score here. 7:57 left in the first. New Zealand 4 and Serbia and Montenegro 9. So it's still early days. Another unmarked man, and that's going to be a rebound with Jones, and here comes Mr. Jones. Setting things up for the Tall Blacks now. Henare over to Book. Book's going to put up a three-pointer. Oh, off the front of the rim, no good. Offensive rebound, Pero, but couldn't set up Winitana. But that was a good look at the basket from Ed Book outside. They left him totally alone, and we all know that Ed Book can knock down that three-pointer.
We actually don't need Ed shooting those shots early in the game. I really believe that we need to get the ball inside. He needs to be getting some early baskets inside.
Yep, we got to pressure him inside. Here's another three-pointer. That's going to be no good. And we've got an offensive rebound here for Serbia Montenegro now. Rakocevic will be moving it off to the one side of the key in the paint. Somebody's unmarked, and that's going to be a slam dunk by the big man, number 5, Kurtarovic.
It's very important that the Tall Blacks, their defence right now, they're scoring a lot of baskets underneath and they're getting a lot of backdoor plays down the back, and New Zealand's going to have to step up their defence. Otherwise, Yugoslavia are going to run away with some easy points. See how he drops the pass off to Kurtarovic and he finishes off with the dunk. We can't let the penetration from the top. We've got to contain the guards at the top of the keyhole.
Right, right. And these guys from the foul line, you know, you don't become the #1 team in the world by shooting 60% at the foul line. They're going to be, every time they go to the charity stripe, they're going to be sinking too. Pero's going to bring it up now. Oh, he loses the handle. Serbia Montenegro will be taking that loose change and bringing it on down. Here they come down now in offense. And Serbia Montenegro working it around here. The triangle defense doesn't seem to be working. And we've got another slam dunk by number 11, Drodniak.
The penetration from the top, we shouldn't be letting them penetrate.
Now, those are big bodies flying. Henare's going to go around the horn. Oh, beautiful stuff by Paul Henare.
Great basket by Paul. Great penetration and good finish.
Yep, there is the monster dunk from Drodniak. He's had some NBA experience. All right, now we got Serbia Montenegro at 14 and New Zealand at 6. So basically, they got to get back into this early. We got number 11 spinning around, no go. We've got a rebound. Paul Henare with a rebound, and he's playing amongst Giants tonight, Brendan.
Yeah, he is playing against Giants, but Paul, he's been there before, done it before.
Yep. Serbia Montenegro, they've got, what are they? They've got 9 players well above 2 meters tall. The Tall Blacks only have 5. From way outside, is that going to count? No, I believe we had a foul on the play, Brendan.
I think it's a foul off the board.
And that's good. I think the more fouls we can get on these guys early, it'll be better for us in the second half. Boy, I'd love to get that Stojankovic.
Boucher's just subbed into the game.
Dylan Boucher's in. All right, Henare. Oh, that's a pretty play. What a pass. Beautiful. Who is that? Number 15, is that?
Tony Rampton.
Rampton's in the game. Fantastic stuff. All right, here comes Montenegro now. On the outside of the perimeter. They have been flying through the paint all the first quarter. They got to shut down that alley. Spinning move, nothing happening. And we got Jones with the rebound. Gets it out to Henare, and here come the Tall Blacks. Jones now, top of the key. Back to Pero. Pero thinks about it from outside. He's got plenty of room to take it, but he's going to dish it inside to Dylan Boucher. Dylan's going to spin in the paint amongst the forest. Nothing happening. And we will have a foul on the play, I do believe.
I think now that Tab Baldwin's brought Dylan in for the defensive pressure, because they need to pick up the defense, and we know what kind of defense Dylan can play. He's a hustle-bustle type player. He loves to get on the boards and rebound. He's one of those players that does those little things that people don't see.
Yeah, he is the thief amongst thieves, Dylan Boucher. There's no two ways about it. I expect a lot of steals from him tonight, playing against gentlemen of this stature. All right, Serbia Montenegro, we got a foul on the play. I do believe Pero has picked up his first foul of the afternoon.
The Yugoslavians are looking at running a lot of screens on the baseline, and the point guard is getting penetration from the top and dropping off to the big guys, which is causing havoc for our big guys down below.
Yeah, they got to rise up more. There's a three-pointer. That's going down like a three-point alarm clock without a snooze button. You just can't turn it off. So here we go. Serbia Montenegro 17 and New Zealand are at 8. with 4:49 left in the first quarter now. Tall Blacks with the ball. Pero at the top of the key. Swings it over to Jones. Jones for three. That's good. Phil Jones knocks one down from outside, bringing him a bit closer to the #1 team on the planet. Brendan, Phil Jones is going to do that quite a bit.
Well, you got to watch out for Phil. When he gets started, look out. The Reefton bomber, it's all over.
Making it happen out there. Phil Jones, man, I'd like to see him get 30 points tonight. Okay, Serbia Montenegro now working to get to the paint, and there they go, dishing off once again to a big man, and that's not going to happen. And Renton with a rebound. And here come the Tall Blacks once again after shutting down Serbia Montenegro at the other side. Looks like a set play. They might be running some picks out there. Mr. Jones with the ball again. He's bothered. Dylan Boucher inside, puts one up, and he will draw the foul. Good pass from Mr. Jones in there to draw the foul.
Good pass. Nice cut from Dylan there. He obviously cut off one of the screeners and then went up for the shot and got fouled as he went through. Nice move, Dill.
Yeah, the foul is on Petarag Dropniak, and, well, you want to get as many fouls on that guy as possible, so that's a good thing. Mike Homick into the game for the Tall Blacks now. The Beast is in, and there's another wide body that we need to have in that paint area.
Well, and we've seen Tony Rampton's walked on the court. He's pulled down a couple of rebounds, and that's what he's there for. He's there for his hustle and bustle.
Yep, yep. Now, these should be automatic from Dylan. Oh, nothing happening there. He's got to get into his groove. And there's the wizard, Tab Baldwin. They just got to stick to their game plan, I think, that Tab has set out for them, and they'll do okay. Dylan Boucher, 1 for 2.
Getting a bit feisty in there. A little bit of pushing around, a few elbows flying.
Yep, Tall Blacks will be intimidated by no one. And there's a length of the court pass. Serbia Montenegro picks up an easy 2.
Got Aaron Olsen into the game.
Yep. Aaron Olsen into the game, another three-point assassin for the Tall Blacks. So maybe they're deciding they can't work it in the first half. Maybe they'll just, sit on the outside and throw long bombs and see what happens. Nothing happened to Mr. Jones, and that's going to hit off the top of the backboard. And here comes Serbia Montenegro, and here he is again, absolutely unmarked.
It's 2 times down the court now that they've got a fast break, nobody there. We're going to have to get back on our defense in order to not give them those easy baskets.
And that's Stojankovic, the NBA All-Star, and for the last 2 years running has been the three-point guru for the #1 basketball league in the world. What do we got going on here now?
Moving screen on Tony Rampton.
Moving screen on Tony Rampton.
Yeah, he was moving. He stepped in and took tried to take the man out.
Yep. Well, it's definitely a physical brand of play that the Tall Blacks have got to play against these guys. They got to pound them left and right. And here comes Serbia Montenegro now, top of the key. And they're going to swing it around the perimeter. And it forever haunting on defense, Dylan Boucher. Oh, there we go. There's a turnover. Fantastic stuff. That's exactly what we need. Olsen now pops it up to Boucher. Boucher's going to get it inside. Rampton is unmarked. He'll get his own rebound and stuff it in. Tony Rampton making it happen from inside the paint. We need a lot of that.
Well, the good thing about Tony, he'll get up and down the court and he'll get those easy baskets. He can beat the other big man up the court. We'll get easy baskets like that.
Serbia Montenegro 21, New Zealand 14 with 2:35 left in the first quarter. And, well, it's been sort of back and forth. I just think the Tall Blacks have to settle into their game. And there's another steal. Dylan Boucher's part of it. Aaron Olsen's running. He's got Jones. Jones puts it up. Easy basket. Phil Jones is notching up the points early for the Tall Blacks here.
We talked about Dylan Boucher being subbed in the game. Dylan just made a great steal there. Come down, Phil Jones finished off. I think the Tall Blacks are starting to settle down a little bit now. Yugoslavia started with a great lead. They're up by 8 to 10 points, but New Zealand are starting to settle down now. I think they're starting to find their feet. Yep. Obviously, the trip over from New Zealand's taken them a little bit, but now they've found their feet. They'll settle into the game now, and Tab will look to run a few different things.
Absolutely. Now, who do you think Tab Baldwin has assigned to shut down this Pegared Stojankovic?
I think he's going to throw Dylan onto him because we know what Dylan can do. Dylan's the type of player that will hustle and bustle and will really pick a player off, really.
Oh, that's funny because that's exactly who I would have picked, is Dylan Boucher. I'll tell you what, he could steal your wallet and give you change and you wouldn't even know about it. Dylan Boucher, got to get some steals from him tonight. Got to get some steals from Aaron Olsen's into the mix early. It's good to see that Tab is subbing early.
Yeah, well, it's important because it's the first game of the tournament. I think that everybody needs to get into the court, get into the game, and get the feel of everything. Here goes Aaron Olsen dropping off to Phil with his left hand. Nice finish.
Phil Jones, nice stuff.
There's Dylan hustling on the boards. Here it is. We got a nice, easy, fast break here. Stojakovic, nobody there. We've got to be mindful of getting back on defense, otherwise they're going to finish with nice, easy baskets.
Yep, absolutely. They gotta play with them the whole length of the court. This team will use every inch of the court as well. All right, they're on the outside of the perimeter now. Serbia, Montenegro. Forever hunting on defense. This triangle defense does seem to be frustrating these guys a bit, but they are working it all the way around the outside of the perimeter, and that's going to be thrown down. Was it a three-pointer? I'm not sure it was. Number 13, Vukovic. So we got Serbia, Montenegro at 24 and New Zealand at 16 with 1:50 left to go in the first quarter. From way downtown, Aaron Olsen, lights it up from outside. Brendan, what did you think of that?
That was a great screen set for Aaron. Aaron only needs a split second and he nailed the three. That was a great shot.
First shot of the game. He is the pressure man.
Moves into his zone defense now.
Well, that's good to mix up the defenses and keep these guys guessing every time they come down the court. There's no choice about that. Here we go now, another steal, and who is it? Mr. Boucher. Oh, and he gets it stolen off him, so there you go. And that is a pretty play, and it's not going to drop. And here we come, Hanare, breaking fast with the Tall Blacks. He's got somebody open on the wing. It's Aaron Olsen now. He's going to slow things down a bit. Oh, Boucher should have popped that one, but it looks like we have something off the play.
Probably not one of Dylan's strengths is outside shooting, but when you've got an open shot like that, you need to shoot it.
Yeah, right there. He was wide open, wasn't he? Did he travel? Did he leave without his luggage?
Yeah, he traveled.
A little bit of a walk there from Dylan. But that's okay. You know, they got to still into the game. It is very early days. It's a four-quarter game. And looks like we might have a timeout here on the court.
I see Miles Pierce is subbed into the game. Look at the scorers. Dejan Katerovic, he has 7. Milos Vujanic has 7. Stojakovic has 5. Johns has 5. Phil Jones has 5. And Tony Rampton has 4 for the New Zealanders. Really important, I think, Daniel, that we get our outside shooters getting looks early, especially Phil Jones, because we know with Phil, once he gets rolling, no one's going to stop him. We saw it at the World Championships. Rebounding, Phil's leading the rebounding. Tony Rampton has a couple there as well.
Yeah, Phil Jones has just been the playing like a man possessed here early, and that's what they need to do. Somebody needs to step up. Pero Cameron needs to get a little bit more into the action once he hops back in there. Now here we go. Here's just an example of the ball movement of this team. They are just all over the perimeter. And, well, nothing but net there from Vukovic. And here's Mr. Jones once again with a reverse layup. Just beautiful stuff. Nice pass. I think it's going to be a tight game once they both settle into their respective games.
Oh, and just looking at the start of the game, I think New Zealand, they can foot it with these guys. They've shown at the World Championships. It's just, I think, nerves right now.
Yeah, absolutely. They just got to set down Stojakovic, and Phil Jones is going to keep playing the way he is. And hell, I think we can beat anybody. At the end of the day, Tall Blacks can get on the court with anybody on the planet, and they're doing it right now. Serbia, Montenegro, somebody throws up a 12-footer, no good. That was Drobnjak with a 12-footer. Now, Drobnjak's supposed to be a pretty good outside shot. Here is Pero for 3, good! Pero Cameron knocks one down from outside. That's what we need to see from PC.
The big dog, man. People don't realize he can shoot the 3. They don't realize.
He can. They see him coming down. They say, well, I'll wait till he gets to the paint, but he hangs out around the arc and just sinks him down from there. Good stuff from PC early. Oh, and there's just bodies flying in the paint. Aaron Olsen might have picked up a foul here. What's going on?
Offensive foul on Yugoslavia for pushing.
Krodanovic, and we've got a Yugoslavian player down. Now, throughout the game, Brendan and myself will be referring to this team as Yugoslavia or Serbia and Montenegro. It's just a commentator's nightmare. You didn't think Yugoslavia could get any longer, and it did. So throughout the game, we'll be saying either Yugoslavia or Serbia and Montenegro.
That was a good job by Aaron Olsen. The Yugoslavian player tried to bustle with him, and he actually ended up clearing him out, and the foul was called on the Yugoslavian. Good job. Yeah,
Aaron Olsen is getting into the mix early. Here's Hanare now. He could dribble in a phone booth. A little razzle-dazzle from him. Looks like a set play from the Tall Blacks. There's 10 seconds left in the first quarter. They will get the last shot. Mr. Jones from 3. Nothing happening. Gets it into Pero in the paint. Patchett spin move. PC does it again. Pero Cameron with 1 second left in the first quarter, and it's looking sweet. Things are starting to go the Tall Blacks' way. Serbia and Montenegro 24, and New Zealand have climbed back 24. You're watching Tall Blacks basketball right here on Sky Sport.
Yeah, it's interesting, 24 all. The New Zealanders finally settled down. It probably reflected half the way the New Zealanders play. And the move, that first that last play that they run was kind of an X-cut to get PC free underneath in the hoop, and one-on-one, tough to guard, mate, tough to guard. Look at this. He just uses this guy.
I mean, people don't really realize how hard this is. He makes it look effortless, but I mean, he is playing it in there with seven foot men, and he's just throwing them around, and that is just good to see from Pero. He looks good and healthy, and here is the tutelage sideline with Tad Baldwin. Now, you've been on that bench. You've been there with a towel around your neck. What's Tab saying to the team right now?
Very astute, Coach Tab. I mean, it's like a boxing match for him. He'll reflect the first half. He would have been reflecting it, or the first quarter, sorry, and he'll be looking at counteracting the different offenses that the Serbia Montenegro team has played. Here's that play by Tony Rampton. He got down the court nice and quickly and finishes off for two. He's going to be important down the crunch, especially against this bigger teams.
Yep, and the one thing I noticed, as far as the Tall Blacks go, that I believe there's only one foul with Pero Cameron, so Tall Blacks really doing a very good job on defense and not drawing many fouls.
The Serbia Montenegro coach, he's a new coach. Their coach from last year at the World Championships, I think he may have retired, and it's probably his first tournament with the team, so it'll be interesting to see the results that he'll be getting throughout this tournament.
Yeah, now this crowd here in Istanbul, Turkey, they'll be a bit leaning toward Yugoslavia because a lot of their players play for the Turkish league.
Yeah, there's a couple of players there, but I think they might be actually looking for the New Zealanders, to be quite honest with you. Pajan Stojakovic finishing off with a dunk.
There he is, the #1 three-point assassin in the Northern Hemisphere. Meet Mr. Jones. Here we go now. Miles Pierce into the game for the Tall Blacks. A big body. Oh, yes, we got it. That's it. Tall Blacks now on the charge. Outside of the perimeter, Jones. A couple of picks in there for him. They're going to leave Phil Jones out there by the perimeter. That's a good idea. Moves it in now. Nothing happening. They got to get something happening. And here is Mr. Jones once again. Nothing happening. But look at Miles Pearson there battling away for that rebound. And it's going to go the way of Yugoslavia here. And here comes Rakočević, the guard who also has NBA experience for Yugoslavia. And now these guys have a very good way of moving it along the perimeter, along the outside, and seeking the holes and finding the holes inside.
Foul on Pero Cameron. That's his second foul now. He's going to have to be careful, Pero. We need him in the game.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. We gotta get Pero down on the fouls. Yeah, he's gonna get subbed out right away.
Tony Rampton.
Tony Rampton is on his way in. Yep, and Pero's going to take a rest. But still, good production from Pero for the first quarter. He's been mixing it up. It looks like his hand is injury-free. It might just be taped for precautionary measures, but he's looking pretty good. Okay, Rakočević now. We'll take it at the top of the key. Move it over to Stojakovic. He'll be alone in the paint. Nothing happening. Offensive rebound. We might have another foul.
It's interesting the way that they're running, especially down the bottom. Stojakovic is running off a screen either down the bottom on the right side or the left side. He's using whatever side. So what's happening is our New Zealanders are having to step up and get over top of that screen, otherwise he's going to get wide open looks.
Yep, absolutely. And it is just an absolute melee down there in the paint. And there's a rebound. Here comes Winitana now for the Tall Blacks, leading it up quick. He's going to spark off to the left side now. Penare gets it all the way across court. Looking perhaps for a set play here. Into Rampton. We got nothing happening there on the side. We got Serbia Montenegro. We'll be bringing it back once again. Oh, we might have a foul.
We've really got to stop the penetration from the top, because that's where all the problems are happening. As soon as we get beaten off the dribble, it's causing havoc because our forwards are having to come across and help, and they're able to drop the pass off to their other big men. So it's making it really tough, and we're getting caught up for fouls.
Right, right. And Paul Hanari will be taking a bit of a rest here. He well-deserved rest. And here we go now. Serbia Montenegro running right through the paint. Oh, that's not going to... Oh, nice follow-through. Nice follow-through by Turlic.
Yeah, we've got to box out on the boards. If we don't box out on the boards, they're going to get easy offensive rebounds like that. So it's really important that we box out. Good play by Polder. Foul by Stojakovic, trying to bring the ball over the court. Good work.
Yep, that is very good work. Any fouls we get on Stojankovic is a good thing.
Lindsay Tate moves into the game. His first, the youngster. Be a good test for Lindsay against this Yugoslavian side, but I think he's up to it.
Oh, absolutely. Lindsay Tate, he's not much taller than I am, and the man can jump out of his skin, absolutely slam dunk the ball. He has got some rise. Lindsay Tate, a diamond in the rough and really young. I think he's going to be the backcourt, the future backcourt here in the Tall Blacks. And look at him go right off the bat. Lindsay Tate, trying to get a Miles Pierce with a putback. Granted, nothing happening, but good look for Lindsay Tate early. Now here comes Yugoslavia, and yes, banging it hard off the backboard.
Don't you love that about the young kid? He steps into the game, he takes it to the hole, steps back, first shot of the game, straight into it. Good on him.
No fear, just like Aaron Olsen. No fear. These guys are Tall Blacks. They can play with anybody, and they are not easily intimidated. They're playing the #1 team in the world right now, and geez, they're playing them well. Now that was a turnover. Winnie Tanner. Look at the hustle from Winnie Tanner, getting the ball back. Never giving up. Don't say die attitude. Lindsay Tate now is going to put up another one. He's got it partially deflected, and that'll be Tall Blacks ball.
You got to admire Lindsay. It's twice he stepped in and he straight away shot the ball.
Absolutely. If he's got the open shot, he's going to take it. He's got the he's got the finesse, and he knows he can hit the shot. So why not take it? All right, here we go now. Jones at the top of the key. He is harassed by Rakočević. Jones is going to get it over to Rampton. Rampton's going to pick it up, and it's not going to drop. Weird bounce. Look at Rampton digging in there. He's going to draw a foul.
That was a great pass by Phil. We need more penetration from our guards, and Phil showed it just then. He drove in and dropped off the ramps. Ramp should have finished the first one, but he stayed with it. Here it is. He went up. He missed the shot. He got a hand to it again. That's just good hustle. That's great hustle.
Look at all of the Tall Blacks around that basket. I see nothing but white jerseys jumping for the ball.
Hey, it's international basketball, baby. You got to be a mongrel.
Absolutely. Drobnjak will be taking a rest now for Yugoslavia. He will be taking a well-deserved rest. Drobnjak has been in the scoring for Yugoslavia.
2 for 2 for Rampton.
Tony Rampton doing well from the foul line. For a big guy, he shoots very well. All right, here comes Serbia Montenegro now.
New Zealand team putting on a half-court press.
Fantastic. There's going to be somebody open for a three-pointer, and that's not going to drop. And look at him fighting down there for the rebound. Lindsay Tate's in there mixing it up. And they will get a fresh 24, Serbia Montenegro. They're going to work it around the outside of the perimeter now. And that's going to be about a 15-footer, nothing but net.
They lost him. Stojakovic got open. No one knew where he was.
Can't lose him. Winnie Tanner now trying to penetrate baseline. Nothing happening. Gets it back to Lindsay Tate, over to Jones, I believe. Ed Book back into the game. Over to Tate. Will Lindsay pop up another long-range bomb? Will he set the pick? See what happens now. Rampton back over to Book. Book's going to spin. Put up a 20-footer, and that's going to be a no.
30-second call defensively.
Yep.
New Zealand didn't look like they had much there. They need to get the ball in the point guard's hands when it's getting close to that and running down the clock, and the point guard needs to make a decision whether he's going to penetrate and look to find for a shooter. We can't get caught with the ball in hand.
Absolutely. Excellent point, Brendan. All right, here comes Serbia Montenegro now. Rakočević will have it at the top of the key. Number 7 will pop it up, and he will nail it. That is Rakočević.
It's that screen on the baseline, Daniel. I was telling you, they're coming off the screen. It's more or less, I think the forward needs to bump the guy that's coming underneath so that he can slow him down just a little bit. It's really hard to defend something like that, but they've got to make a decision whether they're going to trail behind the shooter or they're going to go over top.
Right, and you know Tab Baldwin knows exactly what's going down, and he's going to be adjusting for that at halftime.
Yeah. Scores 33-26 to Yugoslavia.
So they're trying to pull ahead once again a little bit, and a little miscommunication between Tate and Winnie Tanner. Somebody zigged and somebody zagged, and once again Serbia Montenegro will be coming up with the ball. And we will be keeping an eye out to see when this Kosta Perovic, this 18-year-old, absolutely, that is another three-pointer, this 18-year-old basketball prodigy.
We can't afford to let guys like that open. We need to step up defensively.
Absolutely. Just like you said, it's basketball's played on both sides and for 4 quarters, Brendan. Jones now penetrating, popping it in, way up high up the glass. Nothing happening, but Ed Book's there for the putback. Good work by Ed Book.
Tough shot by Phil Jones just then.
Yeah, very awkward shot, got it high up the glass, but Ed Book, being 6'10", was there for the follow through. Serbia Montenegro once again answers the call. Here comes Lindsay now. Lindsay Tate. He is harassed by Rakocevic. And this is just good experience for Lindsay at the end of the day to play international basketball.
Oh, yeah, it is good experience, but I mean, he's there now and he's got to step up and, you know, produce his goods.
Oh my! Ed Book with a 3, nothing but net. What do you think of that?
Good on you, Ed. Good on you, Ed.
We can have some more of that. Bring it on, Ed. That was fantastic stuff. Put him on the side of a Wheat Bix box. Ed Book for 3. And there he is with a rebound on the other side. He's doing it all right now. Bringing it up is Lindsay Tate. 38-31, New Zealand down by 7 with 4:36 left to go in the half. Oh, nice play. Rampton cutting through the paint.
That's a great play. They've run that play for the last couple of years where they set the flare screen and then they roll off the big fella off the post at the free throw line and they get that wide open shot. That was a great basket by Tony.
And next thing you know, we're only 5 points down to the #1 team on the planet. And these guys just keep on coming with the 3-pointers.
There's that play again. He came off 2 screens. Polder Winnington was a little bit slow behind, and when you've got a guy with that shooting ability, he's going to score it every time. He scored the last 3 3-pointers.
Now, you cannot lift Stojankovic, the #1 3-point shooter in the Northern Hemisphere, alone out there. You just can't do it. That is a recipe for disaster. All right, Tall Blacks now with the ball. Jones. Oh, what a hooking pass. He was going to hit Rampton going baseline, but no go. But good thought. Good thought there.
I reckon Tab's got this time out now because he's going to talk about the last 3 times down the court. They've run that double screen for Stojankovic. He's come off and he's made 3 times the basket. Whoever's guarding him's got to stay close to him. Polder Winnington has got caught out twice. I don't mean to be pointing out Polder, but because there's a couple of times it's been somebody else.
Right.
But we've really got to step up, whether or not the forward bumps the shooter that's coming through to slow him down, or the guy's actually physically holding on to his shorts. I mean, we've got to make adjustment. Otherwise, the guy's going to get in the game, and once he gets going, it's game over.
Yep, absolutely. We're going to try and hold him below 30 points if we can. And there's some of the statistics.
Serbia Montenegro is shooting 60% from the 3-point line and 50% from the 2-point line. New Zealand shooting 50% from the 3-point line as well, and 50% from the 2-point line. New Zealand's leading the rebounds, 13-8, and I think that's turnovers down the bottom. 5 turnovers for the New Zealanders, 6 for the Serbia Montenegro. My Turkish language is not very good.
Is it a little rusty, Brendan?
And the free throw shooting, 83% for the New Zealanders. That's great, and 100% for Serbia Montenegro. I think that's free throws.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, I mean, they are, numbers-wise, they are staying right with the #1 team on the planet, and they're doing a good job. They just got to find some continuity, settle down a little bit. There's been a little miscommunication, but this is what we've got to stop. Stojankovic, just from outside, and will do that all day long.
Well, and that's where they've got their break. There's that play before where they rolled off and Tony Rampton scores the basket. It's a good play because defensively you can't switch on it, otherwise you'll get nailed like that down the middle. It looks like Dylan Boucher's moving into the game. Yep. Aaron Olsen as well, and Mike Homick. Ed Book.
The beast, Mike Homick, is back into the game. He is a big body as well. All right, here comes Rakocevic now. He is the point guard. Who did he play for NBA?
Rakocevic played for the Minnesota Timberwolves, actually.
That is correct. I was just testing you there, Brendan. All right, here we go now. Rakocevic is thinking about it. Not happening. Who does he pop it over to? Stojankovic. No, Aaron Olsen with the rebound, and he comes a-running. Gets it over to Hanare. Hanare is going to dump it into Boucher. Boucher loses the handle momentarily. Gets it back out to Olsen. Olsen swings it over to Hanare. And they're going to slow things down momentarily. They want to get Olsen the ball in the corner. Olsen's trying to work it into Dylan. Dylan's going to spin. Nice. Oh, nice pass to Ed Book. And I believe Ed Book drew the foul. Nice pass from Dylan.
Great pass by Dylan. He went and set the screen and they switched on the defense. He had the smaller man on him. He posted him up, took him inside. The big guy come across to help, dropped the pass off to Ed. Foul.
That's a foul on Mr. Ostadic.
Good job, Dylan.
Yeah, so it's Serbia and Montenegro 41, New Zealand 33 with 3:10 left at halftime until the half. So here we go. They will Hanare will inbound. Right away, Aaron Olsen slamming it again once from downtown. Aaron Olsen lighting it up from outside.
Great basket by Aaron. It's a 2-pointer. He must have his foot on the line.
Oh, it's a 2-pointer. And they don't see it's the game of inches, and they come right back and nail it back once again.
Defensive lapses there, you know. It looks like they're putting a press on now, the Serbia Montenegro.
Yep, putting on a press. We got 2:45 left until halftime. Serbia, Montenegro 44, and New Zealand 35. Hanare now pops it out to Book. Book's going to pop one up again, and that's not going to drop. Dylan Boucher's down there fighting for the rebound. And there's number 4, Mr. Vukovic, for the Serbian Montenegro team. Played a lot in Europe. Very good player, very good shooter from outside.
Here's Paulie Hanare. Shot fake, drives to the hole, drops off the Ed. Ed throws the shot fake, steps for one shot, up, nothing.
Well, at the very least, Brendan, it's a real good look at the basket.
Yeah.
Wow, Hanare from way outside sinks it, but I don't believe it's going to count. We've got ourselves a foul. But that was good to see Paul pop one up there from way downtown.
It's really important that the New Zealand team set good screens so that they can get their shooters open.
Milos Rionek now with 2 fouls, so that's good. Hanare now will pop it into Olsen. Olsen right down there in the corner. He is double teamed and he will lose the handle there. And here comes Rakocevic. He's going to pop it over, and that's going to be a fast break, easy basket for Kortorovic for the Serbian Montenegro team. Now here comes Paul Hanare. Gets into the beast, Homick. Top of the key now. Dylan loses the ball once again. Got to find some continuity in their offense, the Tall Blacks. And here comes Serbia Montenegro, and they're just flying right now.
Two turnovers in the last 2 plays down the court. They've come down and got easy baskets. We've really got to hold on to the ball. Dylan just lost it before. We've got to hold on to the ball.
48-35 now. New Zealand down with 1:37 until halftime. Paul Hanare is going to pop one up, and Paul Hanare is going to get on the score sheet. Good stuff from Paul. And Serbia Montenegro will be bringing it back down again. Not a heck of a lot of time left before halftime, and well, we got to keep it close till halftime and let Tab talk to the troops at halftime and see where we can come out and try and shut down Stojankovic in this next half. And that'll be number 9, Osijek.
1:12 left in the game. Scores 50-38 to Serbia Montenegro.
All right, Dylan Boucher now. He'll pop it over to Book. It's Book from the outside. Homick. Look at that. Look at that work from Paul Hanare, playing amongst giants in there, slamming away.
In the last few minutes, the Serbia Montenegro team have stepped up their defense, and New Zealand have turned the ball over probably 3 or 4 times. We need to adjust to that very quickly.
Right, you can't have that. It's Book now, 18-footer, nothing happening. There's Boucher trying to bat the ball to somebody, but he was boxed out by one of the Serbia Montenegro trees. And it's going to go their way. 49 seconds now left until halftime. Serbia Montenegro 50 and New Zealand 38.
There's just been a couple of lapses in the Tall Black game so far, where they've got, the easy basket. Here's the basket from the big guy, number 9.
Number 9, that
Osijek.
is Osijek, yep. And boy, he gave Mike Homick quite an elbow. You don't see Mike Homick go down like that often, do you?
I think Mike was trying to suck in the foul, so that's why he
well,
fell.
he got an elbow in the rib cage for his trouble. All right, Serbia Montenegro now with the ball. And they're going to put it up. Nothing happening. Dylan Boucher looks like he got all ball there, but I do believe he will be called for the foul.
It looked like all ball, all right?
Yeah, it sure did.
We've got to finish the half well now. I think, we come down, we've got to look to score a basket next time down. I think the last 3 times we haven't scored a basket, and we need to go into the half on a positive note, whether it be a 2, whether it be a 3-pointer.
Absolutely. Dylan, the man with the fast hands out there. Would you say that he's the number 1 defensive player that New Zealand has right now, Dylan Boucher?
Definitely. Dylan's been around for a while, but he's a hustler, bustler, and he gets his hand to balls that people don't think you'd get to, and he bugs people. He bugs players that, some of the top players around. He just hustles and bustles. I hate being guarded by him.
Goranovic now will sink both of his free throws for Serbia Montenegro. And we're looking at 35 seconds until halftime. Serbia Montenegro 52 and New Zealand 38. And here comes Aaron Olsen leading the charge. And there's that half-court press again by Serbia Montenegro. And Paulie Hanare now will be leading the charge. Looks like a set play from then. Over to Olsen. Out to Homick. Homick might be trying to work it inside. Miles Pierce over to Olsen. And that's not going to drop. And it's going to bounce the way of Serbia Montenegro with 8 seconds left until halftime. 5 seconds. They're going to have to try and go for the last shot here. and it'll be a three-pointer. And wouldn't you know it, they sink it at the buzzer, number 8.
Pajan Stojakovic, I think that's his 4th 3 in a row. You just can't let guys like that with that quality, open to shoot shots like that. And that was a tough shot, and he was fading, but we know what the guy can do. We've seen him in the NBA. He's a 2-time three-point shooting champion from the weekend. Let's have a look at the stats. 100% from the Serbia Montenegro, 83%, 5 from 6. Scores 55-38 to Serbia Montenegro over New Zealand. Let's go to the break, and we'll catch up with the teams after the break. From Istanbul, Turkey, the Tall Blacks playing against Montenegro, Serbia, Montenegro, Yugoslavia. Tough game in the first half.
Yeah, it's going tough. They've got to shut down Stojakovic. I mean, we talked about him at the top of the show. The man is just a three-point machine, and they got to shut the faucet off there.
Yeah, I looked at the first quarter. We started off a little bit slow. The second quarter we started to pick up a little bit more, but Yugoslavia picked up their defense a lot in that last quarter. We turned the ball over. They ended up getting one with the break on us. Right,
and at about 12 points throughout the game, there's just been a Serbian Montenegro player by himself, absolutely alone, slam dunking the ball. We can't have that. We got to have these guys play on both sides. But I will say positively for the Tall Blacks, a lot of their players off the bench had some positive influences in the first half.
Yeah, let's have a look at some of the Yugoslavian footage from the first half. There we go. See, there's a penetration from the top, drops off to the big guy, slam dunk. That's what's been happening in the first half. They're getting the penetration from the top. Phil Jones coming off the screen for the 3. Nice, easy, fast break for Pajan Stojakovic. Got to get back on defense.
Yep, got to get somebody back there. It just keeps on coming.
Stojakovic again for 3 points. He was hot in that first half.
Yeah, he sure was. And they were all over him.
Yeah, and what about the New Zealanders? What are they going to have to do, especially this half? We talked about turnovers. We're going to have to keep the turnovers down.
Yeah, got to keep the turnovers down. Got to have more set plays. Find a little bit more continuity in their offense. Got to get PC back into the game.
Yeah, Pero had 2 fouls early. I mean, it's going to be tough for PC, and he's going to have to step up. Phil Jones wasn't really getting a lot of looks either. Let's have a look at the Tall Blacks here. Phil Jones pulls up for the 3. See, that's what Phil does well. He shoots the ball well from the outside.
Yep. They got to keep that up.
Here's another pass. Bouch has got the ball, set the screen. Aaron Olsen coming up top. Nice. I think Aaron's 2 for 2. He's shooting the ball very well. Nice three-pointer for Aaron Olsen.
Yeah, and it was good to see Aaron Olsen, Lindsay Tate come right off the bench and just get right into it. Here's PC going to come down. Oof.
Pero can do that all game.
I love it.
I think that's his only 3 he's got. Here he is. He's isolated in the post. At the end of the first quarter to tie the game, PC for 2, the big fella. One-on-one, they can't stop him.
No, absolutely not.
Here we go. We've got Ed at the top. They're putting huge pressure. Ed, right in his face, 3 points. That's a tough shot for Ed.
It sure is. He had somebody right in his face, too, but Ed is definitely not afraid to put that one up.
Here we go, the Tall Blacks again. Here we go, Paul Hanari for 3. That's good shooting.
Yep.
We're shooting the ball really well from the three-point line, but I just don't think we're getting enough inside. And what's happening now is they're denying a lot of our shooting guards from the outside, and I think we need to consolidate a lot more in the paint. Tony Rampton, maybe get him a few more looks. Miles Pearce, obviously we need to get Pero in the paint.
Yep, yep. And at the end of the day, they just have to have more looks and better looks, and offensive rebounds are big because they give you a fresh 24-second clock.
We look at Tab Baldwin. Tab's obviously looking at the Australian series after this tournament. Good preparation for a lot of the new guys. We haven't seen Brendan Pollyblank come into the game yet, and maybe he should step in the second half. We saw him in the finals weekend just recently last weekend. He can play. And he's been playing in Greece the last couple of years.
Absolutely, he played out of his head during the finals of Saints against Waikato there. But as far as gruesome twosomes go and dynamic duos, I think that we need a lot more out of Pero Cameron and Dylan Boucher, because these two play together year-round on 3 different teams.
Yeah, you did right. I mean, and it's going to be tough for them. Let's go into the break, and after the game, the Tall Blacks vs Serbia Montenegro. Hello and welcome back to live international basketball on Sky Sport in Istanbul, Turkey, the Burger King Tall Blacks. You know, we talk about some players that are missing. I look at Mark Dickel and Kirk Penny. How important are they to the team?
Oh, they're huge. I mean, Mark Dickel, Sparky's played, you know, for the UNLV Running Rebels Division I university back in the States. The man could dribble in a phone booth. He's fantastic. Kirk Penny, what can you say about him? He's going to be the next NBA player for New Zealand. And also, Sean Marks isn't here.
Yeah, I think it's important. We look, Mark Dickel, actually a lot of people there in Turkey will know about Mark Dickel. Mark Dickel led the league in Turkey in assists. He was up there in scoring as well, and I think with Mark not being there, they lack a little bit, no disrespect to Paul Hanari, but they lack a little bit more of quickness there at the front court.
Right, a little bit. They're lacking a little bit of north and south, basically. They seem to be going a bit sideways, and we all know that you don't get anywhere by going sideways, and no matter what game you play. But, you know, they're still very much in this, and they are playing the #1 team on the planet, so the second half, who knows? Pero Cameron could light it up. Phil Jones could light it up. It could all be a couple bounces of the ball. It could all go New Zealand's way.
Yeah, well, it's funny. I'll go back to Kirk Penny now. I talked to Kirk Penny the other day. Kirk's he's going to veterans camp. He's got the opportunity to go to Minnesota Timberwolves. Talking to him, he feels very confident that he will make that team and be our second player in the NBA, which is going to be great.
That is
to see another player going into the NBA.
Ah, it's unbelievable. Two kids from the North Shore of Auckland making it to the NBA, the #1 league on the planet. It's just, it's amazing stuff. It really is.
Well, I played with the kid, and you know, as a 16-year-old, I don't think he's changed. He listens, and all the best to Kirk, and we'll be watching him closely over the next few weeks as he goes into camp, and they obviously named that Minnesota Timberwolves side.
Right. Now, actually, Kirk Penny wasn't picked up in the draft, but that sort of worked in his advantage, didn't it?
Yeah, well, it did, because it made him become a free agent. The Timberwolves got a hold of him pretty much, I think it was 30 seconds after the second round draft was announced, and he actually had a few other teams. I think maybe the Los Angeles Lakers were keen to have a chat to him, but the kid's been working hard, and he deserves everything he gets, and good luck to him.
Yeah, here in the summer leagues there for the Minnesota Timberwolves, he's like the high scorer for the summer squad. So there's no reason why Kirk Penny won't be making it big time for the Minnesota Timberwolves.
He's actually had a chance to play against one of the players from the Serbia Montenegro side, Igor Rakosovic.
Yep.
Pre-season, and Kirk, I mean, he's a kid that can shoot the three. He's a big kid now. He's 6'5". He's 105 kgs, and man, I watched him train the other day, and man, he can shoot the lights out.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, we wish him the best of luck, and we wish he was back here, you know, along with Sean Marks. Now, what's up with Sean? He's injured, is that right?
Sean is injured. I don't really know too much about what's happening, but I think, I mean, having Sean here would be a huge asset too. But I think the good thing about it all is that, you know, these players that haven't had the chance internationally get the chance to fill in the mix. It builds our player pool.
Absolutely.
And
yep.
it's a great opportunity for the young guys, the Lindsay Tates. We saw Lindsay step on the court. First time on the court, takes his man one-on-one, pulls up, shoot the two. Then the next time he gets the ball, he comes down and shoots the three. What more can you ask for from the kid?
Yep, he wants to pull the trigger, and he sure did. Aaron Olsen did the exact same thing, didn't he? He popped on the court, popped down a three-pointer. So nerves might be on their way out for the second half. I think they're going to settle down. What do you think Tad Baldwin will be telling him in the dressing room at halftime? Yeah,
I think so. And like, moving to the game now, the Tall Blacks, obviously Tab would have had a good talk to the team. I mean, we can't, you know, we've had our first half of, I'm going to call it practice. Now we've got to get into it and really get serious with this Yugoslavian side. I think we can beat this Yugoslavian side. I mean, obviously they're a talented team, but we haven't played to our potential, and I think if we play to our potential at the end of the game, we can knock off the world champions.
Imagine that. I will go nuts if we beat Yugoslavia. I will just jump around here like a madman. That would be fantastic stuff. But they're very, you know, 12 points, they're still very much in it. I mean, that's a couple bounces to the basketball. We got to look out for foul trouble. We got Pero on 2. I think Dylan Boucher might have 2. Other than that, I think everybody else is pretty much safe. Drobnjak has 2 for the Serbia-Montenegrin team, and Stojankovic also has 2 fouls.
Yeah, it's important, like they like to set the on-the-ball screen at the top of the keyhole. Whether or not the big man steps up just to slow him down or hedge a little bit,
Now that seems to be working. Every time somebody sets a pick outside, Paul Hanari, Aaron Olsen, there's been a pick set, they step out a couple meters and knock one down.
Stojakovic with 18 points. I mean, we've got to slow him down because he's a guy that can score 40 in the NBA.
Yeah.
18 points in the first half, he's one guy. Tony Rampton's leading the scoring for us with 8 points, with Pero Cameron with 7.
Yeah, and Pero really hasn't had a lot of time, so you just get Pero some more time this second half and he can move some bodies around in there. We got Winnie Tana, Ed Book, a relatively big lineup for the Tall Blacks. Maybe Tab Baldwin is combating the size for the second half at the beginning here.
Go the Tall Blacks, I say. Go the Tall Blacks.
Absolutely. Well, we're glad to bring it to you. If you're just joining us, it's Dan Hennessy here, alongside a former Tall Black, three-point assassin, and all-around great guy, Brendan Pongia, is doing color. And here we go for the second half. The Tall Blacks will control. Here comes Paul Hanare now. Pops it out to Book. Book's already got a three-pointer in the game. Gets it over to Jones, into PC. Pero wraps it around. Oh, they're not going to let him from three. Not going to be happening. He's going to get his own rebound. He knew it was short. Moving it around beautifully. Put it up for three, Pero. That's going to be short off the front of the rim. So they had two good looks with their first possession. You know, so that's, you know, it's a bad thing, but they got to start knocking those down in the second half, Brendan.
Yeah, they do, and we had two good looks, which we need.
Yep, absolutely. All right, here comes Serbia Montenegro now. And, wow, that's from outside, and that's going to be dropped. Unbelievable stuff by number 11, Drobniak. He is a outside shooter for a big man for this team. All right, here we go now. PC's outside. And they are not giving him any room. Ed Book now, throwing a couple elbows. Oh, we got a foul. Drobniak's going to draw another foul, and that's a good thing for the Tall Blacks. There we have it, Ed Book in there, throwing an elbow. I tell you what, the Tall Blacks won't be intimidated by anybody. They'll step on the court with anybody, and they will play them physically and do their thing. All right, somebody lost the handle, so there's the first turnover in the second half for the Tall Blacks. Can't have that happening too much. And here's, well, guess who from outside?
We've got to pick up defensively. It's a 23-point lead, or it's a 20-point lead to the Yugoslavians with 8:54 to go in the third quarter. We've got to settle down and get some easy baskets inside early.
Yep, and I think that's exactly what they're doing right now. Ed Book at the top of the key. Works it into Winnie Tana. Winnie Tana fiddles it up. Back out to PC. Pero, he is hassled. And they try to get it in, and that's going to be... Well, what do we got here? Somebody got a finger in the eye or something?
I think he may have got it, caught an elbow, actually. PC's a couple of times he's sort of held back on that three-point shot. I think he should shoot it. I know he missed his first shot at the start of the quarter, but I think he needs to shoot it. And with Polder posting up in there, yeah, we need to get one of our bigger players in there posting up.
Yeah, well, there's Stojakovic. Looks like he's trying to hold his head together. Receiving an elbow.
Well, Stojakovic is about 6'7". Polder's probably 6'4", 6'5".
Yeah, so could have been a little bit of a Hollywood there. Who knows? But here comes Serbia Montenegro once again with the ball. Now starting to open up a wound here that the Tall Blacks need to heal. It's Ed Book. I'll tell you, Ed Book, I think he's one of the more underrated Tall Blacks. He's just a workhorse in the paint.
Ed's a big body, and I think it's actually gone the other way. I know, New Zealand's ball.
Here we go now, Ed Book bringing it up. What a movement. They seem to be slowing down, sort of getting into their own rhythm here. PC from outside, he's going to bring it to the top of the key and get it back out to Ed Book, who will swing it around the other side. Into PC. Could it be one of his patented spin moves? Yes, it is. Beautiful stuff from Pero Cameron.
Great move by Pero one-on-one. Spun around, put the shot fake out, went up and under and scored the easy two.
And they're going to do that more. They're going to get the ball to PC, and he's going to draw fouls and get the points in the paint. That's it. They got to go all the way out for this one. Rakatovic from three, and she's that's easily silenced. These guys are just three-point specialists.
They've shot 3 for 3 in the start of the half. We've really got to pick up our defense here.
Yep, absolutely. We've got to be right on them. All right, Winnie Tana now inside. Gets it out to PC for three, and that's not going to be good at all. That's going to be a bit short for PC. He's got to get his windage right on his side alignment there. Now here comes Serbia Montenegro. And, well, Rakatovic is going to put it right up from the top of the key, and that's not going to drop. And we might have something happening inside.
Called the foul on Pero. Pretty sure they have.
Yep, I think they have. Pero Cameron now with 3 fouls, and that is dangerously close. And look at the bodies in there flying. Jeez.
We really need to stop the three-point shooting of the Serbia Montenegro side. They've had 3 easy looks. Here's the human pinball machine.
Yep, Dylan Boucher's in the game. That's a good thing to see. And here comes Serbia Montenegro now, inbounding and off to the left side of the top of the key. And it looks like we get a set pick and set play here. And Jesus, walking around like a pinball. And who comes out with it? Pedro Cameron over to Boucher now. Boucher's going to settle things down a bit and pop it out to Pedro at the top. And it looks like a set play here for the Tall Blacks. Check that, Pedro with the ball now. He pops it up off the bank. Nothing happening, a bit short. Drobnjak with the rebound for Serbia Montenegro. And here comes Rakitovic. He's going to pop it over to the side. And Dylan Boucher right on him. Right in his pockets, Dylan Boucher. Oh, here comes another three-pointer. Good play. And that's going to be short. And Ed Book gets in there.
Dylan's brought some intensity into the game. We're going to have to pick up our defense, the intensity of our defense. We're just kind of like we're just going through the motions.
Yep.
If we don't pick up our defense, we're going to get blown out.
Yep. We've got to pick up the ferocity in defense. There's no two ways about it. Got to get right in their pockets. Maybe a half-court press or something to mix it up a bit, you know? Mix up that triangle defense with something else. Here comes Milanovic now, who also has, once again, another player with NBA experience for the Serbian Montenegro team. He's 1 for 1.
Tall Blacks need to settle down and just chip away at the score. There's plenty of time left in the game. Just chip away, get some easy baskets inside, and then it'll open up the outside, and then our 3s or 4.
Okay, Aaron Olsen back in the game now. He'll be bringing it up. And here is that, well, full almost three-quarter court pressure there from the Serbia Montenegro team. And we're working inside. Miles Pierce puts one up. Nothing happening. And Serbia Montenegro will not save it, and it will be Tall Blacks ball.
We just can't make a basket. I think we've missed our last 3 down the court. We've just got to stick with it and stick with the game plan.
Yeah, I think Tab should be calling a timeout soon and sort of re-rally the troops and sort of get back to the game plan. Oh, Mr. Jones, once again, he is just hot tonight. Mr. Jones is doing it right now for the Tall Blacks. He is the man to get the ball to. Him and PC, I'll tell you, got to keep it in their hands if they want to stay in this game. Here comes Serbia Montenegro now. Will they yet again launch another three-pointer to silence the Tall Blacks? We'll see what happens. Yep, here it comes from way outside, and that's not going to drop. And yeah, Miles Pierce with the rebound. That's good to see. Aaron Olsen now shuffles it up to Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones at the top of the key. He's going to get it back over to Olsen. Olsen running into some trouble there, and well, the Tall Blacks will maintain possession here.
Oh, I think she thought there was a foul there on number 11 on the big fella that they actually called.
Drobnjak, yep. I think he's got 2. So that might be his 3rd. All right, Dylan Boucher now inbounding to Miles Pierce over to Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, he'll get that one picked, trying to get it over to Dylan Boucher, not happening. And here comes Serbia Montenegro once again. Traveled, and yeah, he left without his luggage. He is walking.
We've got to stop the penetration. I know I'm talking about it, but look, there again, he's looking to penetrate, and when they penetrate, there's danger.
Absolutely. And we've got a foul inside.
Phil Jones.
Phil Jones with a push.
Looks like we have 16 turnovers, and Serbia Montenegro have 8.
Yeah, that's no good. You can't be doubling your opponent's in turnovers. There's no two ways about that. All right, here comes Serbia Montenegro now, down once again. Julinik with the ball. And they are just battling down there in the paint. Bodies are flying everywhere. And Drobnjak will put up a 10-footer, no good. And they will get an offensive rebound. And that's going to hurt the Tall Blacks down the line here, because every time that happens, Serbia Montenegro will get a fresh 24. Now here's a steal. Here comes Jones. Jones running to Olsen. Nice pass. Beautiful stuff inside to Rampton. Will finish it off for the Tall Blacks.
And Dylan Boucher, he started that again. He got a hand to the ball to get the steal to create that fast break layup.
Yep, Dylan Boucher's always touching the ball. He's always got a hand in something. You played against him and you hate it. He's a tough D-man. There's no two ways about it. And here comes Serbia Montenegro again, number 14, driving to the line. Nothing happening. And yeah, here we go once again. Homick with the rebound. And here comes Aaron Olsen. He's got some room, puts up a 3. That's going to be a little bit short. Yeah, love it. Love to see the offensive rebound. And look at the ball movement. Oh, too bad. Good ball movement. They're starting to get into a bit of a groove here.
Yeah, but I mean, those kind of passes, we can't afford to make those kind of passes, especially against a team like Serbia and Montenegro, because you'll get punished.
Do you think they should slow things down and just go with the set plays, or do you think they should just? I think when they run the heckle-jekyll offense, they only get one, possibly two looks at it, and that's it. You know, they've got to get better shots, better percentage shots, and more of them.
Yeah, we've had good looks. It's just the Serbia Montenegro side of. I don't think they've missed a shot in the second half from the three-pointer. They may have missed one or two threes. The thing is they're getting the penetration. What's happening is the other guys are having to come across and help, and then they're kicking it back for the open shooter from the outside, and we just can't afford to leave them open because they're all great shooters.
Absolutely, and that is why they are the #1 team on the planet right now. And well, you know what? I'm looking forward to see this Kosta Perovic coming in shortly. I would assume for this Serbian Montenegro team. Once again, he is 2.16 meters tall. He is 18 years old, and he is a basketball prodigy. If you see anybody in the first couple rows with a trench coat on and a notebook out, it's probably an NBA scout who's going to be searching him down when he hits the floor.
I tell you, yeah. Here it is, Phil Jones, shoving up to Aaron. Nice little pass inside the ramps.
Nice
finish
dish.
off.
Good stuff. Okay, here we go. Serbia Montenegro with the ball once again. These guys are just three-point specialists. You can't leave them alone outside the arc. Any one of them could put it down for them. Stojankovic now with the ball. Pumps it back to Rakitovic. Back to Stojankovic. And he's going to drive. Nice pick by Winnie Tana. Winnie Tana with the ball. What's going to happen here?
The defense, it's a foul on the defense. Great work from Polder there. A lot better defense then. They picked it up a little bit more.
Yep, tight stuff. And wouldn't you know it, I believe that's another foul on Mr. 3 points. Ketchman will take a seat now for Serbia Montenegro. Here are the Tall Blacks. Miles Pierce. Pops it to Winnie Tana. Winnie Tana in the paint. Oh, what a beautiful move. Acrobatic in the air. Winnie Tana, what you think of that, Brendan?
Tough basket by Polder, but we know Polder is an athlete and is a good finish.
Good stuff. All right, here's Stojankovic now. The three-point specialist for Serbia and Montenegro. They've just got good ball movement outside on the perimeter. Good stuff to see. And there he is once again. He's going to pop up another one, and that's going to be an absolute brick, but somebody's going to be there for the rebound. Big number 5, and that is Kotorovic, and he sets one down. All right, now Phil Jones will pop it inside, and it looks like we might have a foul because Rampton hit the floor pretty hard there.
Good job by Tony there. He posted him up and got his body on him, and the Dejan Kotorovic had to foul him. It was good body position. Look at this. Yep, he grabs his arm and pulls him down. It was a good job by Tony.
Good stuff. Looks like Tony's filled out a bit over the last couple of years, huh? It looks like he has a bit more upper body to him.
Plenty of those Australian barbecues, mate.
Absolutely. All right, Aaron Olsen to inbound now for the Tall Blacks. So Mr. Jones puts it up. Oh, just outside. Here we go now. Running it up quickly. Look at this behind the pass. Oh, what a pretty play. You really can't take that away from the Serbians, but they miss, and Jones will scoop up that rebound. Aaron Olsen now bringing it down the other side of the court. He's going to go all the way. He's got a little partially rejected, and looks like he stepped out of bounds there. Number 5, Kuderic, and well, it looks like it's New Zealand's ball.
Serbia and Montenegro look very relaxed. They're throwing the ball around a little bit. It's, you know, it could be dangerous for the Tall Black side.
Yep, there's one thing that they have is excellent outside perimeter ball movement, Serbia and Montenegro. They seem to find the cracks inside. Look at Mr. Jones go. And who's there? Oh, Rinser's almost there for the putback. No go. But look at Jones. Nice work. Almost got himself a pick.
We need Phil to finish off those baskets. It was a nice drive. We need him to finish it off. Scores 68-46 to Serbia and Montenegro. 2:26 to go in the third.
All right, here we go now. Serbia and Montenegro with the ball. Robnjov, the big bearded one, out there at the top of the key. And wow, another air ball from the Serbia Montenegrins from three-point land, and that doesn't look like that should happen. And well, that's more to the point. I believe that was number 7, Rakitovic, popped that one down from way downtown. Here come the Tall Blacks now. Phil Jones with the ball. Popping it over to the left side of the perimeter now. Back to Jones. Jones is going to swing it back inside, about a little 10-footer. Nice stuff, nice stuff. What do you say?
That was a nice basket. It was a screen and roll, and Tony rolled to the corner and made the easy 2 points. That's a good basket.
Absolutely. Well, New Zealand could be crawling back into this one. Here we go now. Stojankovic, the three-pointer. He's going to roll it back out, and look, nobody is on him right there. They got to have somebody out there on those people, in their faces. Winnie Tanner on the run here for the Tall Blacks, going coast to coast. Oh, a little too much on it, and it's going to go Serbia Montenegro's way.
We have to finish the basket. It was a great drive by Polder, but we have to finish the basket. We can't let easy baskets like that. Last time down the court, Pajan Stojankovic wide open from the three-point line. We can't afford to do that.
Yep, not against this team. Absolutely not, because if it's not Mr. Stojankovic out there with the ball, it's Rakitovic, or it's one of these three-point gurus that they have out there. They got so many. They just have an arsenal on this team, don't they?
Oh, they're unbelievable.
All right, here we go. Serbia Montenegro now, working it in. And, whoa, somebody grabbing a jersey there. I believe Tony Rampton, welcoming committee for Drobniak.
It was a great steal from Katurovic. I saw Katurovic play last year at the World Championships. He's tough. Big man. He's a 7-foot man, and he just got good body position on Tony and sealed him, and Tony couldn't do anything about it, so he just had to grab his arm.
And that was a smart play from Tony at the end of the day, because I believe he only has one foul now, so not going to let him get off easy here anyway at the end of the day. So there's 1 from 1.
It's Katurovic's 12th point.
Yep. And these guys should be pretty much automatic from the foul line. And that'll be 2 from him. Now here come the Tall Blacks. They are harassed. Aaron Olsen is harassed, and looks like Dylan Boucher is going to have to bring it up quickly now. And they do. Number 12, Miles Pierce is into the game now. Is that Homick? Check that. Is that Homick? Homick. All right. Dylan Boucher now, top of the key. Pops it over to Aaron Olsen. Aaron Olsen driving the lane, pops it over. Nice pass inside to Rampton. Rampton is rejected.
Tony should have actually taken the first shot there rather than faking, and that's where they come across and blocked his shot.
Yep.
It was a great pass from Aaron. He should have gone straight up and dunked
right
that.
There, absolutely. And here they come once again. This machine of a basketball team, where basically in their country, basketball is like a religion. And as you can see the way they play, they go every Sunday. Here we have it now. Good work inside. Oh, nice. Tony Rampton ripping down a rebound. That's what we need to see. More of that. Winnie Tanner now with the ball. Left side of the key. Out to Boucher. Dylan now. He is just harassed. Wow, that was a pretty rough foul.
Yeah, I'd like to see Brendan Polyblink into the game. I don't know whether Tab's going to use him. I'd like to see him in the game, because he offensively can offer a lot for the New Zealand team. He's good off the dribble. He can shoot the three-point shot. And, yeah, I'd really like to see Tab use him maybe. I mean, I know it's nearing the end of the quarter or even the fourth quarter to bring him into the game.
And at the end of the day, it's a fresh pair of legs, isn't it?
Definitely, and it's a long tournament.
Okay, we got Dylan now at the foul line. And wow, Dylan's having a little bit of trouble here from the foul line at this game. Usually he's pretty much automatic from the charity stripe.
He is. Dylan is usually automatic from the foul line. Dylan's got 1 point.
And that is very unlike DB to do that. Well, he'll sink 1 or 2 anyway, so that's all right. All right, we got 10 seconds left here in the third quarter. Serbia and Montenegro, they are 73 and New Zealand 49. And 3 seconds left. And wow, just good defense. No, never say die attitude from Winnie Tanner.
Oh, definitely. And I mean, the score's 73-49, just going into the into the fourth quarter, and they'll look to get the shot off. Lakovic, nothing happening there. Big quarter by the Serbia and Montenegro side. They're shooting 100% from the free throw line, or no, 58% from the free throw line. They're shooting 52% from the three-point line. That's unbelievable.
That is just unbelievable. Yeah, that's just wild stuff. I mean, you don't expect those sort of percentages from a basketball team, but these guys are just schooled in the art of if you're going to be open outside the arc, you're going to put it up, and you're going to hit nothing but net.
Well, the thing about it is, Daniel, is they've had wide open looks. They've had nobody. I mean,
yeah,
guys been getting caught up on screens, so they're getting a wide open three-pointer. And I know as a three-point shooter, when you get a wide open shot like that, it's usually money.
You got to get the hand in the face. You got to get a body out there to guard him. You got to have some sort of distraction because leaving these guys open outside, as you've seen thus far in this game, is just detrimental.
I really think that one of the most important things coming into this fourth quarter, I know Tab will be talking to them because there's still games at hand. You know, we've got to consolidate what we're going to use and what we've been using from the start of the game. We've got to run the offenses. We've got to look. I really believe we need to score more inside. We're not dominating inside, which is not opening up the outside shots for our shooters, our Phil Joneses, our Aaron Olsons. And I think the important thing starting the fourth quarter is we've got to pick our defense up and really get stuck in and play the style of game that Serbia and Montenegro are playing with us. Otherwise, you know, they're gonna walk over us. And here's some highlights: 3-point shot, wide open, nobody guarding him.
There's nobody within 5 feet of the man, and you just can't leave him like that. There's Phil Jones with popping it over to Rampton. Rampton's gonna pop it out. You know, hey, we'll take it. 8-footer from Rampton.
So there's simple pick and roll, mate. Simple pick and roll.
Yep. Well, here we have it now. We're at the Abdidi Apeki Arena in Bucharest, Turkey. Or is it Istanbul? I believe we're in Istanbul. Jeez, I don't know where the heck they are over there. But at the end of the day, we got to claw ourselves back into this one. Ed Book is going to jump against number 12, Sarabic. Oh, look at this stuff. Oh, Winnie Tana all alone. Slam dunk. How do you do, Winnie Tana?
Great pass from Dylan, too. Great pass.
Nice stuff to start off the fourth quarter from the Tall Blacks. Maybe they can keep that sort of pressure on throughout the fourth quarter, make a game of it here. All right. What do we have happening here now? We get Karanovic, I believe. Yep, they'll maintain possession. Serbia and Montenegro maintaining possession. Here they go now. Don't leave these guys alone outside of the three-point arc, please. Look at Winnie Tana. He's just all over defense. And what do we got here? A turnover.
That's what I said at the start of the fourth quarter. If we pick up defensively, they'll start making the mistakes that the Tall Blacks were making because of the defensive pressure.
Good stuff, absolutely. The defensive pressure's got to be stepped up a notch. Tad Baldwin knows that, and that seems to be happening now. Okay, here we go. Paul Henare now, bringing it up for the Tall Blacks. We got Boucher in there, we got Book in there. Got a good lineup happening. PC's back into the game. That's good to see. Pero with the ball now. He's going to pop it over to Boucher, I believe. In the paint, nothing happening. Book's going to swing around with it. Book with a 12-footer. And that's not going to drop.
Kara was wide open on the three-point line on the far side. If he had just had a look to his right.
I think hesitation might be hurting the Tall Blacks a little bit. There seems to be a lot of double moves and no looks at the basket. When they had looks, they got to pull the trigger a bit more. And there's a beautiful pass. That's just a nice piece of basketball from the Serbia-Montenegro team. You can't take anything away from that sort of a play.
Oh no, it's a great play. He just turned his head for a split second and
they took advantage of it, absolutely. All right, Tall Blacks with the ball now. Dylan Boucher. He's going to run with it a little bit. And what do we have here, Brendan?
Travel. They called Dylan for a travel.
It's twice now. DB is walked.
Oh, yep. Yeah, he moved his left foot.
Yep, a little bit of a stutter step there, and they caught him for it. And Serbia-Montenegro, here they come now. Rakocevic now working it inside. Good ball movement from the Serbian-Montenegro team. Number 15 puts it up, no good. These guys are just trees inside. Look at the size of all of them. And they just keep on pounding away at the Tall Blacks. And, geez, you get 3 or 4 shots at it, you're going to sink it eventually.
Well, exactly. And offensively, they're getting all the offensive rebounds. New Zealand's not boxing out on the boards, which has given them second chance shots. And they're actually finishing off those second chance shots. And we can't afford to do that.
Right, right. And look at this Serbia-Montenegrin coach. He's out on the floor. He's yelling at one of his players. I mean, geez, you think he was down by 20 points.
That's the passion that they play the game with.
Whoa, way high off the backboard. No go for Winnie Tana. Nice stuff. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Well, that was a beautiful play by Winnie Tana.
Nice pick up by Polder. He went for the shot, came back and hustled after the rebound and then scored the basket inside. That was a nice play from Polder.
And that is a foul at Askrovic. And Piotr will be going to the line. And it's good to see him into the mix of things. He is very well into this game. Charity stripe. Got to have a higher percentage shooting if you're going to play a team like this. So there's a few things that the Tall Blacks can polish up on for the next game tomorrow night against the Italians. We'll just keep things running here and see how we go. Serbia-Montenegro now with the ball. And they're going to move it in, which is rare for them. And to get it into big number 5. Holy moly. Perovic, and he pops one down, reverse jam for him. Just a nice pass in the paint.
Yeah, we're a little bit slow. Our first step's just a little bit slow defensively, which is we're getting beaten off the dribble a little bit. So we really need to, I think defensively, we need to pick up a little bit and contain our man a lot more.
Right, absolutely. Couldn't agree with you more, Brendan. All right, Paul Henare now going to be inbounding.
Paul's sporting a new tattoo on his left arm there.
Fancy schmancy, I must say. It's looking pretty good. All right, here we go now. Tall Blacks with the ball. Winnie Tanner in the corner. Going baseline. He's going to try and make something happen. And they're going to scoop it up there. And here comes Serbia Montenegro once again. And they are just flying the ball around here. And we do have a foul, I do believe, inside. Or was that a travel?
That's a travel. I think another thing you've got to look at, the Yugoslavians, obviously they played a game yesterday, played Italy, so they've had time to settle down, and that will help, obviously, playing in the second game of the tournament. That they've had a game already, whereas it's New Zealand's first game.
Pedro Cameron with a hook shot. Oh, and he just gets thrown to the floor. Unbelievable. No call, no foul there. Wow, I've never seen PC hit the floor that hard before. These guys just keep on running. Ed Book with the rebound. And here comes Paul Henare now. Shakes and bakes. He looks like he might go coast to coast all the way. He'll draw the foul.
That's a great drive by Paul. He took it right at him. Absolutely,
that's what you got to do. At the very least, you can try and draw a foul. And that's another foul on Kutrovic.
Nice drive by Paulie Henare. Perry's got to really pull the team in now. We've got Phil Jones coming into the game, but I really think the team needs to stick together, especially down this last 6 or so minutes. So there's still a lot of the game to go, and if we can finish the game on a high note, it'll make it all the better for the next game against the Italians.
Absolutely, and good work from Winnie Tanner, who's sitting down taking a rest right now. He's a bright light here in the Tall Blacks campaign thus far. Paul Henare not shooting number 1 for the line, and he'll sink the second one, but there again, Tall Blacks from the charity stripe, they got to pick it up a notch. All right, here comes Serbia Montenegro now, 79-54, 6:52 left, and we've got a steal here. Paul Henare is going to put one up from 3, and no good. Ed Book's there to scoop up the rebound, so that's a fresh 24 for the Tall Blacks. And they're going to move it outside the perimeter now. Pedro Cameron with the ball. And Book's going to swing it into, oh, look at that. Beautiful play once again. Phil Jones with a left hand.
That's a lovely shot by Phil. It's the same move that was run in the first half for Tony Rampton, and Phil makes the easy layup.
Once again, it makes it look very easy. That guy's got to be at least 7 inches taller than Phil. 79-56 with 6:15 left to go in the game. There's Ratorovic with the ball. Nothing happening there. This could be another steal. Oh, looks like a scrum out there. Nothing happening.
That's the shot clock.
Shot clock went up. 24-second shot clock. Good stuff.
Defense has picked up a lot more in the last few minutes by New Zealand. They've managed to pick up a couple of steals here and there. I think Rampton's just coming back into the game. 79-56, 6:05 to go.
All right, Paul Henare now with the ball. PC slumbering up through the paint. I'd like to see PC get more involved here in the last quarter. And there he is with the ball now. Here he goes. Pedro just pushing bodies out of the way. He's not going to lose the ball. Slaps it out to Mr. Jones. Jones for 3. Nothing happening. And we might have a foul there.
Perry got fouled here. I can't believe the referee didn't call a foul.
Yeah, Pedro's been getting knocked around quite a bit here. And Goranovic will get his second foul.
We get a timeout here. Yeah, I was just talking before about Perry. I mean, he got fouled going to the hoop. No call. Look at the stats there. 33% for New Zealand from the three-point line, which is not too bad. The rebounds were even, 26 all. It's really important that New Zealand, like I said earlier on, New Zealand need to consolidate defensively.
Yep.
And they need to finish the game well.
Right. At the end of the day, I think if it wasn't for this three-point barrage that the Serbia and Montenegro team is putting on, and a few turnovers, the Tall Blacks would be right in this game, right in the thick of things.
Oh, definitely, and I talked about the Yugoslavians already playing a game. They've had one game under their belt, so their legs are there. I think New Zealand's legs aren't quite there yet, and you know, it's showing in the game. They're a step quicker than the New Zealanders, and New Zealand will be all the better after this game.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, use this one as a learning experience, but there have been a few bright spots for the Tall Blacks. There's no two ways about that. Winnie Tanner just put in some excellent minutes. Ed Book is forever hassling people in the paint. But on the other hand, on the flip side of that coin, I'd like to see Dylan Boucher get more involved. Pero Cameron's got to put up the rock a bit more, and we just got to have more of our big-time players with the ball in their hand in this fourth quarter.
It's rebounding, the offensive rebounding by the Serbia Montenegro. There's that play again for Phil Jones, off his left hand.
Look at that,
That was
beautiful
a nice
stuff.
finish.
Floating, just floating through the paint there. Well, here we go. Here we have it. From Istanbul, Turkey, the Tall Blacks taking on Serbia Montenegro. Serbia Montenegro at 79, New Zealand Tall Blacks at 56 with 5:45 left to go here. And look at this defense now. Talk about stepping it up a notch. Here they go. Look at this. Fantastic stuff.
That's great defense. I mean, they came out, they've managed to get the turnover. Tony Rampton, 79-56, 5:34 to go in the game.
All right, Henari's going to be inbounding now. Now we've got some moisture on the floor, and they'll be scrubbing that off momentarily. You don't have any of that on the floor, or you would just go toes up.
It's quite hot in Europe right now, so I can imagine.
It's their summertime, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a fair bit of sweat.
All right, Henare now to inbound. Here we go. Gets it off to Jones. Jones has been a formidable offensive weapon for the Tall Blacks thus far. Trying to slide it over to Pero, but we got a kickball. That was a good pick and roll move there. Pero was going to be open. He had about 3 feet around him before anybody came to him, and I think Pero would have popped that one in through the hole. Henare once again will inbound. Gets it to Jones. Jones in the corner. And he'll swing it out to the top of the key. Get it back to Henare.
Nice.
Henare to Jones. Jones for 3, and nothing happening. Who's in there to get the rebound? Pero Cameron amongst the trees. And they'll get a fresh 24. That's what more we need to see from Pero Cameron and the big boys of the Tall Blacks.
That was a good shot by Phil.
Absolutely. Look at this. Here we go now. Spinning it all around. Puts up a rainbow, and that one's not going to drop in. Another offensive rebound. This is good stuff from the Tall Blacks. Oh, excellent ball movement, but doesn't go. Well, they're definitely picking it up a notch. There's no two ways about it. The Tall Blacks are fighting to the end in this one. There's no two ways about it. And who steals the ball? Absolutely. Look at that behind the back pass from Dylan Boucher. Great stuff. A stealing behind the back. What about those skills?
Good job by Dylan. A great defensive job. I mean, that's probably his 4th or 5th steal in the game. And great pass behind the back, and the foul coming across by one of the Serbia Montenegro players.
Yes, that is Advalancic, and he will get a 5. I believe he's got 4 now. It showed on the script there. And here we go. I believe we're going to have a shooting foul here, or is it going to take it out from the side?
I think it is a shooting foul.
Yep, DB's got to sink 2 of them. From here on out, you got to sink all your foul shots. To claw back into the game. Do you think there's enough time for these guys to claw back in?
There's always enough time in the game, mate.
I love to hear that, Brendan. That's why we love you, baby. I love to hear it. And look at that. Here we go. Dylan Boucher starting to find his mojo. Some people call it continuity. We'll call it mojo. Yeah, they might look a little bit flat. I mean, it is their first game. I mean, you got to realize it's a long flight to Turkey. And, I mean, I don't want to make excuses for the Tall Blacks, but I mean, the first game, way the heck over there, they might be a little bit flat. We'll see what happens. And here they are now. Look again with this haunting defense, and it seems every time they haunt half-court pressure defense, Serbia Montenegro comes a little bit unglued. And look, here we go. Pero Cameron with a steal. We'll dish it up to Jones. Dylan Boucher will travel once again.
It's Dylan that created it.
Dylan.
It was actually Dylan that created the turnover there again with a nice steal.
He's always in the way, isn't he? I can see we would want to play against that boy. Good work from Dylan. We all know that. He's the #1 defensive player for the Tall Blacks. He will be in your face all the time. Look, there he is again. Unbelievable stuff. He just seems to be a step quicker than everybody else.
It's just the style of defense that Dylan plays. He plays that attacking defense, which all the teams should take a leaf out of Dylan's book.
Absolutely.
It's the only way to play defense as an attacking defense. And if you've got a whole team that does that, I mean, it'll cause problems for the opposition.
Absolutely wreak havoc with their game plan, won't it? And it looks like we might have...
traveling.
Well, it's going to go Tall Blacks' way. That's going to be good.
Kurovic.
Kurovic will lose it now. Okay, here we go. Henare is going to bring it up. Dylan's going to say, how do you do to Rakitovic? And, wow, this guy's playing right inside of him, and he's going to pop it over to Wow, just moving around here too quick. I can't even keep up with him. Mr. Jones with a spin move. He's going to try and dish it off to Rampton, but that's not going to work. And looks like we have a flat out. Somebody tripped. A little bit of moisture on the floor.
Paul fell over there.
There's Paul Henare behind the black. Little razzle-dazzle from him. He's just so skilled at dribbling the basketball. Any of you younger viewers out there, just watch Paul Henare with the ball. He is unbelievable. All right, Dylan Boucher now. He's going to spin around in the paint, dish it out to Mr. Jones. Phil Jones is thinking about it. He's thinking about it. He's going to drive up a little bit. A little 10-foot runner, no good. Dylan Boucher with the rebound. Get a fresh 24.
Dylan's doing great on the boards. He's getting second shots for the team. We aren't managing to make too many shots, but at least we're getting second chances.
Yep. Rented the ball, didn't look like he knew what he was doing there for a second. PC with a fadeaway. Good. Pedro Cameron with a 12-footer.
Nice basketball, Pedro. Anytime he's one-on-one in the paint, he's pretty tough to guard.
All right, here comes Serbia Montenegro now. They're going to be forcing in deep now, and there's Rakitovic. Looks like he got his head almost taken off. No foul here, though, but hey, the refs owed us one, didn't they? Here comes Paul Henare. He's going to dish it out to Mr. Jones, and that's going to be in and out. And there's PC, and Mr. Jones will get another shot at it. And what do we got here? A foul, I believe. Nope, it's still live play. Okay, live play. Inside now. Rampton backing it up. Oh, what a scoop play by Tony Rampton. You got to be kidding me. He can't be 7'2".
That was a tough shot from Tony.
Wow, good stuff from Tony Rampton on the baseline. Just incredible floating through there. It was beautiful stuff. Need to see a lot more of that from Tony. All right, here we go now. Serbia Montenegro, they are outside of the perimeter. They are just a perimeter team. And we've got ourselves a foul inside, I believe.
Foul on Tony Rampton in the paint there. That's a great move from Tony. Look at this.
This, unbelievable.
Mate, Magic Johnson would be proud of that.
Good balance, good balance.
Oh, just that last shot from Phil Jones. It must be pretty. The ball must be pretty greasy. It must be pretty hot in the stadium because he went up for the 3-point shot and the ball shot out of his hands like a piece of soap.
Yep, and I've seen Winnie Tana fall down once, and Henare took a spill, so there could be a little bit of moisture now falling down. We don't know. And Serbia Montenegro, nothing going to happen. Mr. Jones with the rebound, and here comes Phil Jones for the Tall Blacks. 81-62, 2 minutes left. And he's going to work it into Miles Pierce now in the game. Miles Pierce, Jones going baseline, pops it out to Aaron Olson, and it looks like we will have Aaron Olson to inbound. 81-62 with 1:59, just under 2 minutes left to go.
It's a good, huge learning curve for the New Zealanders. Obviously, first game of the tournament, and it's been a while since they've played such great opposition like Serbia Montenegro, and good learning curve and a good thing they'll take some of the positive things out of the game, obviously, when they meet the Italians tomorrow, which will be a very tough game.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it looks like we have a foul there, number 10 perhaps, at Levanic. And here come the Tall Blacks. Aaron Olson's going to inbound now to Paul Henare. Paulie's going to bring it up.
Lindsay Tate, I think.
Oh, you're right, check that. Lindsay Tate with the ball. And he will inbound. Tall Blacks will maintain possession here. Lindsay now, he's such a diamond in the rough. He's just a pure basketball player. He can jump, man, he's got rise. Unbelievable stuff, basketball skills. He's going to be the general, I believe, with the Tall Black team for the years to come.
Oh, definitely.
And it just doesn't seem to be bouncing the way of New Zealand here in the last quarter. We've got 1:18 left to go. And Serbia and Montenegro will maintain possession. 81-62, 1:14 left in the fourth.
New Zealand have just got to hold their heads up now. It's still early in the tournament. They've got plenty of games left, and they've just got to learn from, just maybe a little bit slower foot, and they'll be all the better for the run. And
absolutely, you got to look at the grand scope of things. I mean, they got the Aussie tournament coming up, and they got to be ready for that. This is nothing but a tune-up for that. And you're going to take your lumps along the way, especially playing the #1 team on the planet. But Olsen from outside, and that's not going to go. And it looks like we might have a foul underneath.
Just one of those games, that the shot isn't falling, and at least Aaron's still shooting the ball, and and having a go. Yeah, I mean, you can't knock them for that.
Oh, absolutely not. You know, and you can't make excuses for them, you know, but they seem a little bit flat. It is their first game. You know, they didn't have a heck of a lot of continuity in the first half. They let the three-point barrage in the first half. You notice the first half had a lot of three-pointers, and well, the second half hasn't had nearly as many. But, well, it's 86-62 with 29 seconds left in the competition. Lindsay Tate now with the ball. Gets it over to Rampton. Rampton to Pierce. At the charity stripe, Aaron Olsen's going to put it up. No good. And they're fighting to the end. Miles Pierce hits the deck.
86-62, 15 seconds to go in the game. Serbia and Montenegro look like they're going to take this game out, unless there's a barrage in the last 15 seconds.
Like there was in the first half going the other way. Well, yeah, I think it's a moral victory for the Tall Blacks here. We got 5 seconds left, and here we go, all alone. This is going to make the highlight reel. Lindsay Tate sets one down for the Tall Blacks to end the game, 86-62. And I believe that'll be it for the Tall Blacks here in Turkey. But a moral victory just the same. I mean, there's some bright spots for the Tall Blacks. They're going to, like you said, they're going to take this off as a learning experience and develop from it.
Yeah, definitely, and they'll learn from it. And Tab he'll look at the team and he'll look at the things that they did wrong and the things that they did well. I mean, you can't do anything about it. I don't think we shot the ball too well, but it's important that you know, we take the good out of it. We've got another game tomorrow.
Yep.
And we've got to look forward to that game against Italy. And you can't worry about it. This game's over now, and the players know that, and they're just going to have to step up and make the shots now in the
absolutely.
For the next game.
You can't dwell on the defeats. The only thing you can really do is learn from your mistakes and try and become better team for it. And I think they'll do that. But once again, Winnie Tana, a bright spot. Pero Cameron should have been a little bit more involved. I think they had a lot of shots that they didn't take. There was a lot of looks they didn't take.
Yeah, they were a step slower, and I mean, I look at it, they hadn't had a game. It's their first game of the tournament. I'm not giving excuses for the Tall Blacks, but I guarantee tomorrow they'll come out, they'll be a better team. I know what Tab's like. He'll go back, he'll analyse the tape, he'll look at the players and who was doing what, but they'll be a better team tomorrow morning.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, you know, it's a loss, but at the end of the day, it's not a bad loss, and I don't want to say it's a good loss, but it's just a learning loss. They're playing the Italians. They got to beat. How do you think they're going to do against Italy? Got to beat them.
I think they're going to do very well against Italy, and they're going to be a lot better. They're going to be a lot better team. That New Zealand-Italy game's tomorrow on Sky Sport. That's live at 3:30 in the morning. Huge game, and I'm looking forward to it. I know you'll be looking forward to it.
Absolutely.
We'll be here tomorrow, live tomorrow morning. That's on Sky Sport, 3:30. The new Burger King Tall Blacks versus Italy. We'll see you tomorrow. Hello and welcome to the home of hoops. We're live here in Istanbul, Turkey for live international basketball between the New Zealand Tall Blacks and Italy. Joining me in studio today is calling the game is Daniel Hennessy and former Tall Black Hayden Smythe. Now Hayden, you've played a bit of international basketball, especially against the Italian side. You've played under Tab Baldwin. tell us a little bit about what Tab will be doing for the team for the preparation for the game today.
Well, Tab and Murray and Nina have had a chance to look at the Italian team. They would have broken down the film. They'll be looking at how they can attack the team. But I think in this particular series, Tab's really going to be looking at to build momentum for the Tall Blacks. And obviously from the game yesterday, they'll be wanting to improve their defensive rotation and shooting. The triangle offence was a jump shot offence.
Yeah, now let's have a look at some of the results from the last couple of days throughout the tournament. Yeah, I mean, another thing we can sort of look at is Phil Jones. Phil Jones, he didn't shoot the ball well yesterday. It was 1 from 7 from the three-point line. He's going to have to step up, Daniel.
Yeah, Phil Jones can't be shooting 1 from 7 from the three-point line. That's a woeful 14% from beyond the three-point arc. Pero Cameron's got to step up. I mean, the high scorer of yesterday's game for the Tall Blacks was Tony Rampton. And, you know, that was with 14 points. Tony had a very good game. He seems to have gained a lot of upper body strength. The time that he's had in Europe, I think, has treated him very well. Tony Rampton is becoming a very good all-around basketball player. And another bright light is Winnie Tana. He just played out of his head yesterday.
Okay, let's look at some of the results from the last couple of days. Russia, they beat Turkey 75-66. Turkey also beat Latvia 86-70. Serbia, Montenegro 82-74 against the Italians. It was a very close game. And of course, yesterday's game, Serbia, Montenegro 86-64. Now, Yugoslavia, they wrap up the pool now. They top Pool B. We're still waiting for the result between Russia and Latvia to find out who will take the top at the of Section B, the New Zealand section. So it looks like it's going to be a very tough games and obviously very important game for New Zealand today.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, I mean, they scored. Serbia and Montenegro scored 13 three-pointers yesterday. Okay, that's amazing. 52% from the beyond the three-point line. You know, with Phil Jones not shooting so well, with Pero not producing, there's just a few little contingents I think Tab Baldwin has to work with, and I'm sure he has analyzed the film, but like Hayden said, and I think we're going to see a different Tall Blacks team coming out here to play Italy right now.
Yeah, let's have a look at the Italian starting 5 for the team against the Tall Blacks today. Gianluca Basili, now he's scored 9 points in the game yesterday. Dennis Macanato, he scored 2 points. Alexander DePaul, he scored 8 points the other day. Another player there, Massimo Balleri, he's probably their top player. He had 20 points yesterday. Roberto Chiasek will top off the starting 5 for Italy. And the New Zealand starting 5. The big man in the middle, Pero Cameron. Dylan Boucher, the human pinball machine, our defensive specialist. Phil Jones, the three-point bomber. We really need Phil to step up today. Ed Book in the middle, and Paul Hanari, who'll be leading from the front at point guard. Now, Paul Hanari, he's an important player to the team. Obviously, Mark Sparky Dickel not there. How important is Paul going to be for today's game?
Paul's vital. He's the point guard. He's going to be running the team, and coming off the back of a loss, he's going to have to make sure the guys are firing and the offense is running smoothly, and Tab will be looking for that from him.
We talked a little bit about Tony Rampton yesterday. He scored 13 points. How important is he for the rebounding on the boards today?
Well, yeah, he's our big man in the middle. He controls the middle, and rebounding is vital. Rebounding really is a key in an international game.
Miles Pearce, another player that we really need to look at. He needs to step up. Miles, he had a quiet game yesterday. He's probably one of our bigger players. Daniel, how much of an impact is Miles going to be today?
Well, Miles Pearce got 10.5 minutes yesterday in yesterday's game, and he played well, but he's got to produce. And I think I don't want to keep banging the nail on the head, but Tall Blacks yesterday, they seemed to have some looks and didn't take them. You know, Tony Rampton had a couple double pumps. Dylan was out all by himself a couple times. We've got to penetrate in the zone, and basically this Marcantano here that the Italians have, he is supposed to be the immovable object in the paint. Now I just can't wait till he meets Pero Cameron in the irresistible force. Really looking forward to this game tonight. They've got to win to get into the semifinals.
Yeah, they do, Daniel. Hayden, you've played over in Europe. You've played against this Italian side. What style of basketball should we expect today from the Italians?
Yeah, I think you expect quite an up-tempo pace from the Italians. From memory, they enjoy the up-tempo game. You'll see a lot of inside-out. They've obviously got a man mountain in the middle there who they'll want to take advantage of. I think it's important also that the bench producers for the Tall Blacks, a trademark of their game in the last couple of years. Hopefully that'll come through as well.
Well, we can see some pictures come through now. The Tab Baldwin obviously talking to the team as they prepare for their game. Paul Hanari sporting a new tattoo on his shoulder there. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a very exciting game today, Daniel.
I'm very much looking forward to it. Tall Black fans, strap yourselves in. Let's get ready to rumble. We are in Turkey here. Got to win this game against the Italians to make it to the semifinals here. And there you have it, the haka. The psychological mind blower that the Tall Blacks impose. Look at Pero.
We know how important that haka is, Hayden. You've led it. How important is that haka before a game?
It's a vital part of the New Zealand game. It gets everybody thinking about the game on the same page and really creates a scene for a great game.
All right, here we go. We are going to start it right off at the bat, and Ed Book wins the tap. And here comes Paul Hanare for the Tall Blacks. Tall Blacks wearing black tonight, which is a good thing, I think. Now Pero is going to work it into Dylan Boucher, and that's going to be Tall Blacks' ball. It's good to see that nobody's injured. Everybody seems to be running on full throttle here, Brendan.
Yeah, no, it is good to see, and it's important that we start the game off strongly.
All right, Hanare now. What a pass inside. Oh, in and out. That would have been a beautiful play. Now here comes Pellegre for the Italians. And they're going to pop one up at three-point land. Nothing happening there. Mr. Jones with the rebound. Phil Jones ripping one down. Gets it up to Hanare. The Tall Blacks are running early. It's good to see. All right, Pero Cameron outside. Pops it over to Boucher. Boucher goes baseline. Dishes it off. And Renton's not going to have it happen, so he'll get another rebound. And a fresh 24 for the Tall Blacks. Here is Phil Jones, gets it to Renton. Nice play, beautiful play by Phil Jones.
That's the kind of baskets that we need. It's you know, Phil Jones penetrating from the top, dropping off to Tony Renton to score the easy 2 points.
Yeah, good stuff. Now here's the Italians trying to answer back. Nothing happening, but there he is, the big man, Marcatano in the middle. And I do believe Dylan might have drawn a foul there.
Yeah, a good start for the Tall Blacks. Moving the ball around, getting set in their triangle offense.
Check that, Tony Rampton with his first foul on Marcatano.
Hayden, you've played international basketball. You know how important it's defensively, you know, and how much tougher it is defensively playing internationally.
Yep, yeah, absolutely. You've got to mark everybody. There's a forward popping out for a three-point shot.
Yeah, once again, Dylan Boucher is everywhere early here for the Tall Blacks. And Tall Blacks will get possession here, and they're going to bring it on down. Here comes the little general, Hanare now. And, well, Paul Hanare, he could basically, I think he could dribble a basketball inside the shower and not get wet. He's just a talent with the ball. Any of you younger viewers out there, watch him. Here's PC for three. That's good! Pero Cameron lighting it up early for the Tall Blacks.
That's what we need from Pero early.
Here we go now. Italy has yet to score in this first period. 5-0, the Tall Blacks. And there he is, the big man inside, number 14, Shiatchik.
Well, they're definitely going to have to look at that, and that was too easy, really.
All right, here we go now. Hanare is going to bring it up. Pop it over to Pero. Into Boucher. Boucher now is going to go baseline again. Spin move. Pops it back out to Pero. Oh, this is beautiful ball moving early from the Tall Blacks. Much better than what we've seen yesterday, Brendan.
You know, they have started the game very well. The defense has been great. I think the most important thing is we're going inside early, and that's, if we go inside, it makes the defense collapse so that we can kick the ball out and get the open three-pointer shots or outside shots.
And that is another turnover. So I think Italy here early has about 3 turnovers, and I've yet to remember that the Tall Blacks have even having one. Here's Pero going to put it up from downtown once again. That's going to be short. It's going to bounce on inside, and another offensive rebound for Dylan Boucher. He is just everywhere early. We need a big game from him today. All right, here we go. Phil Jones wants to get on the score sheet. Nothing happening yet. Good look, though. Good look from Jones. And Shiatchik will pull down that rebound for the Italians, and here they come. It's early days here in Turkey, so there's going to be a lot of momentum swings, but right now it looks pretty good for the Tall Blacks, swinging their way. Tight defense. And here we go. Number 11 popping it up, 24-second clock. I do believe expired there. So good D. Good D there from the Tall Blacks, no two ways about it. All right, here we go now. Hernare running fast, streaming on through the zone. Perro's got the ball now. He's going to see what happens. Dylan Boucher at the beginning. And there we go. Reagan's going to pop one in there. Tony Rampton get on the score sheet early.
Scores a 7-2 to New Zealand, 6:33 to play in the game.
The Italians seem to be starting off slow here, Brendan. I mean, geez, they only lost by 8 points to that Serbia-Montenegro team. And it's looking good for the Tall Blacks. And that was a good piece of basketball there. And he will also draw the foul. The big Italian.
Yeah, I'm going to assign for the Tall Blacks. It's a big fellow with a couple of easy hoops inside. Nice move, drop step.
Don't you think, Hayden, from yesterday's game, they've gone inside early, and you know it, if you get the ball inside early, it opens up the outside for the guards, and it creates a lot more havoc for the defense on the other end.
Yeah, absolutely. Attacking the hoop is what really basketball's all about, and if the Tall Blacks can continue that, it will put them in good stead for the rest of the game.
All right, here we go now. Tall Blacks up 7-5 with 6:03 left in the first quarter. And here come the Italians. Here's Phil Jones putting one up from outside. He's going to find his mojo, we're going to call it, Brendan. They need to find their mojo, and it's looking pretty good thus far. Good defense.
Well, Phil's a pure jump shooter, and probably getting rid of some of those jet lag legs. He'll be looking to put a few in today for sure.
Oh, now there's a nice shot right there by the Italians. So it's all evened up here, early days in Turkey. Tall Blacks have got to win this game to make it to the semifinals in this tournament. Perro, nice pass. There he is. Look at that. Hernare, nothing happening. Somebody stepped on the inbounds line. It's going to go Italy's way here.
The Tall Blacks, they run that triangle offense where Perry come up from the opposite side and look to throw the backdoor pass. It's usually open a lot of time, and Paul Hernare was just unlucky not to make the basket.
All right, here we go. Here come the Italians now, looking to answer back. And it's very tight defense, very tight defense. Oh, that looks like a foul in there. Running pick or something.
Well, Ed Brook collected the big fella in the back, and
Perry's fired up. He's getting the boys going today. He knows how important this game is.
Yeah, very important game for the Tall Blacks. No two ways about it. And we got number 11, David Lama, taking a rest here for the Italians. Belisi now, top of the key. Hunting defense from the Tall Blacks. They're right up on them, as opposed to yesterday when they weren't. There was a lot of open space around the Serbia and Montenegro players. Here we go now, running fast. Dylan Boucher screaming it all the way down, and it looks like we might have a foul there on the play. Number 5, Bastili, the guard. He's got a lot of international experience, played in Europe, and he's been on a few championship teams. Never quite had a look in the NBA, but still the same Hayden. He's got a lot of experience.
yeah, absolutely. A lot of all these players will be close to the NBA or thereabouts.
All right, here we go now. PC's got the ball, swings it over to Jones. Phil Jones has got to light it up a bit, I think. He's got to warm up his shot. Tayro Cameron, patented spin move, nothing happening.
No, you can absolutely see Perro in the post there. He couldn't really get a lot of movement there with Moncanato, just really pushing him out of the paint. So it'd be interesting to see how that progresses through the game.
Yeah, Moncanato and Cameron, that's going to be one heck of a matchup all game long. All right, PC with the ball now. Gets it into Boucher. Boucher's going to swing. Get it back out to Ed Book for 3. Why not? Ed didn't set it down, but he got a good look at it. Well, Ed set one down last night, and he's not afraid to throw that 3, Brendan.
You know, Ed can shoot the 3, but we'd rather have Ed in the paint trying to get baskets inside than looking for his 3-point shot. although he was wide open.
That's what I like to see. 3 Tall Blacks under the hoop, ready to collect a basket. 1 Italian player anywhere to be seen. All right, here we go now. Jones with the ball, top of the key, gets her up the payroll. Here's deciding where to put it. Nice pass, beautiful stuff. Dylan Boucher, PC to Dylan Boucher. Nice move.
That was their backdoor play I talked about before, but instead of giving the ball to the guy coming to the keyhole, they threw the ball over the top and got an easy 2 points.
That actually did work well for him yesterday a few times. I'm surprised they didn't go back to that, Brendan.
Yeah. Kerr and Dylan have probably done that 1,000 times in their career in the Full Blacks and in the NBL. It's
yeah. Those two could do it blindfolded. You know, they play in the NBL together. They would be playing on the Breakers together and Tall Blacks together. I mean, I think Piero calls up Dylan and asks him what shirt to wear. You know, they know one another so well. And Phil Jones will be taking a seat here. Now, Phil Jones put in 29 minutes in last night's game, the most minutes of any Tall Black. So that's a well-deserved rest. Here's Vasili now, the guard for Italy. And Italy is a pretty good foul shooting team skill-wise. They're good from the charity stripe. And Vasili will sink both of those. And Book will inbound to Henare. And here comes Pauly. Haunted on defense a little bit now. Back and forth. Aaron Olsen into the game now for the Tall Blacks. And Pauly Blake is into the game. Good to see. He might be feeling better. Let's get some production out of him. What is through the paint? Nothing happening. And looks like we're going to have a foul underneath.
Yeah, Moncanato, sorry, is really causing us a little bit of trouble in the paint here. He's big, he's physical, and he's really clogging up that middle of the paint, Brendan.
Yeah, he's a big man. You look at the size of him. I don't know how tall he is. I think he may be close to 7 foot, and we haven't really got anyone except for Ed Book out there that can guard him. But with guys like that, you've just got to box guys like that out, or just hustle them on the boards and just keep them working, get them up and down the court, get them tired, and then he'll be prone to get some fouls. He's already got 8 points. He's a guy that we need to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, Brendan, if they keep banging him under the boards like that, he's going to feel it at the end of the game. He's definitely going to lose a step. All right, here we go now. Olsen into Pauly Blake. Back to Olsen, top of the key. Aaron Olsen's going to put one up. Yeah, nice stuff from Aaron Olsen early. Once again, comes into the game and makes his presence felt here in Turkey. Aaron Olsen holding nothing back.
Absolutely, the game's all tied up with just under 3 minutes to go.
There we go now, the Italians for the charity stripe. Nice shot, nothing but net.
That was a tough shot there. Aaron played good defense. He was fading away, a real tough shot to make.
Alex Rigetti, very nice shot, good work. All right, here we go now. Tall Blacks for the ball. They're going to work it into Book and try and pop it into Miles Pierce also to the game now. So everybody in the starting 5 sort of rotating. It looks like Tab might be rotating, a high rotation this game as opposed to last night's game.
I think Miles Pierce needs to get involved early. He needs to get inside. He needs to suck a few fouls on the big guys in there, and you know, then we can work a little bit more later on the game when they get in foul trouble.
It should be good to see a bit of high-low action with the 2 forwards working in tandem. One, as you saw before, the Ed Book at the high post, trying to pass it down to Miles Pierce on the low block. So we can get some more of that action, I think.
This kid Pauly Blake, I mean, we know what he can do off the dribble. He done it in the NBL. He just did it just there, sucking fouls on people. That's probably one of his strengths, is being able to take the man off the dribble and you know, and score, and he can do a lot of different things.
And we got a foul there on number 10, Alex Rigetti. And that'll be a second foul. And he's complaining. He's unhappy about that. I mean, it was only a flying body block.
You know, Daniel, basketball players never committed a foul in the fight.
Never. All right, Tall Blacks, a good ball movement now. Olsen just swinging it around into Book. And that's going to get stolen. Ed might have had a different option for that play. And here they come, the Italians from the charity stripe. Nothing happening. Good rebound, Pauly Blake. Underneath, swings it out to Olsen. Olsen now shifts it back over to Pauly Blake. Is that Phil Jones popping one up? No good.
And interesting, we've got Aaron Olsen running the point for the Tall Blacks on the course at the moment. Maybe a position we may see him working on with the breakers a bit later on this year as well.
Right, right. All right, here we go now. We got Paulie Blank. To Jones. Ed Book's going to put one up from downtown. Yes, Ed Book lighting it up. Good stuff early from Ed Book. He's not afraid to throw that, is he, Brendan?
No, he's not, and he can shoot the three-pointer very well. And once he gets rolling, but I still would like to see Ed score a little bit more inside the paint.
Right, absolutely. Book now on defense. Yeah, there's a three-pointer for the Italians. Nothing happening there. And once again, there's two Tall Blacks underneath fighting for the ball. Not an Italian in sight.
Yeah, they're not really contesting the offensive rebounds at this stage.
Ah, there we go. That's more like it. Phil Jones, long-range missile. And it looks like the Italians might take a timeout here.
Yeah, the shooting of the New Zealand team's picked up a lot after yesterday's game. Phil Jones just starting to find his range now. He missed his first couple. He just nailed one there. Ed Book's nailed one. Pero's nailed a couple, which is, it's good to see now that they've found their legs a little bit, and it bodes well for the rest of the game.
They're definitely just a stronger team than we saw last night. I mean, they're just stronger. They're up tighter on defense, and Olsen coming into the game and just ripping one down. I mean, he shows no fear, does he?
Yeah, it's especially after yesterday's game, and we talked about yesterday's game, how, you know, the Yugoslavians had a game under their belt. Now New Zealand have got a game under their belt, and you know what it's like, Hayden. You've played internationally. You know, that first game's always a tough one, especially after a long plane trip.
Absolutely, after about 34 hours in a plane, it's good to get a game at least under your belt. Yeah, you'll just see the cohesiveness of the team a lot better. You'll see Phil hitting his shots. You know, they're shooting over 50%, which is a lot better than their game yesterday when they were shot only 38% for the game. And the shooting really was the difference in that game against Yugoslavia yesterday. So there we see Ed Book lining one up.
Big Ed Book from outside. Bet you Italy didn't expect that. All right, here we go. Here's Italy now. Italy at 14, New Zealand at 18, with just 1 minute left in the first quarter. Good things early from the Tall Blacks. And the Italians going to knock one down from the corner. That's number 12, Massimo Valeri. All right, Ed Book now with the ball for the Tall Blacks. He's going to work himself into the paint. Good work from Ed. Nice stuff. He is a workhorse for the Tall Blacks. Ed Book, I'll say it again. I said it last night. I think he's the most underrated Tall Black player on the team right now.
It's good to see, like Brendan was saying, we need some points in the paint, and if we can get Ed with a couple more of those, it'll bode well for the rest of the game.
Three-pointer for Italy, no good. Jones now with the ball, 21 seconds left, so they will be playing for the last shot here in the first quarter. Jones knows this. He'll take his time and let the clock run down a little bit. All right, 6 seconds left to go. He's got to make something happen here. Ed Book from downtown, nothing happening. And I think, I don't know, with 15 seconds left, they had a very good first quarter, but I think with 15 seconds left, Brendan, they could have worked a better play there.
Yeah, well, and you look at it, Aaron Olsen, he's a two-guard. He was the point guard there, probably not used to being in that situation when it comes down to the end of the quarter, where the point guard would usually grab the ball and take control of it and put people in position. It's just a position that he's not accustomed to. And you know, Hayden, you've played the two-guard and you've played the one-guard, and you've got to admire the one-guards because they've got a lot of thinking to do as a player on the court.
In a situation like that, Brendan, that's where they're missing Sparky Dickel mark in there. In that particular play, he would have broken that down. He would have gone to the hoop. There wouldn't have been an Italian that would have been able to keep up with him, and he would have dished or taken the ball right to the hoop himself. So
your point guard, I mean, he's your general. He's the coach's probably most important player because he's the man out there calling all the instructions. New Zealand now up 20-17 after the first period. A lot better start than yesterday, Daniel.
Absolutely, absolutely. Head and shoulders above the performance that we had yesterday. And I just think the way that they're spreading around the scoring right now is very good. The scoring is all over the board. Everybody's getting on the score sheet, and that's, you know, somebody eventually throughout the game will emerge as a top point scorer. But it's just good early spread. You know, Ed Book's knocking him down from outside. Aaron Olsen, Phil Jones, looks like he's finding his groove, and it seems like it's all going right for the Tall Blacks But like you said, it's a game of 4 quarters, isn't it?
Oh, definitely. And we know how important that is to play 4 quarters of basketball. We can't just play 1 quarter. New Zealand are shooting the ball a lot better than they did yesterday. And I look at Aaron Olsen. Aaron Olsen stepped into the game once again. He's made a 3-pointer. As soon as he steps on the court, he's playing great basketball.
Yeah, the second he steps on the court, Lindsey Tate as well. Looking forward to having him come into the game. Want to see Lindsey come in. Want to see Homick get a little bit more work. Want to see Rampton get into it. Miles Pierce, another tall black that's been relatively quiet.
Yeah, absolutely. Production off the bench, I think, is going to be vital, especially down into the 3rd and 4th quarters when you know, the likes of Phil and Aaron, they'll be known that they're going to take the shots, and they'll be marked very tightly by the Italians.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. With a tip-off now for the 2nd quarter. But yeah, just commenting on that point there, Hayden, you're absolutely right. 2 things that coaches do love are points off the bench and points off turnovers. They can swing a game. All right, here come the Italians now. Pellegre with it. Going to try and work it inside. They're only down by 3, so it's still anybody's game, but a strong showing from the Tall Blacks in the 1st period. Number 6 puts up a brick. Nothing happening.
Yeah, he
Galanda. Wow.
He's supposed to be 2 feet to the left.
The Italians are trying to run similar to what the Yugoslavians run. They're trying to run that screen off the baseline to get their shooters free. I think they're shooting probably 1 for 8 from the 3-point line, so it's been pretty good defense from the Tall Blacks.
Yeah, well, they would have scouted that in the videotapes. They've had a game to look at the Italians, like we said. So.
All right, Winnie Turner now with the ball gets over to PC. PC's going to get it out to Ed Book, and it looks like we might have a foul there. Keep the fouls coming, I say. Keep these Italians in foul trouble, and keep them on the back foot. Hey, Brendan.
Oh, definitely. I mean, look at that. Ed taking him off the dribble. He caused the foul. It's important that Ed does that, you know, just to change his game up a little bit.
Big Dennis Macanato. He's definitely making his presence felt here early on. I would say he's probably one of the more outstanding Italian players right now. He's all over the court. He's a big fella, and yeah, he's the only one that's really truly impressed me with this Italian squad so far. This man with the ball now, Seglare. He's got all this experience, but I just don't see him doing much. It's not bouncing for the Italians, and that's all good here. And here comes Phil Jones. Phil Jones is going to go coast to coast, and it's not going to happen. He's got to make that happen. He's got to clear that ball all the way through until it bounces off the wood. All right, the Italians now. They're going to work it around the outside of the perimeter. Pellegre. He is just absolutely haunted on defense by Jones.
Yep, Phil commits the foul. It would have been a bit disappointing just leaving that last shot just a little short.
Yeah, Aaron Olsen picking up that foul. I mean, it could have been either one, really. But just tenacious defense from the Tall Blacks, and that is, you got to have that. You got to have that all 4 quarters. And so far, the 2nd quarter here, they're keeping it up. Italy 17, New Zealand 20, with 8:50 left to go until halftime. And the Italians are trying to find the hole here, and it's not bouncing for them.
3 seconds, I think.
Yep, 3-second violation. That's going to be another turnover.
The Italians camping in the lane too long. If you're in there longer than 3 seconds, you'll be called for a violation. So.
Alestro De Pool is called for that one.
Good defense by PC as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, here we go now. Book trying to work it around. And Mr. Jones, Phil Jones from outside, pops one down. And he is starting to warm up. That's good stuff.
The Tall Blacks are running sets when they come down. If you notice, they're running some high post rubs and trying to get their shooters free.
All right, here come the Italians now. And look at Ed Book, just big banging bodies inside the paint there. Ed Book not giving up an inch. And it's in and out for the Italians, and here comes Phil Jones. It's going all Tall Blacks' way right now. Pharaoh Cameron picks up a loose one. And they're just all over him. What a nice pass to Aaron Olsen. Oh, beautiful stuff.
That's probably one of Pero's biggest strengths when he gets the ball in the post is he can pass the ball. You saw right there, he gets the ball in the post, just drops a little wee rugby pass. I'm going to call him a halfback there, actually. Nice little halfback pass.
Yeah, well, Pero proved in Indianapolis, and it was well recognised. He was easily one of the best passers in the world in the big game. You know, he was picked on that top 5 All-Star team, and it was noted that his skills were well, he had the all-round game.
And he can feel it. Once he's double teamed, he can feel it, and he can dish it off to somebody. So when he draws the extra player, he knows that somebody on the court's going to be open. Aaron Olson now at the foul line. And he is not going to make that one. From the charity stripe, the woes continue for the Tall Blacks, but overall I'd say that's the only thing they have to worry about thus far. Here come the Italians now, working it around. Finally some good ball movement from the Italians. Aaron Olson and Pedro Cameron on good defense there. Puts up a three-pointer from downtown, and that's going to be good.
I think Paul to Winnington got caught out there trying to come up too high, and they threw the ball down to the corner and scored the three-pointer. He's just got to be careful of that. They're playing a 1-3-1 zone.
All right, Winnington now, top of the key.
Oh.
He's thinking about it. Aaron Olson puts one up from downtown. Nothing happening. Bodies flying all over the place. And here come the Italians now.
Yeah, Winnington missed Perry there, posting up strong in the low post.
Bulgari with the ball now for the Italians. He's going to pop one up from outside, and that's not going to be there. Winnington with the rebound. And they're just boxing the guys out. I don't believe Italy's had too many offensive rebounds at all, Brendan. Eh? The Tall Blacks have just taken over that stat totally.
And they're not shooting the ball that well either.
All right, Phil Jones with the ball now, trying to work it baseline. He's got trouble. And he drew the foul.
Phil Jones is a tough player one-on-one. Once he gets rolled, and he likes to fade off that left hand, and he obviously caught number 13.
Number 13, Michael Meehan.
Well, you know, playing against Phil Brennan, he's got that one step to the right or to the left and can rise up on you and hit that jump shot.
Well, how many times have you had it on us, Hayden? We both had to guard the guy.
Just once on me, Brennan.
Oh, shall we roll those tapes, gentlemen? Phil Jones. Yeah, the free throw shooting woes continue for the Tall Blacks. They got to pick that up. But every other facet of play, Brendan, has just been taken up a notch from last night's game.
Oh, definitely, and it had to. It had to be stepped up. You know, it's an important game, and we have to win.
All right, Michael Meehan with the ball now. Italy 20, New Zealand 26, with 6:26 left to go till halftime. Salagre brings it over, top of the key now, trying to work inside.
Actually, Miles, if you saw there, Miles Pest did a good job keeping the man out of the paint.
And Michael Meehan will knock down a three-pointer there for Italy. And here comes Paulie Hanare now. Pops over to Peiro. Nice inside, beautiful move. Paulie Plank, nothing happening. And it's going to be a jump ball. He just has he will never die. Until the whistle blows, Paulie Blank will just go for it.
Oh, he's a very tough player. I actually thought there was a foul there on that. He up-faked and got fouled. I don't know what the referee saw. But looks like it's going to be a timeout called. You know, let's look at the shooting stats here. New Zealand shooting 50% from the three-point line. It's pretty good shooting percentage from the three-point line. 50%, Hayden, probably equivalent to, what, 60-something% from the two-point line?
Yeah, well, exactly. If you actually shoot 33% from the three-point line, it's as good as 50% from two. So obviously the Tall Blacks doing very well in that category, and really sort of memories from what we've seen over the past year or so from the Tall Blacks, hitting the jump shot, running the offense, and basically frustrating the opposition.
Well, the Italians look like they're 2 for 11 from the three-point line, 18%. Not too good a shooting percentage. Our free throw shooting percentage is horrible, 33%, whereas the Italians are at 80%. If my
if your Turkish is okay.
Yeah, well, I've been working on it the last few days there, Daniel. And
did you brush up on your Turkish, Brendan?
Yeah, I've been brushing up on it.
Fantastic. Well, you know, you did bring it up, Brendan, and I'm not the one to point fingers, but, you know, last night's game, Pedro Cameron hit the deck pretty hard. I think there were a couple flagrant fouls in last night's game, and the one that just happened there was relatively flagrant. Like, is there a different style of officiating in European basketball?
Well, I mean, this is test match basketball. I mean, yeah, nobody's going to back down, and you know, it is a more physical game.
Absolutely.
It's playing for your country too, you know. It's how important is that, playing for your country? I mean, everyone knows it. New Zealand versus Italy, you're playing for the rest of the nation, and it's important. Here's the Italians here making the three-pointer.
Bada bing!
Bada bing for three. Just come into the game. It's important that New Zealand keep their defensive pressure up. We see a few Kiwis in the crowd there. Good to see. I'm sure there's plenty of Kiwi supporters over in Italy or somewhere in Europe coming to support the Burger King Tall Blacks.
All right, Paulie Blank now to jump against Galliana. Galliana is going to win the tip, and the Italians will control and come down. 22-26, New Zealand on the good side of that with 5:49 left to go in the first half. And we have another two-pointer from number 20. Can't seem to find him on the score sheet. All right, oh, we have a steal now. Meehan, and that's going to be an easy. No, good follow-through, good follow-through. Well, it seems like we might have a bit of a momentum swing here right now. I don't know, but the Italians are waking up offensively. In the last couple trips down the court, Tall Blacks haven't really produced.
We're running a high post flex. We're trying to draw their big guys out so it opens up jump shots or attacking the hoop.
Paulie Blank now, going to get up to Hanare, into Jones. Jones is going to run right down the chop shop. Nothing's going to happen there. And the big Italian, Macanaro, will take it down, and they're going to come running. Italians now seem to be on a wave of influence here. They're sort of waking up offensively. Look at that play. Very scrappy play from Paul Hanare.
That's what we need to see from the New Zealand Tall Black side, is hustle, you know, with that loose ball. It's those little weird things that you do on the court that pick the rest of your team up. Something like that Paul Hanare just did, you know, hustling after the ball. Everyone else looks at it and goes, hey, man, this guy's willing to play for the rest of the team. Important thing to do as a player.
You are correct, my friend. Okay, Italy 27, New Zealand 26. They sort of clawed their way back into this one. 4:46 left to go until halftime. Hanare now brings the ball up for the Tall Blacks. Book sets a pick, back to Book. Book might put up a three. That's going to be short, front of the rim. And look at Miles Pearson there just digging away. Outnumbered 3-1, and Miles Pierce still wanted a piece of that ball.
You don't want to really commit a foul, though, at the other end of the court if you can help it. It's just sort of giving away a cheap foul, really.
Yep. All right, here we go now. Italy with the ball. They're going to work things inside, work things around. Velasquez with it. Nothing happening. Not going down. Looks like it's going to be another jump ball between Ed Book and number 13, Michael Meehan.
Meehan's come into the game and has been very effective. He shot a three-pointer early. He takes the ball off the dribble very well, and he seems to be not a bad rebounder as well.
Yeah, he's definitely produced off the bench for Italy.
Dylan Boucher in the game.
And Aaron Olsen back as well.
All right, Tall Blacks will control the tip here. Hanare with the ball now. We'll get it into Olsen. Nice hook move by Miles Pierce. Miles Pierce getting his own rebound. He's a hard worker, Miles Pierce, in that paint area. Ed Book's going to put one up here again, and that's not going to... It looks like we might have a foul here.
Yeah, the ever-present Dylan Boucher around the hoop, and that's what we need. Like Brendan was saying, the little things, the offensive rebounds, diving on the loose balls, that's going to make the difference at the end of this game.
Dylan's the type of guy, he sits there and waits for the guy to rebound the ball, and then he comes sneaking in behind and picks your pocket every single time. He's so cheeky.
Now, I'm not going to sit here and let you guys backstab DB just because he's played you in the past. Come on now, boys. Dylan Boucher at the don't worry, buddy, I'm sticking up for you back here. Dylan Boucher now at the cherry stripe. And, wow, man, I'll tell you.
Is that your headband he's using?
It must be. It must be my headband. It's a little too tight.
I'm sure his wife and his son will be hoping that he makes his free throws. I know that his mum will be up watching the game this morning.
Yeah, Mrs. Boucher, what did you feed that boy? Here we go now, the Italians. They're tied with us now, 27-27 with 3:49 left to go in the first half, and that was an absolute brick house. But they will maintain possession here.
Yep, the Tall Blacks in a 3-2 defense. You can see with three guys around the perimeter. They've obviously identified the Italians hitting the outside shot.
And that's going to be in and out for Italy.
And Miles Pierce is going to come out with it, and Olsen is running. Saved by Hanare. Back to Olsen. Back to Hanare. Into Boucher. Boucher spins off the glass. Nothing going down for Dylan right now, but I'll tell you what, if he keeps up his intensity, eventually it's got her.
Dylan, there you go. Once again, he did a good play, tried to post him up, didn't get the basket, turned around, played some great defense. The Italians turned the ball over. Good work, Dylan.
Dylan is just always present, always present. I was just going to say, where's Dylan? But he was taking a rest. Okay, here we go now. Dylan with the ball, pops it into Ed Book. Ed Book spins in the paint, puts up a little hook shot. Nice stuff from Ed Book.
That's what we want to see from Ed. It's good that we're seeing him shoot the three-pointer, but we need him in the paint, causing pressure inside on their big fella.
And he gives Marcatano a stare like, I could do that again and again and again. A little bit of intimidation by Ed Book with a fresh shave. Here come the Tall Blacks. Hanare pops it up to Boucher. Kicks it inside. Pierce is going to go baseline. And he'll get blocked inside there by the big man, Marcatano. And here come the Italians.
Yeah, good to see Miles Pierce go to the hoop. I'd just like to see him be a little more aggressive. Take that ball a little quicker and a little stronger to the hoop. I think then he'd have more of an advantage over his man.
All right. Italy at 30, New Zealand at 29, 2:20 left to go in the half. A very tight game here all of a sudden. Aaron Olsen pops one up. No good. And there's Miles Pierce. Miles Pierce is starting to really swarm under that basket. Oh my, look at that. Ed Book from downtown. He's going to keep putting it up there and popping him down till somebody guards him and somebody stops him. And I don't blame him.
Well, if I was that open, I would have shot it.
When have you ever been that open, Brendan?
Brendan's open when he stands on the court.
This is true. All right, we're going to have some substitutions now here. Number 4, Nikola Radulovic. Now, wait a minute. I thought Serbia and Montenegro played last night. But sure enough, Nikola Radulovic comes in for Italy. And number 14, Roberto Ciasic comes back into the game.
The calming influences of Pero Cameron and Phil Jones have just stepped back into the game.
New Zealand up by 2 with 1:50 left to go in the first half. And Italy's going to drive the line. Nice pick. Nice stuff. Phil Jones will have a steal on the books in his name. Okay, what do we got here, guys?
Double foul called on Ed Book and whoever was guarding Ed.
Yeah, things are getting nasty. Things are definitely getting nasty down there. Yeah, look at that. They're locking elbows, those two.
Who said basketball was a non-contact sport?
All right, now, Olsen to inbound, gets it into Book. Book's going to spin again, put up, oh, man, he is just playing like a man possessed. Ed Book.
He's using him. He's using him and abusing him.
He's just going to keep going and keep shooting and driving until somebody can guard him.
Yeah. Lovely spin move, drop step by Ed Book. Tall Blacks throwing a 3-2 defense.
Somebody start up an Ed Book fan club. I'm joining. All right, Italy now pops it up. And there's Ed Book once again on defense, but he will receive a foul, I do believe.
How many is that on Ed?
I think it's 2.
It's interesting, you look at the last play where they both got called a double foul. Now they're both kind of challenging one another. Ed coming down the court and scoring a basket. And number 14, Ciasic, he comes down trying to score an Ed. So there's that little bit of rivalry that's starting to happen now within the game.
Yeah, there's a battle within inside the battle, isn't there? And it's fun to watch. It's good stuff. It's Tall Blacks basketball, and here we go. We're up by 4 with 1 minute left to go in the first half. It's still anybody's contest. PC inside, patented spin move, puts it up high off the glass, and it's not going to go. And we've got a foul.
Was that 3 on Ed Book?
I think it's another foul on Ed Book, and that's...
Dylan picked it up.
Dylan picked it up. Okay. Paulie Blank back into the game. Dylan Boucher's going to take a rest.
Good job from Dylan defensively. He really picked the team up in that, the minutes that he was on the court, and it's important that when players step on, they bring something to the team, and Dylan just brings that defensive hustle and lifts the team. the reasons why we're up 34-31.
And you know what else he brings to the other team's offense? Absolute chaos. Any one member of a team that can bring chaos to a whole team's offense is fantastic. Here we go. Italy 32, New Zealand 34 with 48 seconds left to go. Jones hooks it back out to Pero. PC's going to fall on that ball. He's not going to lose it. Jones now. Pops it up for Polyblank. Polyblank pops it. No good. And the big man, Janicic, will get that rebound. 27 seconds left to go in the half. And it looks like Italy will be playing for the last shot here. I'd love to see a steal right here. Good ball movement by the Italians, and yes, Janicic will score that, number 14 for the Italians. And it's all tied up with 6 seconds left, 5 seconds. Ed Book putting up a three, and that's not going to go. And then he's just going to launch one the length of the court. And wow, look at this, 34-34 at halftime, Brendan.
I think the first half the score sums up the first half, and you know, it was a great game of basketball. Okay, well, we'll be back for Burger King Tall Black basketball after the break.
This Monday on the most talked about talk show.
Probably a pass that he'd rather not have, and just being followed up with a nice shot. Another three open on the corner. It's defensive pressure from yesterday a lot better. Tall Blacks need to step it up again. There's 2 more quarters to go. We know how important the third and fourth quarter are.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd actually like to see the Tall Blacks actually run the ball a bit more. We haven't seen too many fast break opportunities, but I'd like to see capitalise on some of those turnovers that the Italians are turning the ball over with.
Yeah, Daniel, I mean, you saw it yesterday. We talked about the shooting, we talked about the rebounding, we talked about the bench productivity at the start of the game. How important is it that Polybank and the rest of the players that are coming on the bench step up and help out for the rest of the team?
Well, they've got to do it. They've got to produce, and they've got to show that they're worth to produce. And turnovers are big. I think the turnovers in the first 5 minutes, Italy had 5 turnovers. So there's a lot of statistics that are going our way this game that didn't go our way the last game. And sometimes, Brendan, that's just the bounce of a basketball, and you two guys know that better than anyone.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we've all played there. We've all done that. Okay, after the break, everyone go and turn off your kettles or make your cups of teas. We'll see you after the break. Live basketball here on Sky Sports. The Burger King Tall Blacks versus Italy. See you after the break. Hello and welcome back to live international basketball from Istanbul, Turkey. The Burger King Tall Blacks are tied with the Italians at half-time. What a half by the Tall Blacks. A lot better than yesterday. What do you think Tad Bull would have said to them during the break?
Yeah, Tad would be, I think, really concentrating on the Tall Blacks more so than what the Italians are doing. I think if the Tall Blacks, they need to put in their layups. They're only shooting 35% inside the arc. They're getting good looks outside, and those will keep coming. I think they'll want to be a little more aggressive, attack the hoop a bit more, get some of their guys in foul trouble. You saw Miles Pierce there a couple of times, a little bit tentative. Just that first step, bit of aggression to the hoop.
Yeah, we also got to look at the defence of the Kiwis, and especially the defence of the Italians. Daniel, the second half, the Italians are going to step up because obviously, you know, it's the third and fourth quarter. They want to win the game. How important is it for New Zealand to hold on to the ball?
They got to hold on to the ball, and there's one thing that they have been doing the first half, which statistically they've blown away the Italians, and that is offensive rebounds. And we all know how important offensive rebounds are. They give you a fresh 24-second clock. They give you time to think, time to make another play. And statistically, in the first half, Tall Blacks are blowing them away, and they got to keep doing that throughout the game to win.
Hayden, you were talking about the getting the ball up the court. We obviously missed Sparky Dickel. Sparky Dickel not being here, really making it hard for Paul Henare at the point guard position.
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't seen Lindsay on court yet. He's a guy that can penetrate and take it to the hoop, similar to Mark. But yeah, it's definitely something a part of the game that they're missing at the moment. That penetration all the way to the hoop and creating options for the other teammates.
We talked about Ed Book. Ed Book was playing very well. He was shooting the ball, but I think he relied on the three-point shot a little too much in the first half. He went inside. He got some easy baskets. I really think to start the second half off, Ed needs to go inside first, and then obviously if he's open from the three-point line, he's got to shoot it.
Yep.
Yep. That's the Tall Black philosophy. If you're wide open, if you've got to look, Tab's happy for anybody to take the shot. He's got confidence in all the players to make them. But like you said, it would be good for Ed to get down low. I think every time he's had it in the post, he's scored. And that's what we need. We've got plenty of guys that can shoot from the outside.
Yeah, and by having our big guys scoring inside, it puts a lot of pressure on their bigger players, and we can get their bigger players in foul trouble. And that's an important thing coming down to the third and fourth quarter. If we can get their key players in foul trouble, you know, it'll bode well for the end of the game, and who knows, we could come out with a win at the end.
Yeah, I think the Tall Blacks are looking good for a win. I think they've got they're going to improve on the first half, and it's going to be a very interesting second half.
Brendan Polyblank, he came into the game. He didn't play yesterday. He settled in reasonably well. I don't know whether or not he was sick yesterday or whatever the problem was, but he, to me, one-on-one, can take anybody off the dribble. He can pull up, and he's got a lot of good assets to his game.
He's got a lot of arsenals in his repertoire. There's no two ways about it. All of the Tall Blacks do, and well, I'm just waiting for Mr. Jones to wake up. I'm waiting for Lindsey Tate to come in the game, because he always excites me when he comes into the game. I'm just looking forward to the second half. They got to keep the pressure on. There's one thing that they haven't done in the first half that I can say fanatically, and that's foul shooting. Their foul shooting is absolutely woeful in the first half. They got to pick that up as well, because as the game progresses, there's going to be a lot more chances at the line.
Yeah, I think that comes with, though, taking it to the hoop. I mean, they're shooting 40%, but they've only taken 5 free throws. So, you know, if they can get in the hoop and attack the hoop, those chances will come.
Hayden, let's talk about foul shooting. I mean, it's stuff. It's repetitive stuff. I mean, what do you do to prepare? You know, when you're at the free throw line, what do you think? What is your preparation during the week when you're going up to shoot free throws? Because they're probably the easiest shot in the book to make.
Yeah, well, supposedly they're the easiest shot in the book. The important thing is that each time you go to the line, you do the same thing. You have a routine, and you know, keep your elbows straight, run it off your fingertips, and use your legs. And towards the end of the game, you know, our guys have flown all around across the world. It will be important that they start using their legs at the free throw line.
Oh, definitely. And the other thing I'd like to look at is you know, with the free throw shooting, not only free throw shooting, our rebounding. How important is our rebounding going to be? We look on the camera there. It's Ed Book. That's what we need more of Ed Book to do in the start of the second half. Take it inside. He was talking a bit of trash. We don't need that.
I don't think they understood.
All right, here we go now. The second half continues. Rampton is going to be jumping off against Chachik. Here we go, 34-all. And the Italians will win the tip. And the first call will be on defense for the Tall Blacks. And I'll tell you, that half-court pressure that they had against Serbia and Montenegro was really worked for them. It sort of threw the offense into a bit of chaos. Here come the Tall Blacks now. Pero Cameron gets it out to Phil Jones. Back to Pero. Pero's going to work it inside to Dylan. Dylan Boucher now. Nice stuff. Puts it up for Rampton, and it's not going to fall.
Pero's going to be first here. Yeah. You can see the triangle offense with Dylan in the post, and then Pero entered the ball into the post and then went and screened for Tony, who came in for the jump shot.
Boy, Pero Cameron just throwing bodies around in that paint. All right, here come the Italians now. 34-34. It is locked.
Good work, Tony, on the defense there.
Tony Rampton getting a defensive rebound. And here comes Dylan Boucher now at the top of the key. Pops it up to Rampton.
There we go, the high post. Paulie will go and cut off there. And then after that play, Perry would have kept dribbling with his right hand to the left side of the court, and Dylan would have come over the top.
Don't I know that offense very well, Hayden, when you were playing for Auckland.
It's a brilliant offense. It's got multiple options, and it's very, very hard to defend.
All right, now, nobody scored yet here in the second half, just starting underway. If you just joined us, welcome to Tall Black Basketball, and we are locked up with Italy and Turkey. Got to win this game to make the semifinals in this tournament. Oh, they're working inside. Pero just throws a body block.
That was a tough shot.
Off balance.
Tough shot.
Off balance, body blocked by Pero Cameron, and he still popped it in. That was Galanda there, number 6 for the Italians. Dylan Boucher now going to move it up for the Tall Blacks, and they are on the attack. Nice pass. Didn't work, though. Nice look from Pero to Jones, but it just didn't work. Too much traffic inside. The Italians now with the ball, moving it outside the perimeter.
Yeah, the Tall Blacks back into a man-to-man defense.
Jones with a defensive rebound, and he'll move it up fastly. Gets it up to Rampton. Back out to Jones. Jones is thinking about it. Nope, he's going to pop it out to the corner here. And Are will swing it back out to Jones for 3, and that's good. Phil Jones.
That was almost a 4-point
The
shot.
Roofton bomber.
He almost hit that one from the men's room. Phil Jones. He will not be shackled anymore. Hopefully he will keep that streak alive here in the second half of the Tall Blacks.
Yeah, that's a good sign for the Tall Blacks.
You are not wrong, Hayden. Here we go. Now the Italians are going to work it in. I do believe we have a walk, a travel, or no. Dylan with a look on his face. Such an innocent look, doesn't he have?
That was a tough call. I thought that the Italian initiated contact with the elbow. Look, tried to hook.
Yep.
Tough call. Tough call on Dylan.
Italians getting a bit stroppy here. You know, we see that that contact inside with Ed Book, and they're talking to the refs, so maybe the Tall Blacks are just throwing off their game mentally.
That's a third foul.
All right, here come the Italians now. Belligre goes all the way in, drives right up through the zone, and will get the 2 points. Here's number 12, Belligre. All right now, Tall Blacks with the ball. And Pero doing a little dance in the paint there. I do believe he drew the foul.
Pretty tough when Pero gets in the post for anyone to get around him because he's a big man. He's
He's probably the widest man in basketball.
I think he would be the widest man in basketball.
But you notice how Pero got deep in the lane there, and how this man sealing his man off for that post-entry pass.
Tall Blacks now. PC's going to throw it up from 3, in and out. And the whistle just keeps on blowing here at the beginning of the second half. Italy 38, New Zealand 37, and Tony Rampton picks up his 3rd foul.
Yeah, just a little bit of carelessness by Tony.
All right, here we go now. The Italians on the charge here, on the attack. Belligre with the ball now. He's going to work it outside, and that's going to be nothing but net for number 6, Galanda. Molinari now taking his time. Looks like a set play here, some sort of a signal. And here we go. Jones. Jones is thinking about it. Into Pero, back out to Jones. I do believe Jones is going to put this one up. Nothing happening. Weird angle. Tough shot for Phil. And here come the Italians now. Winitana, tough defense, up high and tight. And that's going to be an absolute air ball. And that cameraman had fun.
Yeah, nice save.
All right, Paul Henry with the ball now for the Tall Blacks. Italy now up by 4. Oh, there he is. He's recovering himself. Well, that's good. The cameraman's not hurt. Paul Henry from way outside. Yes! Paul Henry knocks one down for the Tall Blacks, and we needed that. Tall Blacks only down by 1 now. Italians with the ball, top of the key. Look at Winnie Tanner on defense, Brendan. He's just absolutely haunting.
He's an athlete. You know, he's a real athlete, Polder. He's very quick feet, get up and down the court, and we need to score this time down the court. 5:37 to go in the game. The Italians 43, New Zealand 40.
All right, now PC with the ball. Pops it out to Rampton at the top of the key. Jones will collect. Jones now. He's going to drive. What a shot off the bank. Very odd angle. That's two tough shots that Phil's taken down the court. Not very good high percentage shots, Brendan.
He's been trying to initiate the contact. I think maybe one of the two he has been fouled. He's just trying to initiate contact from the defensive end, and the referees haven't called it.
Belagre is going to put one up for three for the Italians, and that's going to go in. And all of a sudden, it's 46-40 here. The Italians are waking up offensively, and see what happens here.
Yeah, we need to put a stop to this run a little bit here.
Yeah, that's enough, Italy. That's enough of that. Rampton with the ball now. Gets it off to Jones, top of the key, and the Italians are falling like dominoes here.
Yeah, I mean, Phil looked to square up. He caught him with his elbow. You do have space to be able to pivot. He caught him with his elbow. I mean,
yeah, Phil may be a little frustrated after his last two times down the court, not getting any calls, and he's going to get a well-earned rest.
That was a vicious elbow by Mr. Jones. Granted, it wasn't intentional, but wow.
bit of a how's your father?
Dorothy, you're not in Kansas anymore. Here we go now. Italy's got the ball, and they're going to work it up by 6 points. So they're looking to extend their lead here on the Tall Blacks. And there he is, Mr. Ed Book, Mr. Do Everything in the first half of the Tall Blacks. He's going to pop it out to Winnie Tana now with the ball. Over to Ed Book. Shuffling over to Hanare, and I do believe that Paulie drew a foul.
The Italians have picked up their defense, and I mentioned that in the end of the first half, that they would pick up their defense. New Zealand maybe turned the ball over a couple of times that they didn't want to. It's important now that they step up offensively.
Yeah, definitely. The Italians are a lot more aggressive on defense, and it's resulting in, as we can see here, with a lead.
Jeez, look at the arms on Paul Hanare. He looks like a rugby player, doesn't he? All right, here we go now. Hanare's going to inbound. And looks like we have a foul off the ball here. These referees are absolutely whistle happy, I think, this second half. They're really slowing down the play.
Maybe someone from the Italian Mafia said something to them.
They're going to give them an offer they can't refuse. All right, here we go. Aaron Olson now at the top of the key. I'd like to see Aaron light one up from outside. That would be all good. PC with the ball now. Works it inside. Winnie Tana from outside. Yeah! Winnie Tana. I do believe it was a two-pointer. But hey, we'll take the points. We need them. 46-42. Tall Blacks only down by 4 now with 3:54 left in the third quarter. And look at Cairo Cameron just swiping at the ball. And we have a travel. Another turnover.
Yep, Cairo doing a bit of good officiating there, I think.
Yeah.
That last basketball by Paul to Winnie Tana, I could hear him screaming for the ball.
All the way from here. But yeah, that's just good skills from the Tall Blacks, and that's a turnover, and the turnovers just keep on coming. Aaron Olson, 20-footer, that's good. Nothing but net for Aaron Olson.
The last 2 times down the court, the Tall Blacks have played good sets, and they've got good open shots for their shooters.
Very good looks at the basket. Only down by 2 points now. I hear the Rocky theme in the background. Here we go. Italy with the ball. They move things around the perimeter. Aaron Olson. Aaron Olson's going to get called for the foul here. Relatively harmless, though, don't you think, Hayden?
Definitely, he laid a little hand on him, but there's nothing wrong with a bit of a hand check among point guards, is there?
Well, I mean, how often do referees let those hand checks go? And the referees are really making quite an influence in this third quarter. They're calling a lot, and you know, New Zealand's going to have to watch it, otherwise they're going to get into foul trouble.
I think that one referee's got a whistle in each hand. All right, here we go now from the foul line, and Basili will sink his first. And he'll brick the second. PC will shuffle it up to Jones now. Jones back to Payro, over to Olson. Olson has been hot. All right. Tall Blacks, they will maintain possession here. All right, Phil Jones with the ball. He's going to pop it out to Payro. Payro relatively quiet in the scoring, but he's forever organizing out there. Winitana now. Back out to Olsen. Olsen for three. That's not going to drop. And here come the Italians. Up by three, 47-44 with 2:41 left in the third. Ed Book, look at him. Just poised and ready. Not letting anybody through the paint. He's just making a statement, isn't he?
Yeah, Ed knew he was beaten, so he ended up fouling us both. Well, he's got 3 fouls, which is, we don't need Ed to do that. He knew he was beaten, he just straight across the arms, just blatantly.
He bailed the Italian out there a little bit.
Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Roberto Ciacic now at the line for Italy.
Having a good game, 16 points, 9 rebounds. He's probably doing the most damage for the Italians in the paint, 4 for 8. Playing very well.
And the charity stripe goes nil for him. So in retrospect, that was actually a pretty good foul by Ed Book.
Well, it wasn't in retrospect, but he's got 3 fouls now.
Well, that's right, because you could be saying in retrospect in the fourth quarter when he fouls out of the game. But hey, he's not going to do that. Here we go now. Jones with the ball, top of the key. He's going to drive right on down the chop shop, and it's not going to drop. Ed Book fighting for it. It's not going to go his way.
Yeah, Perez getting some good position down low. I'd like to see it.
Oh, Payro Cameron just absolutely slammed it. Payro is just really getting physical out here. The Italians are just really starting to throw their bodies around, and Payro's just really hit the floor hard there.
This is great defense from the Tall Blacks. They've stopped a couple of good and strong penetration moves. They stopped them from getting the offensive rebound. Unfortunately, they've just got called for a foul there, but a good sequence.
I think that might have been on Ed. That might be his 4th foul.
Ooh. So yeah, I was going to take a seat.
So it wasn't a good foul, Daniel, earlier.
I knew it would come back to bite me right in the butt sitting next to you two, but hey, that's what I expect. But it's still Tall Blacks basketball, and we are totally in this one. Got to win this game to make the semifinals of the tournament. And we got number 6, Galanda, will be shooting from the line.
Yeah, at this point in the game, I'd like to see with Ed out, I'd like to see the ball get into Perro's hands down low, a few more touches.
Well, you mentioned it before, and it was a great time there. He cleared out the hole for Phil Jones, but he actually had his man on his back, and when Perro's got his man in the back in the paint, ain't nobody going to stop him.
Exactly.
All right, now Miles Pierce will inbound. Okay, Italy at 49 and New Zealand at 44. So it's like a heavyweight fight, constantly feeling one another out, back and forth stuff. Paulie Blank now into the game for the Tall Blacks. Jones from the top of the key. And Phil Jones, he's putting up the shots, but he's just not getting the good looks, the high percentage shots.
He's having another tough night, Phil, but Phil's the type of player that will keep shooting, and you want him to keep shooting because he's a streaky shooter. If he gets in on a roll with his shooting, you know, he can score 4 or 5 in a row.
Yeah, Phil's not going to stop shooting. One thing that the Italians know that Phil's one of the go-to guys, and he's been marked fairly heavily.
All right, Tall Blacks attacking now. Jones at the charity stripe, pops it out to Paulie Blank. Bend to Paulie Blank. Thinking about where it's going to go. Trying to get inside to Rampton, and that's not going to work. Here come the Italians now. Good ball movement from the Italians on the perimeter. And that's from way outside, and that's going to be good. Vasily, the guard who scored 20 points against Serbia, Montenegro. He was the highest scorer in the whole game. He even outscored Stojankovic. Is starting to warm up, and we definitely got to put a damper on that right away. Miles Pierce now to Paulie Blank. Paulie Blank driving down the chop shop, and he will draw the foul in the basket. Great stuff from Brendan Paulie Blank.
That's what I said. That's one of his strengths, is going to the hole, and he managed to beat his man, go to the hole, score the 2 and the foul.
Yeah, he's going to get a free shot here. And, we saw this in the NBL final. Brendan Polybank actually took over in the NBL final, and it was through his penetration that he really secured the win for Wellington.
And that is a three-point play. Good stuff from Brendan Polybank.
52-47 to the Italians with 28 seconds to go in the third quarter. New Zealand need to get a stop here.
Well, likely with the ball now, we'll bring it up for Italy.
Yeah, Tall Blacks back in the 3-2 zone.
And that's from way downtown, and look at all the Tall Blacks fight there. That's just a bounce of a ball there. And they'll get 13 seconds left to go here. Italy's going to go for the last shot.
I don't know, but the Italians all over our backs there, Brendan. What do you think?
Definitely.
And that's from outside, and that's going to be good, and that's going to sting. And that'll do it into the third quarter. Italy 55, New Zealand 47.
Interesting quarter there, especially the way that they finished off. They picked up their shooting percentage, the Italians, 8 for 23 from the three-point line, 35%. New Zealand still shooting well, 8 for 19 from the three-point line for 42%. And we're edging them out on the rebounds, 29 to 26. Didn't finish that quarter as well as what we wanted to. Fourth quarter, we're going to have to step up defensively, and actually we're going to have to be more composed because the Italians are coming out and playing a lot tougher defense.
Yeah, we've throughout the game we've been hitting our jump shots, and things in that last quarter, towards the end of that last quarter, just weren't dropping for us. And again, I think we need to try and get a bit more action towards the hoop, get Pero down low. We saw Brendan Polybank take it to the hoop. I think we may have a step on one or two of the Italians, and I'd like to see them take advantage of that.
And Pero, where is he on the scoring sheet? Relatively down the line, isn't he? We got to get Pero into the mix of things. But you were right, Brendan, and man, I hate to say that, but at the end of the day, we are starting to get into a little bit of foul trouble.
Yeah, and players know down the crunch, and if they're experienced enough, these guys have been playing basketball for long enough that they know they've got to stay out of foul trouble. And if you've got 4 fouls, you've got to realise how important you are to the team. You talk about Pero Cameron being down the score sheet. Pero Cameron's the type of player, he's a fourth quarter player. We saw it at the World Championships in many games where he's carried teams. We've seen it in New Zealand in his NBL teams, taking them to many titles. You've played with him, Hayden. You know how important he is in the crunch.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And not so much if he racks up, 20 points in this quarter. It's what he does his whole game. It's if the ball goes into him, he can assist, he pass. He just creates so much space for his other teammates, and that's really what's going to happen. The rest of the guys are going to need to feed off Pero this quarter.
Ed Book got 12 points, Phil Jones with 10. Phil's, he's had an up and down game. We talked about it before. Phil's a streaky shooter. He's another guy like Pero that can step into a game, especially in the fourth quarter, and can win a game for you. It's guys like that. We miss guys like Kirk Penny that's not here, but it's an opportunity for other players like Brendan Polybank to step in, and who knows, he could save the day as well.
Yeah, well, Brendan's he's actually starting this quarter, so
all right. Here we go, boys. It is the final quarter in Turkey, and the Italians will control. Italians leading 55-47, and this is the big one. Strap yourselves in, Tall Black fans. It's all going to happen this quarter. Italy now works it around, 14-footer. That's going to be good. Italy starting off with a slam. Number 8, that's Marcanano. And here are the Tall Blacks now. Polybank, top of the key.
It's a holding foul there. Italians got a 10-point lead on the Tall Blacks, 57-47. Tall Blacks are going to have to chip away at that score.
Yeah, you don't want to let it go too far beyond that scope. You want to stay right in this game, right down to the wire. And that's the way to do it, getting it into Pero Cameron's hands. There's PC. Look at Rampton in there. How did they not come up with that? All right, here comes the Italians now. Italians starting to find their groove. And there it is from outside.
Yeah, exactly. We need to obviously contain that fast break. But you saw there when Pero had the ball down low, he attracted 2 or 3 guys, which unfortunately we didn't come up with the offensive rebound, but we're just going to have to keep chipping away at this lead.
All right, PC with the ball once again, gets it out to Jones. Back into PC. Can't be a heck of a lot of time left in the shot clock. And we have a turnover.
And I think the message has gone out actually to get into Pero's hands each time down the court.
Well, that is a good message in a bottle. There's no two ways about it.
We've really got to pick up our defence here. 8:45 to go, 60-47 to New Zealand, to Italy, sorry.
And here are the Italians. What do we have here?
Foul on a New Zealand player, Terry Cameron.
We're going to have to feed off our defence really to pin this lead back, and here comes Dylan Boucher, who's going to obviously spark things up for us on the defensive end.
Every time Dylan Boucher steps on the court, the game plan of the opposite team sort of breaks down a bit. He just has a hand in everything. Here we go now. Nice steal. Phil Jones will steal it, run it up. It's 3-on-2. Manare with an open look. Not going to draw for him.
60-47 with 8:12 to go in the fourth.
And what do you think, Brendan? Should we start working on some sort of a half-court press or something, or just really start to pressure them offensively? There we go. Nice stuff.
Yeah, I don't think there's any, it's not time to press the panic button just yet. You know, basketball's a game of runs, and we've seen with the Tall Blacks before, you know, down by 20, Chinese at the World Champs, they will pin this lead back.
Hero Cameron now with the ball. Good, nice dish into Jones. Nice putback by Tony Rampton. He was in the paint waiting for it to happen. Tony Rampton in the right place at the right time. Italy at 60 now, New Zealand at 49 with 7:32 left in the fourth. New Zealand slowly creeping back into this game. Not that far out of it whatsoever. A couple three-pointers from Mr. Jones and Cameron. They're back into it. And that is an absolute air ball by number 12, Mulade.
The last three times down the court, the Italians haven't scored, which is a good thing. We've still got to step up our defence, but every time we go down the court, I think we need to score.
Yeah, the next 3 minutes are critical, really. We're going to have to at least get the score down, you know, under double digits.
All right, here we go now. Hernare with the ball. He's going to pop it over to Book. Book's going to pop it inside to Rampton. No go. No Tall Blacks under the rim that time to contest the rebound. And here come the Italians. And the Italians now looking a bit more comfortable in their transition game. And that's going to be a steal. Aaron Olsen's going to pick up the loose change. And it's just popping back and forth here like a pinball. And 12-footer, no good. Good work. You got to give it to him under the net there. He had three guys on him. And the Italians still popped it up and put it in. Italy 62, New Zealand 49. 6:34 left to go. Book now pops it over to Hernare. To Phil Jones, up to Book for three from outside. And that's not going to drop.
It's a good shot. He has to shoot it. I mean, he's wide open like that. He's got to shoot the ball. It's,
Here we go now. Book. He's going to collect that defensive rebound, and that's huge. Here comes Paulie Hernare, trying to find Rampton and throws it away.
fourth quarter basketball. It's important that you make the key pass. And every single time you come down the court, especially with the scores where they're at now, 6:06 to go, it's important every single time that we go down the court, we need to score the basket.
Yeah, I think what you'll see here, Daniel, like you said, coming out of this timeout, I think the Tall Blacks will, it'll be interesting to see, but I think they will change up their defence and apply a bit more pressure. But in the next couple of minutes, they have to pin this lead back.
They absolutely have to. I'm starting to get nervous for crying out loud.
The Italians, they're shooting a lot better from the three-point line. 9 for 25 at 36%. I mean, from what they were shooting in the first half to the second half, they've picked up their game considerably.
They sure have. They're just shooting better. Their transition game is a lot better. The Tall Blacks aren't getting as many offensive rebounds. So you can see another momentum swing going from first quarter was all Tall Blacks, second quarter relatively even, third quarter was all Italy, and so far in this quarter, Italy seems to have the edge.
Backdoor play by Phil Jones and followed up by Tony Rampton. See, that's a good play. That's a run within the offense. You know, if we run it within the offense, we can get those easy baskets.
Roberto Ciacic now is the top scorer for Italy with 16. Ed Book right behind him with 12. Basile with 11, and Pulari with 11, and Phil Jones with 10 points. Those are your top scorers, but this is crunch time. Fourth quarter stuff. Turkey, and here come the Italians. We need to start shutting them down offensively, start getting some defensive rebounds as well as some offensive rebounds if we need them. And wow, ask you shall receive.
Yeah, I think Tab's maybe come out in his matchup zone, maybe a bit of amoeba. It initially was like a 1-3-1, but I think it might be his old favourite amoeba defence. It'll be interesting to see. But definitely a matchup zone.
Get another timeout. The Italians obviously seeing what kind of defence that Tab's decided to throw at him, and wanting to talk about the defence and maybe try a look at a different offence to run at them.
The amoeba defence is a matchup zone. So typically in a zone, you're guarding an area rather than a man. In an amoeba, what you do is you actually have you actually mark a spot, but you rotate it, so rotational. So it's a zone, but you tend to follow the man more.
You're handing off to the person into your area. The guy cuts through, and everyone's taking a man in their area.
Yeah. What you'll find, you'll see the two guards up top. They will actually let the pass go to the wing. The forward will come out and pressure the wing, and what they want that pass to go into the corner, and then you'll see the back three forwards rotate. The guy that's marking the post will go out to the corner, and the man that was marking the wingman will either drop down back into the post, or what they do a long slide and go to the weak side for the rebounds.
Now, all you future tall blacks out there, get to the free throw line and do your practice, because you can see how absolutely detrimental the percentage shooting has been for them in this game. It's just important stuff, Brendan. It's a free throw, and that's why they call it what it is.
What I want to know is, what do you do to prepare for your free throw shooting?
Well, you know, I do what Michael Jordan do. Well, once in a while I shut my eyes. I like to open one sometimes. It's, we don't have enough time to get into it, but all kinds of things.
Yeah. As long as you keep that tongue in your mouth, you'll be fine.
Yeah. I'll try to do my best.
The three throws are interesting. We've only shot 6. Now, in a game of basketball, you at least want to get to the line at least 15 times in a game. And what that tells me is that, A, we're not taking it to the hoop strong enough, and that's part of the game that's been missing.
Not drawing enough fouls. Good point. Once again, the basketball gospel is spoken by the reverends here. Okay, we've got Paul Henare now. You got to make something happen quick. Ed Book's going to put one up from 20 foot. Nothing happening, and we might have a foul underneath.
I really think we need to go inside and get easy baskets and draw fouls on their big fellows, rather than the jump shot. We need to go inside.
You have to start sucking the life out of them, draw the fouls, get them in foul trouble, get those big men on the bench.
Yep, you can see here, yeah, it's definitely the matchup zone.
And the Tall Blacks will
Which is actually
gather it up.
thrown the Italians a little bit, I think.
And now right now, we'll scoot it in quickly. Dishes it over to DP Dylan Boucher with the ball now. Pop it back over to Henare. Ed Book doing some heavy stuff inside. And that's going to be a steal. And here come the Italians.
Foul on Aaron Olsen.
That was a weak call, I'm afraid.
That was a weak call.
Well, the officiating, you know, I hate to harp on it, but it's really starting to get to me, man. The payroll camera can hit the deck a few times, and then they call soft fouls like that. I just don't see any continuity in the referees calling, Brendan.
It's international basketball, you know, and hey, how they call it in their country is the way that they call it. I mean, you've got to adjust to the rules and the way that the referees call the game within their country.
Yeah, but we don't have to like it.
No, exactly.
we don't.
But I think what we saw in the second half was that they were calling it tighter, and the Italians have gone inside. They have attacked the hoop more, and that's where the difference is at the moment.
All right, here we go, good people. It is Italy
63
and New Zealand 49 with 4:57, just under 5 minutes left to go. Something's going to happen. It's going to start happening now for the Tall Blacks. Book with the ball. We'll work it inside to Winitana. Check that, it was Rampton. Henare from way downtown. Oh, no, you gotta be kidding me! From 5-point land. Paul Henare, nothing but net.
I wish they gave him 5 for that.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. Well, any shot that'll have you two giddy like schoolgirls has got to be a good one. That was unbelievable skills from Paul Henare.
Yep. Paul's a very strong character, and to hit a jump shot like that from a good 30 feet is quite a skill.
Wow. He knew he didn't have a lot of time left on the shot clock. He just put it up there, and wow, what do you know? Nothing but net, Paul Henare.
Here we go. The big two have just stepped into the game and really need to we need to see something from them in this final 4.5 minutes.
Here we go now, Italy with the ball. Defense is going to be tight.
We're definitely in the matchup zone.
Yeah, we got a kick from Dylan Boucher, and then we'll reset the defense. Italy will maintain possession here. 63-52, 4:42 left to go. And Brendan, is time now becoming a factor?
It is, but there's still 4.5 minutes is a long time. Not when there's shots like that then, mate.
And that's
that
a
makes
three.
it a little tougher.
Yep, number 5, Bastili.
It's a 14-point lead now.
So they're starting to open it up a little bit. Boucher with the ball. Get it to Jones. Jones over to Payro. Dishes it back off to Jones. Jones is going to get it back off to excellent ball movement. Aaron Olsen, not going to happen for him. Good ball movement out on the perimeter, though, from the Tall Blacks.
Got a good open look. Was I see the referee's running to somebody.
The referee's gone down for the count, I think.
I'm looking for a downside, boys.
Okay.
Might have to get a new referee.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting the good look down the court. We've got a nice open look for Aaron Olsen. That's the type of shot we want. We've just got to nail it. You know, it's the bottom line. We've got to nail it. We've got to stop them on the defensive end. Last time down the court, Basile, he nailed a 3. I think he nailed a 3 earlier on. So it's really important that we step up our defense.
Absolutely. It's going to be the only way we can get back into this game.
We've got a sub on the referee, have we?
Kokanis Kuric, that's his name, and he's feeling a bit better. We hope he is. He's just going to stretch things out, and what do we have here? Timeout? Is this an official timeout?
Referee's timeout.
Referee's timeout. He's got to get his kneecap back to the other side, because he did take a pretty good smack there. I did see that at the tail end of the play. He just sort of got run over, I believe.
3:39 to go in the game. Italy 66, New Zealand 52. Big 3.5 minutes.
All right, good people, here we go. If you are a Tall Black fan and you are watching this, you are one. Start cheering. Here we go. Got to make it happen here in the last 3.5 minutes in Turkey to make the semifinals of this tournament. And the Italians will launch one from outside. That's going to be way off, and Aaron Olsen will scoop up that loose change. And here they come, attacking quickly now. Payro Cameron with the ball, gets it into Book. And Book will pop it back out to Payro for 3. Not going to happen for Payro. And we have a foul. Dylan's clapping, going to be happy about it. And also, every time we have a foul, the clock stops.
Yeah, we want to make the game as long as possible from here on out. We will see Dylan going to the hoop and getting taken out on the way.
Look at that work underneath. Oh, and somehow Italy comes up with it. Here they come now. Screaming on down on the attack, Italy. Bulari now with the ball for Italy. He's going to work it around the outside of the perimeter. And they're just working it around nicely now. Now those guys are wide open outside. And Mr. Jones, Phil Jones, will scoop up the rebound. And here comes Aaron Olsen into Dylan Boucher. He'll spin, looking for a little bit of help. Here's Ed Book running through the lane. And that's not going to fall for Ed.
Just a bit off balance there, and probably just needed to take another bounce and go to the hoop.
Yeah, needed a little bit more finesse with that shot, I'm afraid.
Some of the decisions being made down the crunch haven't been great by the Tall Blacks. We haven't been making the shots, and you know, it's something that Tab will be pretty disappointed with.
And we've got to travel, and the Tall Blacks will get the ball back. Dylan Boucher will inbound to Aaron Olsen, I do believe. Here, what do we got going on here? Another timeout, or is it...
Sub.
We got a sub. Okay, substitution. Who's coming in? Dylan Boucher's taking a seat.
Polly Blank. Brendan Polly Blank
is in. Number 5, Polly Blank. We have not seen Lindsay Tate today. Had 6 minutes last night, played pretty well. I'm surprised. Book now. Getting it off to Polyblank. Polyblank gets it stolen, and he's going to sort of grab the guy.
He's trying to do a little bit too much there, Brendan. I think, you know, he just stepped into the game. He should have waited for a little bit, pass the ball around, and then when it swung back to him to look to do something.
Yeah, you want to shift the defence before you attack it. So
Italy now with the ball. Time is beginning to be their friend right now. And they're going to pop up another three-pointer. That's not going to go. There's Ed Book. Do everything, man, for the Tall Blacks. Just a workhorse, Ed Book. He's always working. Good work rate from a big man.
Italy 66, New Zealand 52, 1:44 to go in the game.
Aaron Olsen with the ball now, top of the key. Could be a set play here for the Tall Blacks. Pero Cameron with the ball. Pero is trying to go baseline. That alleyway is not shut. He works his way through. And somehow, once again, Italy, the bounce of the ball just gets in their hands. And they're going to run down with it fast and get the basket.
well, I think this puts the game well and truly out of reach at this stage.
Yeah, it's like I said, we just haven't made great decisions down the crunch. But that's due to the Italians. I think we talked about it at the end of the first half. They've stepped up their defence, and New Zealand haven't adjusted.
Yeah, Brendan, if you said it once, you said it a million times. Basketball is a four-quarter game, and I'll tell you, that first quarter, I was just absolutely tickled pink. And you can just see momentum swing going one way, momentum swing going the other way, and it pretty much swung in favor of Italy tonight. And here come the Tall Blacks now. Hanare bringing it up. Hanare still with the ball. He's going to try and work it into Rampton. Rampton's going to go baseline, and he will draw the foul, or would that be a charge?
I think Tony wanted to get up there and throw it down.
Absolutely did, yes. With authority.
Oh, what they call there, no foul? I guess no blood, no foul.
Who knew?
There you saw the Italian guy come right underneath Tony, and interesting, he didn't get the call go his way.
Are these referees watching the same game we are? They're the same game, right? Just checking. All right, Italy now with the ball top of the key. In control of this game now with just 52 seconds left. 69-52. Italy is in the lead. Jones now. Jones spins. He'll pop it back on out to Hanare. To Polyblank. Into Jones. That's Rampton.
Well, thank you, we got a call.
We got a call. Well, roll me over and slap me silly. I can't believe it.
Not tonight, Daniel.
Yeah, easy for you to say. Here we go now.
We've got to realise that what Tab Baldwin was. I mean, obviously he was wanting to win these games, building up to the Australian series. The Aussie series probably the one thing that he's looking forward to in the next few weeks. Good build up for them. Yeah. They probably haven't played to their potential, but they're playing some pretty good teams over there in Europe.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Italy are past European champions. You're absolutely right. We're building for the series against Australia. You know, Australia didn't have a lot of success in their tour in Europe either. It's tough travelling, but what we want to do is just build that momentum. And we've had 3 really good quarters tonight. And let's see in the next game if we can put 4 together. That's what we need for the Australian series.
12 seconds left in this competition. Italy will take the win from the Tall Blacks. And that's going to be in and out. 3 seconds left. Jones is just going to launch one from half court. Now it's going to be Paul Hanare. And that's fitting. I don't believe it's going to count. Might have been a little bit after the buzzer. 69-53 final score. Italy taking the victory.
The Italians wouldn't be very happy with, not the Italians, the New Zealanders wouldn't be too happy. Maybe for 2 quarters they were happy with the game. What have they got to look forward to now? I mean, we talked about the Australian series. Tab will probably be obviously he's told them before the time he would have wanted to win those games. but the Australian series is where we're looking forward to.
Oh, you're right. Interesting with this game, we had a great first half. We only scored, 19 points, I think, in the second half. So it's not really going to get it done. 53 points for the game isn't probably an offensive output that the Tall Blacks would have really wanted tonight.
Yeah, look at standout players in the team. Phil Jones, he may have scored a few points. Who were our standouts tonight?
Well, Ed Book obviously had a great first half. It would have been great to see him go inside a bit more in the second half, but that didn't happen. I think we saw some encouraging signs from Brendan Polybank coming off the bench. Paul Hanari was pretty solid, but and then the ever-present Dylan Boucher.
Down the crunch, we talked about it. Down the crunch, turned the ball over a little too many times.
Yeah, we turned the ball over too many times at the beginning of the game. It was going our way, and then the momentum just seemed to absolutely shift and swing in favor of the Italians. And the Italians did get some continuity in their game in the second half. They just seemed to bring their game together for the 4 quarters that Brendan always talks about. And just a tough experience-wise, very good. Lindsay Tate played well last night. Winnie Tanner is a shining star for the 2 games that we had so far. And Ed Book, once again. Ed, if you're watching this tomorrow, good job. You are a fantastic basketball player. But we have to do this, like you said, for 4 quarters.
That's the important thing about basketball. It is a 4-quarter game. You can't rely on 1 quarter and having a good quarter. And is Ed Book paying you some money to talk him up like that?
Well, you know, not really. But let's get off Ed Book. Let's get off paper for a second. What do you guys think, as 2 former players here, the officiating this game? Sloppy? Was it consistent?
I just think in the second half that the Tall Blacks didn't really recognise that they were calling it a bit tighter and taking it inside. Maybe it had something to do with the tall timber of the Italians. I mean, CZ sitting here, but I mean they've got 2 or 3 big 7-footers out there, and we didn't attack the hoop and try and take advantage of the tight calling that seemed to eventuate in the second half.
Are there any good referees in the league? Really? In any league, are there any good referees? All right, that result for the Tall Blacks, it leaves them, obviously they're going to be playing on Monday from 2 o'clock in the morning. You can catch it live on Sky TV. The Tall Blacks, we don't know who they'll be playing, but it'll be Monday at 2 o'clock. The Tall Blacks, their final game before they head to Australia. And, you know, that game there is going to be very, very important for Tad Baldwin, building up to the last game of this tournament. After that, they head to Australia, they prepare for the Aussies. Yeah, absolutely. That momentum is going to be very important. They want to get a good win under their belts and go into Australia with some confidence, basically. You talk about the Australians, how they've recently come back from Europe. They lost 4 games and won 2. They struggled as well, and it just shows that the competition that the Tall Blacks have been playing in New Zealand, in Europe, sorry. Yeah, well, the European Championships, Eurobasket, is on next month, so I think there's a big focus, and obviously they've got their full-strength teams. And, you know, for a team to travel up in a short time span, play the games, I think tonight we probably just ran out a bit of steam, but we put together 3 good quarters. Daniel, we've seen Serbia and Montenegro play. We've seen the Italians play. Can you see the Italians being in the final, or the Serbia and Montenegro being in the final? And who are they going to be playing against?
Well, I can see Serbia and Montenegro definitely in the finals. I don't know if Italy is I think Russia might be sneaking in the back door. But, geez, I'll tell you, to me, Brendan, the glass is always half full for the Tall Blacks. And they're going to take away this experience. They're going to take away a lot of different things in which they have to improve. And now Tad Baldwin can see what he has to do. And let's get ready for these Aussies. That's right. And we'd like to thank you guys for coming to the studio today. Expert comments from my Tall Black mate here, Hayden Smythe. Daniel, great call on the game. We look forward to seeing the Tall Blacks on Monday morning at 2 o'clock. We don't know who they're playing. Live here on Sky Sport. You can go and have a sleep now. We're going to probably have a look at the game, have some breakfast, and then we're going to go and catch some sleep. So have a good morning.
Sky Sport is proud to present live international basketball from Istanbul, Turkey. The Burger King Tall Blacks play their third and final game of the tournament, the Istanbul Cup, against Latvia. Joining me in studio today, calling the game, is Daniel Hennessy and former Tall Black Hayden Smythe. Hayden, an important game for the Tall Blacks today. What do you think the keys to success are?
Yeah, it's a very important game, Brendan. They need to win to set that platform for the Australian series. The keys today, as I see it, is that the three Ps, Paul Henare, Pero Cameron and Phil Jones. Paulie needs to really control the game. He needs to add a bit of penetration, bring a few more things to the table tonight. Phil shot 21% in the last game. We really need to see him shoot 45%. And Pero is very quiet. He had 3 points. We need somewhere in between 10 to 15. And the difference in these last couple of games has been the shooting. They need to put the ball in the hole and be a bit more aggressive going to the hoop.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, Hayden. Cannot have Phil Jones shooting 21%. You just can't have it, but you still have to get him the rock, and he's still going to put up the shots because eventually Phil's going to break out of this. Yep. It's not even a slump. 2 games, he's off shot. He'll bounce back. He's a world-class player. He'll do well.
Yeah, there's been some interesting results over the last few games, and let's have a look at some of the results from yesterday. Russia beating Turkey 75-66. Turkey over Latvia 86-70. Russia beating Latvia 111-87. Serbia Montenegro 82-74 over the Italians. Serbia Montenegro beating New Zealand 86-64. And then the Italians beating the New Zealanders 69-53. Big result yesterday, the semi-final between Serbia Montenegro, the world champions, going down to the host nation Turkey 88-90. And also another result, Russia 71, Italy 80. That Serbia Montenegro game, the world champions going down to Turkey, well, it must have been a great game.
Oh, absolutely. Maybe a bit of home court advantage. I'm sure the stadium would have been a little more fuller than what it is today for this game. But yeah, it just goes to show international basketball how tight it is.
We talked about the Turkish side having the home court advantage. Obviously, down the crunch of Serbia Montenegro falling 90-88, a big result for you, Daniel.
Yeah, just unbelievable stuff. The 2 #1 teams have been knocked out, Russia and Serbia and Montenegro, so it's really anyone's game later on in the morning in the finals. But let's get back to the Tall Blacks. Let's get back to what they have to do this game. They've got to get a little retribution. They've got to win this game to go into the Aussie series with a little bit more confidence. I don't think they can lose 3 and feel good about the way they're playing basketball. At the end of the day, that's just the way the ball bounces sometimes, and we just got to start playing 4 good quarters of basketball, not 1 great good quarter of basketball, 2 mediocre, and 1 poor. Because you've said it a million times, Brendan, 4 quarters of basketball, that's what it is, and Tall Blacks are going to put in all 4 quarters tonight.
That's dead right, Daniel. Let's check out the starting 5, especially starting off with the Latvia side. Robert Stelmaras, Troyes Oslers, Kristaps Volters, Katspars Kambala, and Agars Vitols. The Tall Black starting 5 wouldn't have changed too much from yesterday. Pero Cameron, Dylan Boucher, Phil Jones, Ed Book, and Paul Henare. Now, we need to look at our point guard, Hayden. Paulie's probably struggled a little bit, I'd say, because of Mark Dickel not being there. How important is it for him to stay out of foul trouble today?
It's critical. Paulie's a great point guard. He needs to be in the game. We saw at moments through the Italian game where things broke down a little bit. We saw, I think it was at the end of the first quarter or the second quarter, where we had an opportunity to take the last shot and score, and we sort of froze because we had nobody that could penetrate. Now, Paulie's very quick. He needs to use that quickness against these guys and not be afraid to get in the lane and dish off.
That's a good point, Hayden. Also, hopefully tonight the officiating will be steady. It'll be constant, consistent. They won't be given. Now, you guys, I'll tell you don't like to hear it, but they gave away soft fouls last night, and Pero Cameron got flung to the floor, and I was very upset about that whole thing, wasn't I?
You've never played the game before, have you, Daniel? honestly. I mean, referees never change, my friend, and it doesn't get any better when you get overseas.
Well,
You know it,
anytime.
Hayden, and I know it. Whenever you're playing overseas, the refereeing's not great in New Zealand, let alone going over to another person's country.
Right.
So it is important, and I think another key player we need to look at is Pero Cameron. Okay, looks like we've got the haka here. We'll go straight to Pero Cameron leading the haka. Pretty good effort there, Daniel in the haka. Dylan Bouch up the front there. You've got to love Dylan. He plays the game with passion. He does the haka with passion also.
Yeah, that's a psychological mind blower pretty much for anybody they play against. It's, you know, I don't know about these Latvians, but at the end of the day, I would feel like a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs after that. Pretty nervous.
Yeah, no, the boys look pretty fired up there, and that's what we need, really. We need them to get out there with a lot of aggression, and we saw Dylan there, as you said. He's going to leave everything on the court tonight. These guys want to win.
I think a key importance, especially today, is Pero Cameron, his leadership, but not only his leadership, showing some composure so that the players around him, because everyone looks to him, especially down the crunch.
Yeah, you even said last night, when he's on the court, he has a calming effect, and he does. He leads by example, and we need to get Pero Cameron, as you said last night, during the point of the game where it could have went two ways. Both you guys said at the end of the day, we've got to get it into playmakers' hands. Yeah. Here's the tip-off now. Here we go. We got Latvia now with the ball on the outside. First time on attack now. Tall Blacks on defense. We got Pero Cameron. Number 5 is going to be popping it off from the corner. That is Vitols. And here come the Tall Blacks. First time on attack. Paul Henare with the ball. Paul Henare gets up to PC at the top. Over to Ed Book.
Yeah, this is going to be a great game tonight. You know, it's a must-win situation, and I'm pretty excited to see Pero and Phil, because I've never seen them have a couple of bad games in a row. So they're going to be wanting to play the way that they know they can.
All right, here we go now. Working it inside to the big man, Kambala. No good for Kambala. Good work for Tony Rampton on defense on the big man. 2.15 meters, Kambala. Paul Henare from downtown. That's good, Paul Henare! Lightened it up real early here in Turkey.
That's an important shot for Paul Henare. But the important thing is when Paul shoots that three-point shot, we need to get back on defense. The Latvia side got back there and nearly had a wide-open layup. We don't need that.
Yep. I like what we're seeing, though, right from the get-go. Paulie being aggressive and running. I remember, Brendan, when you were with that Australian series, the quest was run to Indy, you know, and maybe they're going to go back to that philosophy a little tonight.
Sprint to Aussie, Hayden. Sprint to Aussie. Look out, you Australians. Look out, you Australians.
All right, Agar Vitols now for Latvia will sink both of his. And here comes Paul Henare, just a dribbling master. Such skills. Any of you younger players out there, watch Paul Henare with the ball. He is a magician. All right, here we go. Tall Blacks looks like a set play here. Ed Book at the top of the key. Ed Book's trying to work it over to Jones now. Who's it inside to Rampton. Rampton on Kambala. Rampton goes baseline. Beautiful move. Nothing happening. And PC could not get the handle.
Nice move by Tony Rampton, but Tony needed to finish off with the basket. I find he's beating the man, but he's not finishing off when he gets underneath there. So it's important for him.
Yep,
to
Tony
finish
Rampton.
off.
Tony Rampton is completing himself as a basketball player here. There's no two ways about it. He's definitely coming along. And there's a three-pointer from outside from Latvia. And the score early: Latvia 8, New Zealand 2. 8:14 left in the first. And here they come again. A bit of a turnover there. And Latvia from the outside. Nice move inside, and that's going to count as well. Number 13, Grafs, in the game for Latvia.
I think the defence by the Tall Blacks starting off hasn't been as tense as it needs to be. Maybe a substitution, we could see Dylan Boucher moving into the game and just picking up that defence a little bit, because the Latvian side's had a few open three-point shots and made a couple easy baskets inside.
All right, Jones now looks like he's going to go coast to coast, but loses the handle. And here comes Vitols now for Latvia. He's going to work it all the way across and get it back inside to Kabala, but he'll lose the handle, and Payroll will pick up the loose change. And here comes Paulie Hanare over to Jones. Jones is going to put up the rock, and that's more like it for Mr. Jones. Phil Jones.
That's what we want to see, and I'm sure we're going to see it all night.
Phil Jones has been a little bit off the last couple of games, but he is a professional. He will keep throwing up that rock until it goes in. Point in case, last basket. All right, here we go. Latvia now with the ball on the outside.
Yeah, they're playing the amoeba again, the matchup zone. Well,
And
Tony might have got away with a bit of a push there, but here we are, off again.
here we go now. Hanare over to Jones. Jones fiddles into Rampton. Slam dunk. Ed Book. Nice stuff from Ed Book early.
Every time Phil Jones gets the ball, he's got that look in his eye today. He really wants to, you know, either beat his man off the dribble or look to penetrate and dish off. That was a great pass.
All right, number 13 for...
Tall Blacks are going to have to look at their matchup zone here. They're leaving a big hole in the middle, and they're just not rotating quick enough. So hopefully they can sort that out very shortly.
Ed Book popping one up from about 10 feet. No good. And we'll have a foul.
More of a frustration foul there, I think, from Ed.
And that's 2 quick fouls on Ed Book.
Yeah, two needless fouls, really.
Yeah.
And we can't afford that.
And here comes Mr. Hands into the game. That's good to see. Dylan Boucher now will attempt to wreak havoc on Latvia's offense.
I was surprised actually that Tab did not start with Dylan, especially defensively. I think that's what starts and gets. He proves a great catalyst for the New Zealand side.
Yeah.
As the Latvian side just score a three-pointer.
Yep,
16-7.
Number 12, Bagaskets scoring
Possibly
a
Brendan
three-pointer.
after on the last game was that Ed had such a great offensive game, and we have been struggling offensively. Maybe they're looking to get some more scoring power in there.
Maybe looking to throw just the extra pass a little bit too much right now. I think we need to settle into the game and get the ball into the paint and see what happens from there.
All right, Tall Blacks basketball. Here we go. Hanare to inbounds. He's going to get it to Jones. Jones is going to put up a little runner, and that's going to be, yeah, that was going in. And the big boy, Kambala, popped it on out. So here we go now. Latvia with the ball, working it inside, getting it over to number 12, Grafs. Grafs is going to put it up. No good. Offensive rebound. And Boucher's going to come up with a steal. The ball just seems to magnate right toward him. Here we go now. Hanare is going to pop it up from outside. And no good. And there's Tony Rampton swiping away at Kambala. Nothing happening there. Here comes Latvia now, once again on the run. Stelmers fiddles, diddles, pops it up. Good shot, Stelmers. He's a quality guard for this Latvia team. Stelmers, number 7.
They're scoring the baskets. The Stelmar scored that basket. They were playing the amoeba defense, but they're setting the screen up top for the point guard. He's coming straight off the forward, off the screen that's set, and getting the easy jump shot at the top of the key.
Yeah, they were set. They're shooting 80%. If they keep shooting 80% from the three-point line, it's going to be a good night. Interesting, the Latvia team beat Australia about 2 or 3 weeks ago, so they're no slouches, and the Tall Blacks are really good. I think they'll come out of this timeout. They'll go back to their man-to-man, I'd say.
I think they need to come. I think they need to go back into a man-to-man. We looked at the game yesterday, on Saturday that they played, and we went to that amoeba defense, and I just think reaction was a little bit slower. They were getting wide open shots here. Here's the shot here by number 7, Stelmers. You know, just the rotation's just a little bit slow, not enough communication. So I think it's important that we go back to a man and be accountable for the player that you're guarding.
Once again, the gospel is being preached here by Reverend Pongia, the basketball gospel, that is. Stelmers now. What do we got going on here, boys? Still a timeout?
Still a timeout.
Making their way back to the court here.
Phil Jones has started the game very well. 5 points. He's got that look in his eye every time he gets the ball. He wants to beat his man and score on him, which is going to be a scary thought for the...
It'll definitely make a long afternoon for the person guarding Phil Jones if he gets hot here early. All right, we got Henare with the ball. Top of the key now. Henare.
Yep, Pero foul.
Yep, we got a foul on Pero, I do believe.
It's funny when Perry pivots like that at the top of the key, there's a big backside there that you're going to run into.
I did say that, Pero. All right, here we go now. Latvia with the ball. They're a good perimeter team. They work a lot on the outside. Here goes number 12, Grafs again. He's going to put one up, and he's going to sink it. Bagatskis with that. Number 12, Bagatskis for Latvia. And that's his third shot from that little area, I think, right there. Bodies are flying down in the paint. Pero Cameron's hitting the deck. And, ooh, a bit of a stare down there from Pero.
Yeah, the point guard, I'll watch that slowly in the game and see where that point guard will get rubbed off on the screen later on in the game.
Yeah, well, the Latvians are definitely on fire. It's 5 3-pointers in the opening quarter thus far, and
83% from the three-point line. That's a pretty mean effort.
You'd take that, wouldn't you, Brendan?
Yeah, I would take that. I'd take 50.
And once again, Brendan, just like in the Serbia-Montenegro game, they seem to be wide open on the perimeter.
They're getting good
Jones
screens
putting up a 20-footer. That's not going to drop. And Ostlers with the rebound now. Gets it up to Stelmers. Stelmers is going to shift it over to Vitols. Back to Stelmers now. Looks like a set play here for Latvia. Into Kambala, the big man. And look at Dylan Boucher just haunting on defense. Stelmers now is going to go right into the paint. Nothing happening. And there's a rebound for Phil Jones. And here comes Paul Henare. Paul Henare swings it over to Jones. Out to PC. And the whistles are blowing early here.
Well, you talked about the referees, Daniel, and they are taking control early in the game.
Yeah, that third period last night, they just took the oomph out of the game for me. You know, it's going to be hard to get some consistency when the whistle's getting blown every 3 seconds. All right, here we go now. Latvia with the ball. They're going to run it up. And they're going to pop it outside of the perimeter. Good outside perimeter team once again. Stelmers with the ball now.
Yeah, Aaron Olsen's checked into the game, and Tall Blacks are back in a man-to-man defense, and they need to be aggressive. And then we've got a turnover there, a travel. By your man, Stelmers.
Yep, he definitely walked.
That's the type of defense that we need to play. We need to play that in-your-face defense.
Well, Latvia 22, New Zealand 9. They need to find some consistency in their game. And, well, they're putting in the ball in the right hands right now with Dylan Boucher. Dylan Boucher going to work it out to Aaron Olsen. He's going to swing it over to Henare. Looking inside. Miles Pearson in the game now. Henare from way downtown. And that was short, but there's Miles Pierce with an offensive rebound. Good stuff. New 24-second clock. Need to keep doing that. And there's Henare with a little 12-footer. Not going to drop. And they are just fighting for the rebound down there. And here comes Stelmers now. Dylan Boucher all over him. And they're going to put up a three-point bomb, and that is going to drop.
No, we can't leave them alone.
They're lacking communication. That's where it is. We know when you're playing defense, the sixth man in the defensive rotation is everybody chatting.
Bagatskis once again for Latvia with a three-pointer. Now here's Boucher at the top. Moves it over to Olsen. Olsen puts up a 20-footer. That's not going to drop. Olsen collects his own rebound. Gets it aside to Rampton. Rampton is hassled. No foul. And here comes Latvia once again. Latvia 25, New Zealand 9, 2:45 left to go in the first quarter here. And they will move it on the outside, looking for cracks in the Tall Blacks defense. The big man, Kambala, nice move for a big man, 2.15 meters, and that was a nice move.
That's a big, ugly brute, isn't it?
He looks like a debt collector, that boy. All right, here we go. Henare now. Get it out to Miles Pierce. Into Rampton. Over to Henare. Into Dylan Boucher. Dylan Boucher's not going to miss this one, and I believe that will be a...
that should count as well. I think he took that off the glass.
That was
we
a
should
nice
get the 2
simple
points
play
and the
from
foul.
Nice simple play from Dylan. Cut off the screener, came through, put the shot fake up, got fouled and won. Good job.
And what do you want to bet Dylan Boucher did that on purpose? He seems to have eyes in the back of his head, Dylan Boucher. His peripheral vision is that of a chameleon. He can see everything.
Just understands the game more than anything. Sees the whole court and knows how to run the offenses efficiently.
Dylan Boucher's going to sink it. So that's a 3-point play from Dylan Boucher. Good stuff. Latvia 27, New Zealand 12 with 2:10 left to go in the first. And they just got to shut down the 3-point onslaught of Latvia. And the Tall Blacks are right in this one. Pharaoh Cameron hunting on defense.
There'll be a foul on there, and Olsen out high with a bit of a hand check, a bit of a ticky-tacky one.
All right, he'll go to the line now shooting. Like to keep these guys off the foul line if possible.
They haven't had to go to the foul line too much, Daniel, because they're making all their 3-point shots. I think they're still at 80-something% from the 3-point line, which is absolutely unbelievable.
All right, Olsen now bringing it up for the Tall Blacks. Latvia 29, New Zealand 12. Olsen is harassed by Skella.
Well, there's a consistent call for you, Dean.
I
eh?
like to see
One
it.
each end. There you
Fantastic
go.
stuff. These guys are going to make my Christmas list. I can feel it. And that's Skella with his first foul for Latvia.
I think New
Skella's
Zealand's
taking a
going to
risk.
play
We have
quite
to-
tough down this last stretch. That's a nice pass.
Nice pass, back door. Miles Pierce working it in the paint, dishes it over to Olsen. Olsen's in the paint now, dishes it back over. And we got PC for 1, 2, no good. And there's Boucher with the rebound. Look at him, forever hunting on defense, and that's going to go the way of the Tall Blacks, and that was all Dylan Boucher right there.
Straight hustle for the Dylan, and you know that's all we want from him. We need the whole team playing like the straight hustle.
Look at that.
Yeah, let's hope that starts rubbing off on some of the other guys, and we get a few more like that. In and out.
PC in and out, nothing happening. And here comes Latvia now, looking to extend their lead. Number 12 from the corner, that's going to not go in. Fantastic stuff. All right, here comes Dylan Boucher now. Tall Blacks running. Coast to coast, Dylan Boucher, not going to drop. And we'll have a foul. Good work. Miles Pierce underneath to draw that.
Yep, that's 2 or 3 offensive rebounds for Miles Pierce now. We need to...
Miles Pierce making a contribution early, and Robert Stelmars with his first foul. And that's good to see because he is a 3-point assassin from beyond the arc there.
Tab Baldwin probably going to have a few words to the team, but you can't fault the Latvian side. They're shooting 80-something% from the 3-point line. New Zealand, they're within, what is it, 17 points, the Latvia are up by. We just need to chip away and hope that Latvia don't continue to shoot that incredible percentage, because if they do, they will deserve to win. I mean, I've never met a team that have scored that amount over a full period of a game, and if they did, they've probably thrashed the opposition.
Exactly. If they keep shooting 80%, it's going to be very, very tough for us to get close at all. Basketball's a game of runs, and they're not going to continue to shoot that for the rest of the game. What we want to do is have a quarter where the Tall Blacks come out and have a hot streak like they have.
Well, we saw it in the World Championships. New Zealand played China. China were absolutely on fire for the first quarter. Phil Jones decided to take it upon his shoulders and come out and score 5 3-pointers at the end of the second quarter to bring them within distance at this first half.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got the firepower there, and it's going to be unleashed soon. I'm sure of it.
Yep, we wear it on our sleeve, don't we?
All right, Miles Pierce on the line now. And that's going to drop for Miles. And here comes Latvia. It's sort of a full court press now from the Tall Blacks. Good to see. And that's going to be a follow through. And they just have the players down there. They gotta get the players down there to get the defensive boards. That was Osler's number 6 for Latvia. Here comes Olsen now. Gets over to Payro Cameron. PC directing traffic. Pops over to Miles Pierce, top of the key. And that is Brendan Polyblank into the game.
Nice move, nice move. The triangle offense, and Brendan had the ball there on the pinch post and drove down the lane and got fouled. And that's what we need is the aggression in it.
I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed with Latvia. They threw a press. Every time the New Zealanders have thrown, I mean, New Zealand have thrown a different defense at Latvia. They've adjusted. They threw the press there. They got the ball down the court pretty easily and got an easy basket down the other end. New Zealand are going to be in for a very tough game today.
It's good to see Brendan Polyblank just come right onto the court and get right into the mix of things, and he's going to hit both of his foul shots here. Brendan Polyblank, it's good to see him. Lindsay Tate, they could very well be the future of the Tall Blacks, and they're already here. All right, Latvia now with the ball. Velters. Pagaskis, want to stay on him. He is the three-point guru there. We want to keep it out of his hands as much as possible. Number 12, man with the ball right now. Nice pass, no-look pass, and that's not going to drop. All right, here we go now. Number 5 with a fadeaway, and that's not going to happen. 24, that is the end. Nope, we still have 10 seconds to go. I believe that's a 24-second clock, so that's good defense by the Tall Blacks. 31-16, New Zealand behind with 10 seconds left to go in the first quarter. PC now, 4 seconds left. PC drives the lane. Payroll Cameron! Welcome to Cameronville, population 1.
Great move from Pirro from the top of the key. Took his man off the dribble, scored the 2 points. Latvia 31-18 after the first period. The biggest thing about the first period for me, Latvia's shooting percentage.
Yeah, Brendan, they've pretty much played the perfect quarter. If they stay on at this pace, they're going to score 124 points in the game, and any team that does that is surely in a good chance to win. So, you know, when you really need Tall Blacks to come out, it's going to be a defensive effort, and that's going to have to ignite their offense.
Yeah, they can't keep the shooting up like that all game long. We started in the game the other night. There was momentum swings in the first quarter. There was momentum swings in the second quarter. We just have to wait for the momentum to come our way, and I think the more that we confuse them, maybe with that full court press, every time they do that, they seem to throw a cog into the work of the offense of the Latvia team.
You're correct there. It's important that...
Did you say I was correct?
Yeah, I'm going to say you were correct.
Oh, man!
Now, I look at Tab. Tab will be looking to throw different things at the Latvia team because keeps them thinking, keeps their point guard thinking where they need to go, and hopefully within the second, third, fourth quarter, they'll start making the mistakes that we need them to make, and we can get turnovers off that and easy, fast break points.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with the Latvians in this quarter. They've, you know, the Tall Blacks have thrown a couple of things at them, and they've handled the pressure pretty well. Their guards are obviously very sharp, and they haven't really turned the ball over at all from memory. So the Tall Blacks got a bit of work ahead of them, but I'm sure the boys can come through.
Yeah, definitely. At the Amoeba defense, not too sure about the Amoeba defense right now. The team's still pretty new. I know Tab will be trying to work on that maybe for the Australian series. Here's one of the three-point shots, one of probably many in the first half that the Latvian side have made.
And there wasn't a Tall Black within 5 feet of him while he took that shot. They've got to get somebody in their face.
That's at Amoeba.
Pagaskis again.
They're setting that screen from the top and they're flaring to the corner and getting the wide open shot. That's because there's not enough adjustment from the people on the wings, knowing who's in your area. And it's just a communication thing. Defense is communication. It's all about talking.
And here we go, the second quarter about to take place here. Homek's going to jump it up against the big man, Oslers, and Latvia will win the tip and come down on the charge beginning of the second quarter here.
Well,
Latvia 31, New Zealand 18. And they work it inside to the big man, Kambala. Kambala puts up a hook, no good. And there is Polyblank with the rebound, shuffles it up to Olsen. Olsen now on the outside, hooks it over to PC. PC is wide open. Payroll Cameron! Waking it up!
The big fella Kambala didn't want to come out and guard Pero from the top of the three-point line. If he leaves him open, Pero will have a field day.
We've got it down to 10, so it's been a great start already.
Here's Latvia now. Kambala with the ball. PC working on him. There's a matchup we should be watching all night long. Kambala won that little tassel.
That Kambala, he wouldn't go missing in WWF.
He is a big unit, isn't he?
I think he just came straight from there.
Get that boy an afro and a pair of overalls, I'll be his manager. What do you guys think about that? All right, Latvia now. They're going to move the ball up quickly. Number 10, Valters with the ball, pops it inside, and Dylan Boucher is there once again, and they are flying. Dylan's going to go coast to coast. He will draw the foul.
Need Dylan to finish that. I know he got fouled going to the hoop, but he needs to finish those baskets.
And that's a classic Dylan move. He's normally pretty good finishing with his left hand, but he's just a bit too much momentum forward there, and it pinged off the glass. But
it is good to see Bagatskis with a foul because he's their high scorer right now. Cannot leave number 12, Bagatskis alone outside the three-point arc because he will drain it. Boucher now shooting his second, and that's going to be short, and Polyblank will come up with that. And they'll have a fresh 24. Offensive rebounds are huge. Payroll Cameron putting it up again. No good. But you know what? He should take that shot. Look at that, Dylan Boucher. Fantastic stuff from Dylan Boucher.
Whenever Dylan's around the hoop after a rebound, he's always picking someone's pocket.
there we go. There's a steal.
Another steal. Here comes Olsen. They're flying. Polyblank, and he'll get fouled. And here comes the momentum swing.
Defensive intensity's picked up, which, you know, creates offense. Great move by Brennan, fouled.
Fantastic skills, Polyblank.
Well, Dylan's definitely leading from the front. He's sparked this, and he's really the catalyst for the team. And just got to get everybody following him, and we'll be okay.
You call me crazy, but some of these Latvian players seem to be huffing and puffing early. Kambala's out there breathing heavy, and Vitols just came off. He was breathing heavy, so, you know, who knows? By the fourth quarter, it could be all Tall Blacks. We'll wait and see. PC is going to move it into Olsen. Nice pass. Olsen will draw the foul. Payroll Cameron.
That was a great play. He rolled off his man into the paint, set this pump faked, and fouled.
And that's
job,
a foul
Aaron.
on Oslers.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing here from the Tall Blacks. Also, the unit that they have out there on the court at the moment, you've got probably a smaller team, but a more mobile team, and it seems to be paying dividends, keeping up with the Latvians and maybe having a step or two on them.
All right, here we go. Latvia 33, New Zealand 24, starting to creep back into this one. Good things happening this quarter for the Tall Blacks. Latvia works it outside the perimeter, as they usually do. Working it around, number 7 puts it up. Yes, Stelmers will sink another one. And once again, he is alone out there with nobody in his face to distract him whatsoever. Homick now with the ball for the Tall Blacks. Proves it over, Dylan Boucher going baseline. Nice finger roll, Dylan Boucher.
Great move from Dylan on the baseline. Took his man off the dribble and went to the hole strong. Very good.
Kambala with the ball now. Moves it up to Vitols. And they're going to draw a foul there. Number 12, Bagatskis, will be going to the line. Foul on Dylan Boucher.
Dylan's first, which is good. Oh, that was all ball.
Where's Ed Book? I was almost going to wear my number 1 fan T-shirt tonight. Where's my man Ed Book?
You've got his mobile number, haven't you? You could give him a call right now.
I want to get an autograph.
I'm sure we can get it for you, Daniel.
Thanks, man. Bagatskis now for Latvia. And that's going to be automatic from him.
13 points. Playing very well.
And he'll sink both of those. And PC will get it into Paulie Henare, who's now back in the game for the Tall Blacks. And PC now, top of the key. Swing it over to Jones, who's back into the game now. Phil thinks about it, no go. Over to Paulie Henare, back over to Jones, over to PC. Jones is going to drive. Jones is going to go straight on in. Nothing happening. And Latvia will get the ball, and they are running now. Tall Blacks on defense. Stelmers kicks it out. And we have a foul.
A good defense from Phil. Just the last time down the court, the New Zealand team on offense, a little bit hesitant.
Yeah, I think the word's gone out. The Tall Blacks really try to move the ball, string 4 or 5 passes together, and really make the defense work. I think what they're going to try and do.
Okay, here we go. Latvia 38, New Zealand 26. Paul Henare now is hassled by Stelmers, and he will move it up to Jones. Phil Jones now. Pedro Cameron just dumping Kamala. Love to see that. The big man hit the deck and said, geez, that's never happened before. Dylan Boucher out to Jones. Swings it around, and that's not going to drop it. There's Boucher again. Look at Boucher, forever present on defense. But that was a good look there for the Tall Blacks. Stelmers now is going to kick it out. Working once again on the perimeter. And there he is all alone. Into Kamala, and the big man will do a little dance.
He's getting good body position inside. I think Mike Hommick needs to really work on him a little bit harder and try to push him out of the paint and not let him get his positioning inside and so close to the basket.
Yeah. He's when he gets in there, he's not going to pass it. It's going straight up, and he's going straight to the hoop. So definitely needs to move their feet, maybe front him. They've really got to work on this, guys. If we're not careful, he's going to cause us a lot of trouble down the stretch.
He's a big man.
He is one big unit. There's no choice about that. Hey, what happened to his eyebrows? Well, we'll get it. We'll have a look at the lack of his eyebrows later. Once again, a big unit, Kamala there, but he hit the floor pretty hard last time Pedro put him down, so he can be defeated now. All right, Boucher's going to swing it out to Jones. Jones back out to Boucher. Out to Jones. Jones is going to put up a 3, and that's not going to drop for Phil. And here comes Skella now with the ball. You will get it over to Vitols. Vitols will put it up. That'll be well short. Dylan Boucher with the defensive rebound. 4-on-1. Boucher to Rampton. That's not going to happen. He should have slowed things down and waited for everybody to come up. Here comes number 7, Stelmers. We'll get an easy basket. Jones now will launch it to half court. Fired it right up to Paulie Henare.
Yeah, Tony Rampton not quite ready for the ball there, and as a 7-footer, probably you don't want to have your 7-footer with taking the ball at speed. It's out past the 3-point line. And
nice pass by Dylan Boucher. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, the last couple of times down the court, we've got a few open shots which have been good, but we just haven't managed to nail the basket.
All right, we got Latvia now with the ball. Gets it into the big man with no eyebrows, Kamala, and he's going to try that running hook, and it's not going to happen for him once again. Jones is going to loft it up. Beautiful pass to Dylan Boucher. That was a pretty play.
Great steal from Dylan there, and a great pass.
Dylan Boucher, the forever present great white shark, always cruising for a piece of bait. Here we go now, Latvia with the ball. Stelmers, he's going to get into the big man, Kamala, but who was there once again? Boucher. Doing it all early. All right, here we go now. Was that Jones going to pop one up from way downtown? Phil Jones from downtown.
Lot better,
wild, eh?
Yeah, a lot better at the end of the just there at the timeout. We're shooting 27%. The Latvia side 70% from the 3-point line. I mean, that's unbelievable. Rebounds, New Zealand has 12 and the Latvian side 15. I think we need to dominate more in that area.
Yeah, well, what we're seeing here is that we've got the lead down to under a double-digit lead. They've just got to keep chipping away. Dylan Boucher's just he's really doing everything out there on the court, and we if a couple of other guys go along with him, the game's going to be close by halftime. So
I think one of the important things we've talked about Dylan, especially over the early 2 games, his defense has been great, but probably not giving us enough productivity on the offensive end. And today, he's showing that both on the offensive end and the defensive end.
I'm having flashbacks from the Australian series.
Yes.
He's everywhere.
I'm just having flashbacks.
You're just having flashbacks of Ed Book.
Oh, you know, where's the bookman? The bookman cometh. Not yet, though. We're looking at Rampton, Hanare, Olsen.
Yeah, you won't see Ed back this half. Tab's policy, I think, pretty standard. Once a player has two fouls, and players such as Ed Book, a big guy, you're not going to see him back in the first half.
Yep. Okay, here we go now. Kamala, the man with no eyebrows. Perhaps Dylan Boucher stole them. Oh, there we have it. And
he's stealing everything else, isn't he? Yeah?
Well, the guy's got no eyebrows, so I mean, they've got to be gone. They're going to check Dylan Boucher's pockets.
I think you've got something about big guys. It's either Ed Book or it's Kambala.
I don't know. Some days I just wish I was 7 feet tall. You know what I'm saying? Here he is. And he's pretty automatic from the free throw line. And as soon as I say that, he's going to miss one, of course.
Can you say that again for us, Daniel?
Yeah, I will. Well, I don't know what's worse, having no eyebrows or a unibrow. I don't know. I can't figure it out. We'll see what happens here. All right, here we go.
I thought you said he didn't have a 4-head, he had a 5-head. Is that what you're saying?
Latvia now 43, New Zealand 33. Only down by 10 with 3:51 left to go here. Jones on the perimeter. Scooted over to Paulie Hanare. Looks like a set play here. Over to Miles Pierce. Tight defense from the Latvian team. Miles Pierce is going to pop up about a 12-footer. That's going to be good for Miles Pierce. Good to get him on the score sheet.
It's a good basket. Probably not something that Tab would want him to do, to dribble off and pull up for a jump shot. It's probably not one of his strengths, but a great basket.
All right, Latvia now with the ball. 43-35, 3:25 left to go. Kabala gets it inside. Not going to happen, and there's a score of all Tall Blacks ready to take that away. Olsen now moves into Rampton, and we have a whistle.
Yeah, Tony's doing a great job of keeping Kambala off the block. He's always got a strong forearm in his back, so he's not giving him any room to move, and you can see he's getting off balance with his shots, and they need to keep that up.
Also, I think Tony gets up and down the court, and Kambala by the 4th quarter, I think, will get quite tired.
And that's going to be a steal by Vitols, and they're going to work things up quickly, and nope, they're going to maintain possession here. Driving baseline, and once again, there's 2 Tall Blacks there for the defensive boards, and we might have a foul here.
Great job by Tony Rampton. Come across and help there on the defense and change the shot.
Yeah, I think we have possibly a technical foul here. Is that right?
Stelmers with his 2nd foul.
Doesn't look very happy about it.
You guys never do look happy about it. I've never seen one player once say, you know what, ref, you're right, I smashed that guy in the head. I've never seen one player say that. Never. Usually it's a look like, what, me? All right, here we go now. Aaron Olsen's going to get it into Paulie Hanare. Latvia 43, New Zealand 36, 2:58 left to go until halftime. And New Zealand's crawling back into this one. Miles Pierce gets it over to Paulie Hanare. Paulie Hanare, he's going to fly. Aaron Olsen from the corner, that's good, Aaron Olsen!
It's back to 4 points. We're right back in this game.
Great penetration from Paul Hanare.
Yep, going baseline, a good dish. Very good dish from him. And here we go now, Latvia with the ball. Stelmers, top of the key. Paulie Hanare haunting him on defense. And once again, open from outside. And we just can't leave those guys open for that long, that far out. Paulie Hanare now with the ball. Gets it to Olsen, back to Paulie Hanare. And Ari still with the ball, trying to find cracks in this Latvia defense. Miles Pierce is going to go baseline. He's going to dish it back out, and it's going to get stolen. And here comes Stelmers for Latvia. And it looks like we might have a foul on Phil Jones. And Brendan Polyblank will be coming into the game for the Tall Blacks, and Phil Jones will be taking a seat, taking a well-deserved rest. All right, Latvia with the ball now. Latvia 46, New Zealand 39, with just under 2 minutes left to go in the first half. From inside the charity stripe, no love. And here comes Olsen. And looks like we might have another foul inside, off the ball.
Yep, Dylan's again causing the Latvians all kinds of trouble. Dylan getting down the court quickly, and all they can do is hold him. Look at that.
A lot better execution from the Tall Blacks in this quarter compared to the first quarter. The Latvians shooting the ball better, but
and we have another whistle. Another whistle. I'm gonna get out my binoculars soon and start looking for birds.
yeah, the flow of the game has changed. It's been a little bit stop-start, and teams probably struggling to get into a rhythm. Here's your friend, the man with no eyebrows.
Well, what can you say about him? He's got a head only a mother could love, sort of like myself. And looks like he might have been in the lane early. Latvia 47, New Zealand 39, with 1:31 to go in the half, and it's just been whistle central for the last 5 minutes, and hopefully we can get some sort of a motion to this game here. Perry Cameron for three, no good. And there's Dylan Boucher for a fresh 24, gets over to Polyblank. Polyblank's gonna hang it out to Olsen. Olsen dishes off to PC, gonna put it up again from exactly the same spot. Payroll Cameron with three. Here comes Stelmers now.
Pereira's not going to miss two shots from the same spot that close together.
And there's Dylan Boucher. Dylan Boucher moving it over to Olsen, and they are going to close this gap up nicely before halftime. And here goes PC. He's going to dish it over to Miles Pierce. Miles Pierce spins around. Got to finish that play, Miles Pierce. And here comes Stelmers once again. And who is there to hassle him? Of course, Dylan Boucher.
That last play down the court, we really needed to score that basket. It would have cut the game to 3 points. Pretty simple basket. Now we could turn around. If it's a free throw shot, we could make it 5.
And here we go. Stelmers at the line, and he'll sink his first.
Yeah, I don't think there's too much chance of Stelmers missing this shot. He shot well all night.
Very good skilled player. Very good tools, Stelmers. And Olsen will collect the rebound here. Latvia 48, New Zealand 42, with just 35 seconds left to go in the first half. Still anybody's contest. And we've got Polyblank with the ball. Gets it over to PC. PC's on the big unit, and PC is called for a travel. And that's going to be a good matchup to watch for the second half. Pero Cameron against Kambala.
Yeah, like Perez becoming in the last couple of minutes a lot more aggressive. He's trying to take the ball to the hoop, and I really do believe if he gets his back on Kambala, he can spin on him. He'll cause Kambala a lot of problems in the second half, and we just need to get him down there on the block. 9
seconds left to go in the first half. Latvia up by 6, and that's going to go Latvia's way with just 3 seconds left. Now that is a lifetime for a team like this, hey Brendan? They could pop up and have some sort of a play to sink a 3. We'll see what happens. And there it is, and no good, and that'll be the end of the first half. Latvia 48, New Zealand 42.
I think one of the important things, especially coming down on that last part, I mean, Kambala looks like he's going to the free throw line, Pero fouling him. important thing in the last probably minute. We had 2 or 3 opportunities. We didn't score. Could have tied the game, or we could have been within 2 or 3 points, which is, you know, we really need to consolidate, especially in crunch time going into the half.
Yep. And Cabal will get 1 for 2 to finish off the first half.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate there that Pero picked up that foul in the last point of a second, basically. And there we have Latvia had 49-42 at the half.
62% shooting from the 3-point line. Latvia, they've dropped a little bit, but that's still a great shooting percentage. New Zealand shooting 36%, but leading 18-16 on the rebounding. Latvia's up 49-42. Sky Sport bringing you Tall Black basketball. The Tall Blacks up 49-42, down 49-42 against Latvia. Sorry about that. I'm
Bit early.
Yeah, a bit early now. Maybe that'll be the score at the end of the game. Let's look at the Latvia side in the first half. They've had a great game, shot the ball unbelievably.
Oh, absolutely. 62% from the 3-point line. Pretty tough to get in front of any team that's going to shoot that well.
The Tall Blacks' defence against Latvia in the first quarter, not as effective as they were in the second quarter.
No, they were average. They were average first quarter, but Dylan Boucher came in and absolutely sparked them defensively. Every time Dylan Boucher hits the floor, you know something's going to happen.
Let's have a look at some of the highlights from the first half, especially for Latvia.
All right, here's Stelmers now, and they just seem to be a good perimeter shooting team. And that is Bagaskis popping it from outside, and he is one of their 3-point Jedi Knights, I guess I could say. And Stelmers, once again, he's a very good general for this team. He's had a lot of European experience, and there he is popping yet another 3-pointer.
Kembala's setting that screen at the top and getting that wide open shot.
Here's Stelmers once again, popping it over to Bagaskis again, and there's Bagaskis once again. I believe he's only got 1 foul on him, so it would be good to get some more fouls on him. And here's Stelmers working it up, working it over. See, there's nobody on him right there. They got to have somebody in his face.
That's a communication thing, and you know, like I talked about it in the first half, we need to communicate. Everybody needs to be talking on the defensive end.
Yep.
What we saw there in the start was the New Zealand, the bigger guys not rotating, not getting out to the shooters.
And here's Stelmers once again. And he'll just shuffle it around the outer perimeter, and they just have to get a foot closer.
Yeah, there needs to be more pressure, especially on their shooters. I think we're a step off a lot of the time, and it's important that we need to get in their face and make them put the ball to the ground, make a little bit of a different decision, you know, rather than giving them that wide open 3-point shot.
Yeah, what we saw with the Tall Blacks when they went to a smaller lineup. Their rotations were better, their defense was better. I think we got caught out in the first quarter. They had Ed Book and Tony Rampton on the court, and they just weren't rotating quick enough to the perimeter shooters, and they made that adjustment. They've got the smaller lineup in there, and they've clawed the lead back.
Yeah, let's have a look at some of the Tall Blacks in the first half. And Paul Hanari, he came down, he looked for Phil. Phil looked to get involved early and drops off to Ed. That's an easy basket for Ed Book, and Ed got in foul trouble, which really hurt us in the first half. Aaron Olsen bringing the ball up. Aaron got a few good looks. Pero from the top. That's a great move from PC off the dribble.
Yeah. Such a big man.
Well, he took it off the dribble and won. Aaron Olsen at the point again, probably a position he's not accustomed to. PC at the top. Kembala left him open a couple of times. Nice 3-pointer from Pero. Phil Jones drops off a great pass to Dylan Boucher. That's just a great seal from Dylan and a great pass from Phil.
Pretty play.
Paul Hanardi, he passed off. Phil Jones wide open. You can't leave the Reefton bomber open. You just can't leave him open.
No, definitely a lot better offensive production from Pero and Phil tonight, and we're going to need that to continue in the second half for us to get the lead and win this game.
Better penetration from Paulie Hanari.
Oh, another great three-point shot. Lot better half that for the Tall Blacks, or a lot better quarter, I should say. Better shooting, better execution on the offensive end. The second half we've got to look forward to. What do you think Tab would have said to the team for this coming half?
Yeah, I think Tab will be wanting the guys to really keep pushing the ball, first of all. Keep being aggressive and going to the hoop. We've seen Pero going to the hoop, we've seen Paulie dish, and we've seen Phil go to the hoop and shoot the three. So the three Ps, I guess, are coming through for us. The defensive end, they've got to rotate. These guys can flat out shoot the ball, and they've just got to respect that and get a hand up in the shooter's face.
Daniel, Miles Pearce, he's made a couple of baskets. We need to get him to sink himself into the paint a little bit more.
Yeah, Miles Pearce is a big body. He's doing well. I believe he had a lackluster game last game. He's had a very good game this game. He's had some offensive rebounds. He's getting in the paint. He's a big body. He's got to start slamming that Kambala around a little bit and just roughing it up a bit. And you know, Mr. Jones, as the song says, Mr. Jones wishes he was something a little more funky, and I think he's going to be a little bit more funky this second half. He's starting to find his rhythm with the ball.
Well, don't go to sleep. We've got a big half coming up. The Tall Blacks versus Latvia. We'll see you after. International basketball with Sky Sport from Istanbul, Turkey. The Tall Blacks up against Latvia. Good first half, Daniel?
Yeah, very good first half. It's not that the Tall Blacks are playing bad basketball. It's just hard to be ahead of somebody that's shooting 80-something% from the three-point line. It's just they're shooting phenomenally. It's not that the Tall Blacks are playing poorly. Their defensive intensity, they got to keep that up through the rest of the game. And once again, they got to get the ball in PC's hands and Phil Jones's hands.
Defensive intensity, you talked about that. Hayden, you know what it's all about, the defensive intensity. We talked about it in the game against Italy. The second half, Italy picked up their defensive intensity. How important is it for New Zealand to pick up their defense in this quarter?
This quarter is going to make or break the game. We saw them, it was the defense that actually got us back into the game. I mean, Dylan Boucher led from the front, you know, as he always does. And I think at the start of the game, we were in that matchup zone. We just weren't rotating. We came out a bit flat, and it took getting into a tough man-to-man to really sort of wake up a little bit. And I'm expecting the guys to continue with that defense, and we'll just peg this quarter back, this lead back.
In the second half, our rebounding was a lot better. We were down in the rebounding stakes in the first quarter. The second quarter, we came out of the half 18-16 up. How important is that going to be down in the third and fourth quarter?
Yeah, absolutely. We're hitting the offensive rebounds. We're getting offensive rebounds. What I like, though, that's translating into free throws. We've taken 12 free throws. That's twice as many as what we did in the Italy game. So being more aggressive towards the hoop. I think Tony Rampton and Miles Pearce have done a good job on the boards, especially in the second quarter. If we can control the boards, it's an important facet of the game.
Over the last few games, we've looked at our turnovers. Our turnovers have been reasonably high. This game, our turnovers are a lot better, Daniel.
Yeah, turnovers are a lot better, and offensive rebounds are a lot better. It just seems to be working. They just have to push it over the edge type thing. I think the second half, Tab is going to counteract the perimeter movement and the perimeter shooting from Latvia, and I think we're going to have a very close second half. It's still anybody's ball game, and I do think the Tall Blacks will be taking this one up.
Tab Baldwin, he'll be looking, especially in this last two quarters, with the building up for the Australian series, which starts in 2 weeks over in Melbourne, Australia. Important that they finish the game well?
Definitely. They have to go into that Australian series. I mean, they have to go in with confidence. Winning this game would set that up. You know, the Australians lost to Latvia, so if we can beat Latvia, that'll be a little bit of a psychological edge. More importantly, though, Australia has great shooters. Shane Heal's back in the Australian team, the greatest point guard Australia's ever had. So they're really going to have to concentrate on finding the perimeter shooter, as we said, and getting a win so they can go forward into the series.
I read in the paper about Tab Baldwin saying that some of the players maybe not as fit as they should be. This series here should prepare them well enough for the Australians?
Yeah, I think so. Of course, there's a lot of travel involved, so hopefully it'll definitely improve their fitness.
And here we go, Tall Black fans, for the second half, and Ed Book is going to be tipping it off with the big man, and Latvia will be coming down for the first call on offense for the second half here. And once again, they're a perimeter team, moving it around the outside of the perimeter, looking for the cracks inside. And number 6 will put it from downtown Ostlers, and that'll be no good. And Pedro will retrieve that. Here comes Paulie Henare flying down the court. Over to Jones, out to PC, thought about it. Moves it into Dillon. And what do we have here, gentlemen?
I think there was a foul on the baseline, actually.
Yeah, I think the guy was holding Ed Book off, actually. Ed was... Anyway,
we need to score
and, we should get a good shot here. Here we go.
Ed Book from way downtown, and that's going to be well short. And here come Latvia now, once again, pardon me, Latvia. And they will swing it into the big man, Kambala, and he will get fouled by Phil Jones.
Phil probably could have come across and taken a charge there on the big fella.
Jeez.
He was probably thinking of his health at that stage.
My name is Kaspers Kambala. I love to count. And 1 for 1 from him. The big unit for Latvia will throw down his first free throw. And that's 2 from the big man. Good shooting from the big man from the charity stripe. All right, here comes Paulie Henare now. Paulie's going to hop it over to Pedro. Back out top of the key. Into Ed Book. Pops it out to Phil Jones. 25-footer, good! Phil Jones lighting it up early in the second half. And here comes Stelmers now. Stelmers with the ball for Latvia. To Kambala. Over to Vitols. Vitols is going to drive the lane. Nothing happening, and we get a steal here. Paulie Henare all by himself, and he will get hacked by Stelmers on the way into the basket.
Didn't want to give him the easy basket there, Stelmers. He picks up his 3rd foul. If we can get another foul on Stelmers, then, you know, that's their point guard in trouble and could change the game a little bit.
Yeah, Stelmers has definitely sort of controlled the game this far. He's really got the Latvians into their offense, ran things well, and another foul would be great for the Tall Blacks.
Free throw shooting, very important. We're not shooting the ball well from the free throw line, and can be a huge, you know, down the crunch of the game. It can be huge.
He got called for an intentional foul, actually. He's got 2 shots and the ball from the sideline.
So the Tall Blacks will get the ball back now. Pedro Cameron trying to work it inside, does so to Ed Book. Back out to PC. PC's thinking about it. Got to sink that rock. Phil Jones from downtown. That's going to be short. Here comes Stelmers now for Latvia. Stelmers running quickly. Vitols now pops it into Ostlers. Ostlers puts up a 14-footer, no good. And there's PC for the rebound. And here comes Paul Henare now. Pops over to Phil Jones. Dumps it in for Book. Book's there. Scoops it up. Good job. Nice pass by Paul Henare.
Great pass. Phil Jones that passed that, my brother.
Yeah, great post-entry pass. Tough angle, but he pulled it off.
And there's Dylan Boucher once again. And Kambala now with the ball. The big man pushing up on Pedro. He's got a nice little jump hook there, but it hasn't seemed to fall for him. Ed Book will collect the rebound. And here comes Phil Jones.
Yeah, once again you saw how Pero kept Kambala off the block. Lovely pass here to Dylan Boucher. Yeah.
Right, Dylan Boucher with a reverse layup going baseline. Pretty play.
How many times have we seen that, Hayden? I mean, Pero, Dylan, backdoor play.
Yeah, the give and go. And there's a charge.
And that's a charge. That'll be a turnover.
Oh, no, they've called him.
They called him for the foul. Ugh. Dylan Boucher with only 2 fouls, though, so that's
well,
not all that good. But, hey, he was there, and once again, he's there.
We've got plenty of Kiwis in the crowd there, yeah. Look at all the New Zealanders over there.
They're a lot more animated than the Kiwi fans from the Italian game. I don't know if they were some ring-ins or...
Looks like we've got a timeout. New Zealand dominating on the rebounding, 21-18, a key statistic. We're shooting 31% from the three-point line, and the Latvian side have dropped off from their three-point shooting because it is now shooting 57, which is still a great percentage.
Yeah, as you said, maybe they're feeling it a bit in the legs. It's been a fairly up-tempo game.
Here's that pass from PC to Dylan, great pass. And Dylan, he finishes off, easy 2 points. We need more of that inside-outside action. Is it the same again? We're inside again. Easy 2-point baskets, getting the ball in the paint, scoring easy 2 points.
Yeah, we've got the lead down to 3 now. That's the closest we've been almost since tip-off. So we just need to keep picking it back, and the Tall Blacks are definitely playing a lot better this quarter.
Rampton back into the game now for the Tall Blacks.
Some of the local fans, the local Turkish fans there.
Hey, how you doing? All right, DB, getting a bit of a breather here during the timeout. He definitely deserves it. He's been sprawling all over the floor all game long, just about in every play. And Stelmers will shoot for Latvia. Stelmers is pretty automatic from the charity stripe.
$12 points for Stelmers.
And that's 2 for Stelmers, and they will extend their lead to 5. PC now is going to inbound. Gets it to Paulie Henare. Henare is hassled. Pops it over to Rampton. Rampton into PC at the free throw line. Out to Jones. Jones, 22-footer. Good. Phil Jones popping it down.
That's good basketball. They're playing within their offense. Phil Jones coming off and scoring a wide open shot off a great screen from Pero Cameron.
Yeah, when Phil takes the ball in rhythm like that, it can be pretty guaranteed that he's going to nail it.
Oh,
tough
my.
shot.
That was a beautiful shot, number 12. Bagatskis once again. Paulie Henare going to pop it over to Jones. Jones for 3. Not good. And there's Dylan Boucher to scrap down the rebound. Look at him go. PC calling for it. It's all around perimeter. Here comes Phil Jones once again. Phil probably should have drove then. Can't be a heck of a lot of time left on the shot clock here. Phil Jones works it in. Nice pass inside the Boucher.
Great pass by Phil Jones. And great finish from Dylan Boucher. Dylan's getting a lot of easy baskets under the hoop.
Yeah, Dylan's playing superbly. He's really positioning himself very well to get those easy hoops.
Latvia 55, New Zealand 52, 6:06 left to go in the third. And Stelmers once again will sink down 2 for Latvia. And here comes Paulie Henare now. Henare over to Cameron. Come on, PC, sink one, baby. Drop the rock. All right, now we got Jones once again. Jones, is he heated up? Nope, off a little bit. And Kabbalah's throwing elbows in there at Boucher. Here we go now. Latvia with the ball. Stelmers pops over to Vitols. Vitols is going to pop up an 18-footer off the glass. Nothing happening. And there is number 6, Ostlers.
Need to put a body on the rebounder. We can't let them get easy offensive rebounds.
I absolutely concur. Here we go now. Boucher, top of the key. And we might have a foul there.
Is that on Stelmers? I think it might be.
That'll be his 4th foul if it is.
All right, Paulie Henare now going to inbound. Pops it over to Jones. Jones pops it up from 3. No good. Kabbalah with the rebound for Latvia. And here they come. Into Kabbalah. He's going to try that little running hook again, and he will get fouled underneath.
Just when we look like we're getting, within striking distance, they're up by 7 now. They're going to go to the free throw line. They break away to 9 again. We just need those shots to fall. That Phil's getting good looks. We just need to finish off that and make that shot. If we can make that shot, we can break that 5 or 7 point lead.
Yeah, no, they're definitely getting good looks. They just need to maybe, they've missed 3 or 4 jump shots in a row now. Get it back, take it to the hoop, or get Piero or Tony down there posting up.
Well, that's what got us back into the game, Hayden.
And the missing link for Latvia, Kambala, will pop down the free throws. It is 61 Latvia, 52 New Zealand, 4:54 left to go here in the third. Pero Cameron with the ball. He's going to pop it over to Dylan Boucher. Dylan's going to try and work it inside to Rampton. No go. Bagaskis will scoop up that loose ball. Here comes Latvia now. Kambala sitting a pick. And we've got whistles blowing.
I think that's Phil Jones' fourth foul.
Oh, that's no good.
Aaron Olsen, I think, will sub into the game.
Yeah, Phil will take a seat. Phil's not happy with himself right now, but, you know, he's trying the best he can. That's all you can do.
Well, Phil's the type of player, I mean, he gets pretty hard on himself because obviously great shooter. He didn't shoot the ball very well in the last couple of times down the court. But you can always rely on Phil down in the crunch, and, you know, there's still 1 quarter to go in the game.
Geez, we were only 3 away there for a moment, and now I think they've opened up the lead back to 8 or 9. So it seems as soon as we get into to screaming distance with them, they seem to pull away a little bit. All right, here comes Aaron Olsen now for the Tall Blacks. Latvia 63, New Zealand 52. Pero Cameron with the ball. He's going to slide it into Boucher. Boucher's going to get it to Olsen. Beautiful play, Boucher to Olsen. No look pass from Boucher.
There's that play again, hitting into the post. A lot of options off the post. Gets the backdoor cut, and nice pass from Dylan to Aaron Olsen to finish off for 2.
I think they should keep running that play until they get it shut down.
Definitely.
The sun is shining. Make the hay, I say. Here we go now. Boucher. He's going to run it up quick. Paulie Blank into the game now for the Tall Blacks. Boucher is going to get it into Ed Book. Ed Book's going to in the paint. He's going to pop it up, and he will draw the foul.
Yeah, nice move to the hoop. Yeah, they've got it into the post a couple of times now, and they're clawing their way back. So we just need to continue doing that.
Well, it gives more options when you get the ball into the paint. The defense has got to decide whether or not they're going to drop down on the big fellas inside, or whether or not they can they're going to stay out on the shooters, which leaves the one-on-one option at the post. And with Ed or with Piero in the post one-on-one, they're pretty decent players. We've got to make our free throws.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a...
They haven't shot well from the charity stripe the whole tournament long. I would like to see their percentage tournament long. They can't be that good. It's definitely not up to their average.
They're shooting definitely low 50s for the tournament so far, and you know, you want to be up around the 75% mark at least in international competition.
Stelmer's now with the ball for Latvia. And Kabbal's going to come out and set a pick on Olsen, and they're going to swing it around to Ostlers. Ostlers will be sinking that one down. Check that, snaps.
Yeah, a very nice play from Latvia. That, you know, they drew the defense out. Some nice penetration and a kick for an uncontested shot.
Now Latvia's up by 10. Book's going to swing it over to Pero for 3, and that's going to be short. And there's Olsen for the rebound, tipped by Book. Back into Book. He's going to get it to PC, swing it over to Paulie Blank, back over to PC. Looks like a set play here from the Tall Blacks. And Book's gonna, he thought about it. Oh, nice pass inside. PC can't converge. And here comes Latvia, and the big man, Kambal. Oh, what a play by him. Acrobats.
That was a great finish by Kumbali. He was moving at speed and kept his body under control and scored a great basket.
Well, you know, he doesn't have those eyebrows, so he's very aerodynamic, I think. Kambala.
Yeah, very agile. He made a great play just then, and he thinks he's pretty happy about it.
Last few times down the court, I think New Zealand's been a little bit hesitant, especially offensively. I really think we need to attack the Latvian side.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right, Brendan. When we've got close, we've been attacking.
Polianeri now working it up for the Tall Blacks. Gets it over to Book. Latvia 67, New Zealand 55, 239. Ed Book pops it up from outside. Nothing happening. And they will collect once again. Polianeri back to Book. Kamala's on him now. Gets it over to Miles Pierce. Miles Pierce will try and swing it over to Book, and he will momentarily have it tipped away. And they're going to swing it around the perimeter too. Paul Henare is going to drive. Paul Henare, nice move, explosive move by Paul Henare.
We need more of that from Paul, that penetration. We just need a lot more from our guards penetrating, either making the layup or looking to kick to our big guys or our shooters.
Stelmers now with the ball. Stikla from the corner. And Skila, this guy coming off the bench for Latvia, all of a sudden has 6 points. So the bench production from Latvia is right up there. Ed Book with the ball now in the paint, busting it up. Ed Book!
Good basket from Ed.
Yeah, absolutely. The Latvians haven't really been able to stop us around the hoop, and we just need to keep continuing going to the basket strong.
Oh, look at that shot. Unbelievable. Unbelievable stuff right there.
Yep,
As he was going down. And who is it? I believe it's number 12, Bagaskis again.
Yeah, that's a Cardinalson fouling a jump shooter, and he's nailed it, and now he's going to go to the line for one.
Percentage from the three-point line has dropped off to 25% for the Tall Blacks, 57% for Latvia. That's some great shooting to be able to be that consistent over 3 quarters. 71-59 to Latvia. We still lead the rebounds, 26-22.
Yeah. We can see that they've gone to the line 26 times. I mean, they've made 81% of our shots. We've made 50. So, you know, probably the most crucial part of the game, shooting, that's where they're beating us.
There was that foul just to end before the timeout. Fouled the shooter, he made the 2. He'll be going to the line for 1 shot.
And that Bagaskis, he is just absolute money, isn't he?
Yes, he's scored, what, 18, 19 points already. Very important, I think. Here's that play by Ed. See, every time we've got the ball in the paint, we've pretty much scored.
Yep. Got to get those big bodies, got to get the ball to the big bodies in the paint. At the very least, you could possibly draw a foul.
Yeah, it's a great little shot by Scala there on the baseline.
Draw a foul or create another option. Bagaskis, 18 points. Phil Jones has 13, but in foul trouble, and Dylan Boucher leading the score sheet too with 13 points.
Dylan Boucher just seems to be doing it all, offensively as well as defensively. And we've got Bagaskis at the line, and that's going to be an automatic 1. And here comes Paul Henare for the Tall Blacks. Over to Boucher now, back over to Paul Henare. Almost didn't see that pass. Latvia 72, New Zealand 59. Need to start making something happen here soon. Close up that gap. Olsen gets it into Ed Book. Ed Book in the paint, puts it up. That's going to bounce out. And it's anybody's ball. Stelmers has it now for Latvia. He will move it up quickly to the big man, Kabala. And Kabala will draw the foul on Paul Henare.
One thing about this Kambala, he does get up and down the court. He's a big man, but he's fit. The last 2 times down the court, look at that.
Well, when it only takes 4 steps, it really can't take all that long, can it?
No, definitely, he's causing us troubles, and our forward, you know, Pero's going to have to make sure he gets back on his man, because he's hurting us at the moment.
He's been to the free throw line 14 times.
And there he is, Latvia's one-man horror movie, Kaspis Kambala, and he'll sink it again. Here it comes up. Here comes Paulie now. Paulie Henare with the ball. Latvia 73, New Zealand 59. And Pero Cameron's getting slammed around inside. Pero on Kabala now. This would be a good matchup to watch. Ed Book's going to drive in the paint like a guard. Dishes it off. And it looks like we may have a foul in the play.
Ed needs to, he took him off the dribble, but Ed needs to go to the hole and score that. He's not a point guard. He needs to finish off and score that.
Paul Henare getting it to Boucher. Boucher just a score. Beautiful stuff from Dylan Boucher. Leading into the Latvian player and sinking it. Nothing but net. He's just playing like a man possessed by the basketball god himself.
Yeah, the Tall Blacks gone into a 3-2 zone. They're obviously aware of their shooters.
Stelmers over to Baskets once again, and he will throw up a brick, and that's good to see. Olsen on the run here, one-on-one. Olsen's going to dish it back to Dylan Boucher, and that's not going to drop. That's got to be converted.
Yeah, nice dish by Aaron. Unfortunately, Dylan just couldn't quite finish that off, but we've just got to keep attacking the hoop.
Stelmers now. Oh, and there's somebody all alone in the corner once again. That's fortunately not going to drop. And that will be the end of the third quarter. Latvia 73, New Zealand 61. Well, what do you think, Brendan? We got one more quarter to go. They got to step it up a notch.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what Tab Baldwin says in this quarter. It's Latvia, you know, we got close to them, but they end up breaking away, and they're up by 11, 12 points now going into the fourth quarter. We need to consolidate on our defense a lot better and not give them easy shots.
Yeah, we're definitely, we got close there, and then they've pulled away again. You know, Kambala coming down the middle is causing us trouble. We've got to keep going inside. They haven't been able to stop us when we get in there, and those jump shots, they'll fall. So, you know, we've got 10 minutes to go from here into the Australian series, and they'll want to finish strong, and they'll want to come out of here with a win.
Well, I'm just observing a moment of silence here for the cheerleaders. Because it's hard to talk basketball with this happening in front of you, isn't it? Jeez, I'll tell you.
Is that what you call it, Dean?
They don't make it easy.
Let's look at the point guard. Paulie Hanari, he penetrated once there in that quarter. Easy basket. Maybe a little bit more of that in the fourth quarter.
Yep, he seems to be a quick stepper. It only seems to take 1 or 2 strides for Paulie Hanari to be at absolute top full speed. And for him to drive in there, he can draw the fouls, he can get baskets. He's got to keep doing that. Got to keep doing it. And as you said as well, Brendan, got to get the ball into the big bodies in the paint, because our percentage from in the paint this game is better than it has been, I think, for the tournament thus far.
Yeah.
Phil Jones, 4 fouls. I mean, Phil's been around the game for long enough. How important is it that he stays out of foul trouble in this fourth quarter?
Well, you know, he can't foul anymore, otherwise he's gone, and we are going to need Phil down the stretch, and you know, he'll be getting ready to come in and help the team out. You know, he won't be satisfied with watching the fourth quarter on the bench, that's for sure.
And here we go, Tall Black fans. It is the final quarter here in Turkey, and we got Ed Book. It's going to be jumping against Snaps. And Ed Book's going to win that by a country mile. All right, here we go now. Miles Pierce with the ball. He's going to work it inside. They're going to get it out. 15-footer by Dylan Boucher, no good. Offensive rebound, Bagaskis. And here comes Latvia. Stelmers with the ball now. Looks like a set play here from Latvia. Into Kambala. Over to Bagaskis. And that's a floating in the rain. And there's Kambala, and that's not going to drop. And it's anybody's ball. They get a fresh 24. Snaps with the ball now for Latvia. And just faking Ed Book out of his socks there. Good move by number 9, Snaps. Caught Ed Book off guard.
A little bit quicker the Latvian side. Miles Pierce probably doesn't need to guard Kambala right out at the 3-point line. He's not going to do anything from out there. He should stand off him a little bit and help a little bit more in the paint.
Yeah, you see their forwards, they're not afraid to put it on the ground and go to the hoop, and that's causing a little bit of difficulty.
Oh, here we go now. Big Ed Book's going to pop it into Paulie Hanari. Latvia 75, New Zealand 61. 9-11 left to go here in the fourth quarter. And we got Miles Pierce. He's going to pop it into Ed Book. Ed's going to swing it around now. Back to Ed Book. Ed's going to put one up from 3. Not going to be good. And there's Paulie Blank for the rebound. Paulie Blank over the big man. Not going to go. Whoa, it's anybody's ball. It's like a pinball in there. And which way is it going to go? Which way is it going to go? Which way is it going to go? It's going to go Latvia's way. They will be inbounding. Here's number 10, Valtiers now. Very good guard for Latvia. Valtiers, number 10. Kambala, who is hassled by Boucher. Over to Bagaskis from 3 points, and that's going to be automatic all game long. They got to get somebody on number 12, Bagaskis.
Yeah, they're out to a 17-point lead now, and really the Tall Blacks have to turn it on right now if they're going to get back into this game.
Well, you hear them, boys. Let's do it. Paulie Blank now with the ball outside. Thinking about going baseline from way outside, and that's going to be short. And they will collect The rebound, and there's Dylan Boucher once again. Did he draw the charge?
It's great defense from Dylan.
He drew the charge. How does he do it? And that is Skella with another foul, number 8 for Latvia.
We're relying too much on our jump shot. I really believe we need to go inside. I know that's all we've been talking about. Phil Jones coming back into the game. We need to go inside, outside.
Yeah, Tabs recognised that if we're going to make a move, we need to make it now. And we're going to need Phil on the court to help us do that.
And we've got a foul on the play, I do believe. Dillon just talking it over with Phil, just to make sure everything's okay. And here we go. Jones out to PC for 3. And PC sinks it. Apparently we lost vision here,
well, that
but
was the
hey.
ball. That was the ball going through the net. That was...
Hey, I don't care. We have no picture as long as that keeps happening. The big man Kabbalah making some room inside, just swinging those elbows. And Phil Jones looking at him as to say, hey, should you be having bolts coming out of your neck? He's just a big unit, that Kabbalah. And there's PC from 3. We can see it this time. Nothing but net from PC. And that's got to keep happening here in the fourth quarter to make a game of it here in Turkey. All right, Valtiers to inbound now. Kabbalah. Kabbalah now in the paint. Going to swing it over. And it looks like we have a foul on Dylan Boucher.
Dylan's third. Kimbala dropping off the pass there. That Kimbala's causing a lot of problems inside.
He sure is. He is a one big body. Kimbala now with the ball. He's going to float it off to number 10, Valdiers. Valdiers now with the ball. Kimbala and Pero Cameron just going at it. And that is from way downtown. It's kind of hard to defend that. That was from the rafters.
That was a great shot. Had a hand up in his face. It was good defense. Do nothing about that.
Jones on top of the key to Pero Cameron. 18-footer, PC. There's Ed Book with a putback. Unbelievable stuff by Ed Book. And we have another whistle.
16-point lead there for Latvia. New Zealand really need to dig deep now, and I think Dylan Boucher's subbing out of the game. Oh no, he's just having a word with the referee.
And Phil Jones will go to the line. That's it, Phil. Good stuff.
It's important over these next few minutes, New Zealand really consolidate.
Yeah, here we go. Henare now is going to move it over half court. Over to PC. Into Boucher. Boucher now back out to PC. He's momentarily alone. He's going to put it up for 3. Oh, Pero Cameron for 3 once again.
Great shot from PC.
Turn down your TV sets, folks, because I'm getting into it. All right, number 12, Bagaskas now, and he will be fouled by Dylan Boucher, and that will be his 4th foul. He picked up 2 quick ones.
Yeah, it was not much. There wasn't much in there. I wouldn't have called it, to be honest with you.
I wouldn't have called it either, Brendan. And here we go now. Bagaskas with the ball. He's going to shuffle it over top of the key now to Valdiers. Over to number 9. He will miss it. Snaps with the miss. And Phil Jones running it up the side of the court now. PC's going to put up another 3. Just a bit short, and there's the big man, Kabbalah. Decides to throw Dylan Boucher an elbow just for the fun of it. And here comes Valters once again. Latvia 82, New Zealand 68. 6:14 left to go in the 4th. Vito now will swing it out wide. And there's a little 18-footer, and that's not going to be good. Pero Cameron's going to collect it. Here comes PC. He'll pop it over to Jones. Bounce pass into Boucher. Shuffle it back out to PC from the corner. And there's Ed Book with the putback. Is he going to get it? Oh, Ed, you're going to sink that. Dylan Boucher tries to keep it alive, but Latvia will come away with it. And here they come running. Little 18-footer from the side. Nothing happening, and Phil Jones will collect. Bullet pass out to Boucher, one-on-one. Dylan will draw the foul. Good
That's
work
good
by
work.
Dylan.
The last time down the court, PC, getting good looks, ball's not falling. Ed Book's got to grab the ball with two hands and score those easy baskets. We need them.
Ed's going to get up and just set it down. Make no mistake about it.
That was a good shot from Dylan.
That would
Timeout.
have made the highlight reel if he got that shot in.
Timeout called probably by Tab.
So what do they have to do in this last half a quarter here to crawl their way back into this game?
Well, it's important. We're getting wide open looks from the three-point line. We're not putting the shot down. We really need to nail the shot, and you know, if we want to have a chance to win the game.
And once again, it sounds like a repetitive repetition, but we cannot leave those guys from beyond the three-point arc alone. We just can't leave them alone.
Well, I talked before about it. New Zealand having to get the ball in the paint. The Latvian side, they're getting the ball into Kimbala, and so what's happening is our defense is having to make a decision where our guards are dropping down so that Kimbala's either kicking the ball out and they're getting wide open looks from the outside. They're just getting that split second that they need.
And here's Pero Cameron from outside with a long-range missile. Nothing but net.
Tough shot for PC.
And Latvia answers back.
Pretty good defense from Dylan there. He had a hand up in his face.
There's not too much more you can do about that. I mean, he was right there, right up on him, and he just made a great play.
I'm sure Tab will be having some stern words with the team. You know, there's 5:35 left in the game. There's another wide open. That's just communication. It's just communication and rotation.
That Bagaskis, he is just a demon from outside.
People must realise at home, but these teams are very good international teams. New Zealand probably, you know, they've played 3 games before they've come over to this tournament. I know we look at the World Championships where we did so well, but let's think about it. We had like 20 or so games before we got there, and you know, New Zealand's rebuilding. We've got new players. Kirk Penny not playing. You know, he's a huge key to the team.
All right, Book now with the ball. Going to get it out to Paulie Henare for 3. That's going to be well short. Dylan Boucher will collect. Swings it over to PC, and there's Phil Jones all alone. Not going to drop. In and out. Kambala will get the rebound and surprisingly not eat the ball. Here they come now.
Yeah, interesting what you're saying, Brendan. You know, we finished 4th in the world, and you know, we're not going to surprise teams anymore. You know, we've got a target on our backs. They know the strengths of the team, and you know, the Kiwis get great respect now, and no team's going to not take them seriously.
Great defense there by New Zealand. Dylan Boucher just throwing his body on the line.
He is just playing with absolute reckless abandon tonight. Dylan Boucher's been on the floor more than he's been standing up.
Yeah, I think you can see Dylan there. He's pretty much exhausted. He's dead on his feet, and he's just given it everything he had tonight.
He plays every game like that. You know, I've played with him. He plays like that all the time.
Hey, surprisingly, Brendan, Lindsay Tate not in the game yet.
Yeah, Lindsay hasn't played, but I think, you know, maybe Tab may use him, but probably not a good time to throw the young fella into the cauldron, as you'd say. He'll be sitting there and just soaking up the atmosphere. He got the opportunity to play against Yugoslavia, or Serbia, Montenegro, and you know, Tab will just have him sitting there and just blood him in slowly, and just, there's no use throwing him into a game like this, which is on the line. Who knows, Tab may do that, but it's not going to make it any easier for Lindsay further on down the track.
Yeah, Lindsay's got, you know, he's a star of the future. He's got a good, another 10 years of tall black basketball ahead of him, and he'll get plenty of chances to play internationally at the top level. I think also, you know, they are building towards the Australian series. Mark will be back in at the point guard, and I think that intensity that Mark brings to the game is something that we've missed consistently, I think. And he'll be a welcome addition for the Australian series.
All right, here we go now. Hanare with the ball for the Tall Blacks. And time is of the essence here in Turkey. PC for 1-2. In and out, not going to go. Ed Book fight for the rebound.
There's a lid on the basket. You know, the last few times we've had good looks. Phil Jones came down the last time down the court. No good. PC getting a good look. In and out.
Oh, how much closer can you get? And there's Ostlers and Book just absolutely keeping up foreign relations there. All right, here we go now. Hanare is going to swing it out to Olsen from downtown. That's not going to go. And there is Kambala once again with a rebound. And they swing it up quickly. Latvia now taking their time, going to try and use up every second of their 24-second clock. Kambala with the ball. It's going to get it to Vitols. Back over to Bagaskis. And here is Stelmers. Bagaskis tries to get it into the big man, Kambala, but he cannot handle that bullet pass. Or maybe Ed Book got a hand on it.
It's interesting, we're not making the jump shot. And I know as a jump shooter, you shouldn't think about it. But after a few times down the court, after missing a few baskets, I mean, Hayden, you know, jump shooters when they get in a streaky phase during the game, can pick the rest of the team up, and it can also work in the reverse. When you're not making the baskets, everybody can sort of get down a little bit.
Yeah, as a shooter, whenever you're shooting, you don't want to think about it. You know yourself. You know, Brent, I've seen you hit, 5, 6 in a row in a game, and you're certainly thinking about nothing but actually, taking that shot. And we've just seen Pero a couple of times. You can tell he's thinking about the shot, and Pero's our leader. He needs to just take those shots, and along with everybody else, we've got a couple of minutes left here. They have to be confident and back themselves.
Oh, definitely, and especially they've got to look forward to the series against Australia. And we talked about at the start of the show about Pero, how important his leadership is, and people look to him regardless, especially when they're down, because he's a calming influence on the court, as Daniel mentioned earlier. So Pero needs to step up that leadership and to show that composure for the rest of the team, especially in these last few minutes of the tournament.
All right, Latvia now with the ball. Quick look, and 24-second will expire. We might have been making fun of him a little bit there, this Kambala for Latvia, but he's a pretty good player. He's been to the line a lot. He's always in the mix of things. He's gotten a lot of defensive rebounds. So yeah, he's a big man, and he can play the game. PC now with the ball, gets into Ed Book in the paint. Ed with a little jump hook. Good, Ed Book.
It's probably the first time we've gone in the paint in this quarter, and we've scored straight away.
Yeah, at the moment, definitely Kambala's getting the last laugh on us. He definitely is a quality player, just not the best looking one, that's all.
Yeah, plus it's fun to make fun of a guy when he's 4,000 miles away. And there is a 3-point barrage from downtown. Latvia now 84, New Zealand 70, down by 14 with 3:36 left to go in the fourth.
His brother actually works for Sky TV.
Oh, forget about it. All right, now we got Hanare with the ball. He is hassled by Valders. Paulie bringing it up. PC setting a pick. Going to get it out to Olsen for 3. Olsen's going to get 3. Aaron Olsen, good stuff from him.
Yeah, no, there we have it. A bit of penetration and a kick for a shot. Everybody in rhythm.
Still plenty of time in the game. 3:15. Here's that Kambala again.
Kambala is just everywhere.
He's actually beating our big men up the court. He's probably one of the biggest players on the court, and he's getting up before any of our forwards are on defense.
And how many times has he been to the line?
15 times.
That's incredible.
That is incredible, drawing that many fouls.
Yeah, we saw in the second quarter of the game where Tony Rampton, Pero, they were doing a great job of keeping him off the block, and in this latter half of the game, he's just actually getting deep into the key and really making us pay for it.
All right, here we go now. Paulie Hanare with the ball. Time starting to slip away here a little bit for the Tall Blacks. Jones going to pop it out to Olsen. Olsen's going to drive. Kick it back out to PC for 1-2. No, not going to go. All right, Ed Book is all over him now. It looks like a full court press, but Stelmers is going to pop it up now for Latvia. Swing it around. And Polihanari on good defense there. Tight defense, it's just tough when a team is hitting 70% from the three-point line. Ed Book with the rebound now. Polihanari moving it up swiftly. It's going to penetrate. Kick it back out to Olsen for three. Olsen's going to nail it for three!
Aaron's actually come in and done a great job throughout the tournament. We may look to use him a lot more. Tab's been using him as a point guard, but I'd seriously think about playing him at the 2 spot.
And here it is again, a hard press. Big defense now. In the paint. Number 8, Skila, does not convert. And here comes Polihanari. He's going to pop it over to Jones. Back to Polihanari for three. And that's not going to drop. And there's Olsen. He's going to rip the rebound away from Stelmers. Going to pop up the threes now. Trying to get it over to Pero in the corner. Loses the handle. And Pero was wide open, just begging for the ball. But they just couldn't get it to him. And here comes Latvia now. Latvia working on the perimeter. Kambala, the big man, rejected by Ed Book.
Yeah, I wouldn't have tried to go and block that shot. I mean, it didn't look like it was going to fall anyway.
Yeah, goaltending, and they get 2 points.
Well, there you have it. Latvia now 88, New Zealand 76. Aaron Olsen moving it up. 1:19 left to go in the competition. Nice pass from Dylan, but it looks like it might have hit the baseline. Phil Jones could not convert.
Yeah, the back door has actually worked well for us tonight. Just a pity that Phil Jones took a step out of bounds.
Ed Book now on Valters. They get it inside. Dylan Boucher always there. They're kicking it outside. There's a little bit of a run there. Whose ball is it? Bouncing around like a ping pong ball. Here we go now. We got Jones with the ball. And he just can't convert with Dylan Boucher. Pops it behind him. Nobody could have gotten that pass.
Yeah, just a simple error there. I think Phil just thought, yep, just threw it just a bit behind. Unfortunate.
Latvia 88, New Zealand 76, 48 seconds left to go in the competition. And Kambala, the big man, trying to go for the alley-oop inside with number 6, Ostlers, and that's not going to work. Stelmers now with the ball, and he'll have it picked by Jones. Still Latvia's ball. And here is number 8, Skila, and that's not going to go in. And there's Dylan Boucher. Dylan Boucher running with the ball now. Gets it over to Pero Cameron. Over to Olsen. Olsen's going to pop up a three. It's not going to drop. And there's 19 seconds left to go in this competition. And, well, overall, a lackluster tournament for the Tall Blacks.
Yeah, Tab would probably be disappointed, but at the same sense, he realised what he was getting himself into. The team probably played 3 games, 3 test matches before they came over here. The long-term goal was the Australian series.
And there you have it, Latvia 90, New Zealand 76. And the Tall Blacks drop 3 straight in Turkey. Well, Brenda, what is Tab going to tweak with his team to take care of the Aussies?
It's really important that New Zealand don't panic. There's no need to panic. They've had 3 tough games. It's been 3 good games for New Zealand, and we've just got to look at the long-term things what we need. And the Australian series was where we wanted to be at. Obviously, Tab wanted to win the games, but you know, I think we've moved on. We've developed a little bit better. Probably not as far as Tab would have liked us to have moved on, but now you've got to forget about what happened throughout the series, take the good points from it, and move on to the Aussies.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the team, they've played 3 games together, 3 more games of experience. Mark Dickel's coming back for the Australian series, and he's going to make a huge difference. Paul Hanari did a great job, but it's tough to keep up 40 minutes of pressure. And Paulie and Mark sort of complement each other. One's a more steady, delivers the offense, where Mark just goes and breaks down the defense. So, you know, not to get too discouraged. European basketball is very, very strong, and a great build-up. We didn't get the wins, but nevertheless, 3 very, very tough games.
Well, when we look at the Australians played, they played 6 games over in Europe. They lost 4 and won 2. They would have looked at the series, or they'll be trying to get tapes on the series. New Zealand, Mark Dickel back in the mix. Mark offers some penetration. Another key player that wasn't there, Kirk Penny. Now, for you guys, people at home that aren't basketball fans, Kirk Penny, just our second NBA player with the Minnesota Timberwolves. Have to give him a big clap. How important is he to the team? He offers 18 points a game, 19 points a game, takes the pressure off Phil Jones.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw it at the World Champs. They were sort of the 1-2 punch. They if one wasn't shooting so well, the other picked up, and they're both world-class players. And Kurt going to the NBA is an amazing achievement, and he's got there through hard work. And unfortunately, we're not going to have him for the Australian series, so it's a chance for, say, Aaron or somebody else to pick up the slack. But he is a very important part of New Zealand basketball. Unfortunately, he won't be there for the Australian series, but he will definitely be there come Olympic time.
Yep, playing spots are up for grabs. There's obviously 14 players or 12 players over there. Only 10 can play in the series against Australia. I don't know if people at home realise that. So 2 people are going to miss out on that series.